Market trying to find some footing here as we head into Friday session. Just getting Canadian employment change data. I'm hearing 39,000 versus 29,000, so more than expected. Jobs created in this country last month versus what was to come. Overall, market looking to bounce potentially here. We are still in negative territory for the NASDAQ at this point, S&P as well, but trying to hold on to some of these levels that came into play yesterday afternoon as we head towards the weekend. Going to be an interesting session here as we get into a few things that are moving around. DocuSign obviously reporting nice look for DOCU back to the upside today. This SEC note on Ryan Cohen tying back to GME. It could be interesting after yesterday's session, obviously coming out of earnings. We'll touch on that. Chip stocks a little bit active to kick things off this morning as well. It's Friday, September 8th, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. That's how things are looking right now. Yeah, count it. 1, 2, 3, 4 red candles here on the daily chart for the S&P 500. Interesting, that just went green once again, back above yesterday. So we'll touch on a few things here when it comes to the overall market, looking to snap this. That's the S&P, obviously. We'll focus more on the NASDAQ, obviously, as we typically do. 4 days in a row, downside for tech in general. Apple has led this sell-off. With this China headline continuing to develop once again. They were touching on, Chinese officials touching on this ongoing debate whether or not to prevent government officials from using foreign branded smartphones, including the iPhone, which is going to be a problem, obviously, and has put a significant amount of pressure not only on Apple, but the market in general throughout this week so far.
Yeah, the Wall Street Journal broke the story a couple of days ago, and Chinese officials have not confirmed nor denied the allegations. Morgan Stanley coming out today saying, that they think this is being overblown somewhat and that it's going to affect their revenue by a maximum of 4%. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, see where we end up as far as Apple is concerned. I was, Sharif and I were talking before we came on there at 8:30. Even with this pullback and even with what has happened over the past few weeks, I mean, let's zoom out a little bit here, guys. NASDAQ's still up 40% this year, so all is relative.
All is relative. It's just like yesterday. Welcome, everybody. The markets were down yesterday, but we were in an uptrend since the open. And the crazy thing about it is, I'm not too sure we wouldn't have gotten green today if not for Meta. What happened, flash crash or whatever, mini flash crash, whatever you want to call it, with regards to Meta. The market was cruising. Meta was one of the strongest names. And then in the middle of the day, this is a 15-minute chart. It was just $12 to the downside on bulk, but really it was a bigger move than that. I think top to bottom about $15 on Meta. So it went, it was crazy. It was 5% in a matter of 35, 40 minutes or so. Pretty crazy move, and it felt like the market was trending back to the upside and you were getting a relief rally day. Let's see how we end the week, because if you can show that kind of strength, then maybe this week isn't all that bad. Meta's going to have to be on the radar. There wasn't a lot in terms of earnings, but good for DocuSign, bad for Restoration Hardware. I guess we're supposed to only call them RH, but plenty of names that reported earlier in the week that we should be looking at. Already mentioned GME there, C3 AI, that's some pretty key levels and making a little bit of a run. So there's plenty to watch out for today. And just keep your eye on the ball. That's what it's all about. You trade the right stocks, look at the right things. You don't want to Kadarius Toney yourself when you're trading.
No, you got to be on point right here. I'm making sure I pay for some shorts. We're going to be looking at AMC today as well. Welcome. It's a Friday. It's 8:30, and we're getting ready to rock and roll here. Should be a great day. Looks like it's relatively muted. The market is going green right now, which is really nice. You can see the NASDAQ starting to pump up a little bit here, taking out VWAP, starting to go back through 15,230 maybe, 2,300. But yeah, it's going to be a good one here. The ES as well going green. So yeah, hopefully we can see some nice little bump ups. We saw Apple yesterday as well start the day horrendously and finish the day amazingly. So we'll see what happens here with Apple at the end. Nice little move upside yesterday. As you guys know, we shorted that 178 and got out. Pretty luckily there at the end, and now we'll see if it takes it out again here today. But yeah, what a wild day this could be, especially if Apple gets going. We could see 180 again today, or let's see if it takes down the downside here of 176. So lots on tap. GME's not really moving, so I don't know what's up with that story or not. Might be a nothing burger, as Brendan talked about Ryan Cohen and the SEC. And then, of course, I unfortunately continue. We had Daniel Shea on yesterday. I was talking about getting some options, and I was saying $8 options. You pay $1.50 for them. You're already cruising to the downside right now. So it's going to be another day here to watch out for AMC. I like the long if it gets above 10, but I don't know. We still have a little ways to go before we get there, about 25% to the upside. But yeah, it should be a good day, man. I mean, it was a pretty volatile week. Some big stories, big names moving around. We saw Taiwan Semiconductor come out with not a great report. Could send NVIDIA back down there, as they were talking about lower expected revenues coming through for this next quarter. So I don't know, it doesn't seem to be affecting NVIDIA, but look at this, still down 0.3 versus the NASDAQ flat. So maybe there's some weakness. I'm also looking at AMD today. So it should be fun. You're up to 107 on AMD. Again, AMD positive versus NVIDIA negative. So we're going to see about going long here on Advanced Micro Devices.
All right, just seeing this chart kind of caught my eye in the corner of one of my monitors here. This is what oil is doing right now. So not a huge move. It's 0.85 to the upside, but straight higher so far here in the pre-market. If you go back to about 5 o'clock this morning, big bump to the upside for oil. If you remember yesterday, we got the oil inventory data because of the holiday back on Monday. There was a much larger drawdown than expected, so a lot of people pointing towards inventory tightening maybe once again, pointing to higher demand as well as we head into the fall months. But interesting look as far as some of the oil stocks, individual names I noticed not really playing along and paying attention to this move in oil so far.
Yeah, it's been interesting this year because we know Saudi Arabia is going to continue their 1 million barrel a day cut through the end of the year. Russia echoing that with about 300,000. The Biden administration coming out earlier in the week and saying that they're not going to add to the Strategic Petroleum Reserve at these prices. They're going to wait for prices to dip. So it's been interesting to see. And all this without really China's economy participating. So you have to really question if the Chinese economy starts picking up, where oil will be. $100 maybe?
Yeah, it could be 10 days in a row. Possibly here. This is a daily chart of crude, guys. There was a little kind of doji looking candle in there as well, but big move up for oil over the past couple of weeks.
Yeah, it's been trending nicely. Some of the individual names have been looking pretty good too. I was actually just looking. A lot of times we talk about Oxy, but I think almost like CVX today, that looks a little bit better. Oxy's got a great looking trend holding the 50 period, but it has pulled back off of those highs. Whereas when I was looking at Chevron, just a little bit more sort of enticing for a potential break. Like it just broke the 200 period moving average. It's just broken out the 165 channel that it was in. It's a little bit nicer on the daily, and it's got a potential consolidation break again today. So 65 bottom, 68 top. It's been in a little bit of a channel holding the top end of it, whereas Oxy's actually pulled back a couple of ticks in there. So I think it does bear watching. If you're an oil futures trader, I mean, trend is your friend. If you're trading the individual names, I've found that a lot of times when you get that sideways action consolidation, the break of that consolidation is when you want to trade it next. So you start holding above the open above 168, CVX can be trending. You always say this, make sure you're watching oil futures if you are trading this. Like we follow the NASDAQ because we trade a lot of tech names. When you're trading that, maybe you want to follow things like the dollar, or sometimes you follow volatility, sometimes you follow the 10-year. But if you're trading CVX or Oxy, you do have to be aware of any significant price movement that's happening in the oil futures market. So just make sure you keep that ear to the ground. But CVX is setting up for a channel break. Oxy, more of a buy it every time it gets to the 50 period on the daily. That's what that chart says.
We talked about this for a very, very long time. So, anybody that has been watching the show knows that when XLE was down here in the middle of the summer, this was a spot where I was sort of buying up oil as much as we possibly, not as much as we could always buy more. Down here, I'm feeling like it's almost time to get out because you're right back into some of these levels. So this looks like it's a good capital preservation time where you got to take something off. You're coming up to the high of 94, 95 bucks again. With oil bumping up, I mean, those stories are pretty key there with Russia and China coming on board there. The Saudis cutting 1 million barrels this week as well. I like the names. And then we missed Oxy a couple days ago and we talked about buying through that 66 level. So it's back down, right? And so if it can break through 66 again, I think that could be something there, but you're only up 0.7% right now. Just checking in on the imbalance locator there, rig, I mean, not much else. XOM's not even on here. So yeah, it looks like it'll be another pretty light day on board here. And, about to go to Michael Noss. And the one thing that we talked about over and over again with him on the show too was uranium. And uranium right now as well had a nice move up. If this will load, maybe it will not. But anyways, lots of different metals and different mining names and stuff like that starting to pop off right now. Gold kind of hovering. It's a good space to be in. And let's go find out what Michael Noss wants to talk about today.
Yeah, we were discussing oil there in the sense that, we've seen this underlying strength over the past couple of weeks coming back into not only energy markets, but you're going to touch on a bit of an idea here, which is kind of interesting in the sense that we've seen that risk-off play come back into favor a little bit, not only this week, but going back maybe a week and a half or 2 weeks here for the overall market. But give us an idea here where we're at from a higher perspective maybe from the market.
Yeah, so the last, couple times I've been on, we've talked about individual names. We've been going about, what to buy and where to buy and things like that. But I just want to take a step back because first time I've been here this week and just kind of talk about the overall market, like Brendan was saying there, and where we are in it. Excuse me. So first of all, we have the S&P 500 going on right here, where I have these lines drawn, and they're drawn for a very specific reason as we go through, right? So the top line is 460. That's the July, August high. And then the bottom line I want you guys to focus on, that is the August low, right? So because when I look for relative strength and when I'm doing relative analysis, I take a base like the S&P 500, and that's my base. And I want to look at where everything is relative to that high and relative to that low, and see what's kind of going on in the market. Because, me and Brendan have been talking about this for a while. It's September now, but this is the holiday week in September. I really expect things to get going next week. But if you look at what's happened for the last handful of weeks anyway, we've just been stuck in this large range. So that's why we're going to be looking at this chart closely, just get it in our heads as we go further. Now, what's worrying me a little bit is this chart right here, where we're talking about basically what I've done in Trade Ideas, something that we can do very easily is I grab a list of stocks and I just rank them by, you can do change from the close, you can do distance from 200-day, you can do kind of whatever you want. But in this case, I just color coded them by how much they were up or down yesterday in yesterday's trading. Now at the top, you can see the guys were just talking about oil and energy, but it's interesting to note that I put a line at where I kind of define these as risk on and risk off type of securities. Now on the top, you can see UNG and XLU. If we ignore UNG, because that one's just crazy, it moves up or down all the time, we have XLU, which is utilities, we have XLRE, which is real estate, and the next one down we have healthcare. So we have all of these quote unquote risk off names where money was flowing into yesterday. And then at the bottom we have solar and we have uranium, which I kind of consider a risk on type of way to play energy. We have a lot of our risk on names kind of south of that line, basically telling me that there's a shift now where at least over the last few days of trading, we've had a lot of people selling things that were very risky securities and buying things that weren't. And I have some more evidence and some charts coming up. I don't know if this is all because of the NVIDIA thing with NVIDIA falling in the last few days, but it definitely feels a little bit different. And that's kind of the point I want to get to you guys today. So next chart here is Burke, right? So if you want to talk about risk off, I don't think there's a better risk off way to play the market than just Berkshire Hathaway. He owns everything that you would imagine a risk off kind of investor owning. Apple being the biggest name, but things like Pepsi and insurance companies and banks and all of these boring names. Now, pay attention to those lines against, right? We were talking about the July, August high and how far the SPY was from that. And Berkshire is right up against that level. So that shows me that there's some good relative strength in Burke B butting right up against that level. Now, in the energy space, next chart here we have is uranium. So again, there's a little bit of a mix here where in the energy names, we're seeing way more kind of risk on activity. I would consider natural gas and I would consider uranium as risk on ways to play energy. Now again, drawing that high, as Sean mentioned, we've been talking about this for a while. We blew right through it and we were making new highs on uranium. So energy being a risk off type of security overall, there's a lot of money flowing into the riskier parts of energy still. So I definitely do disagree with Sean where he talked about taking profits. I think I'm going to be buying more energy. Now, if we go into the next chart here, we have ARK. ARK is going to be your epitome of risk on, right? Opposite of Burke, opposite of Uncle Buffett, we have Kathy. Kathy buys everything that you would imagine would do well in a risk on environment. Big unprofitable tech names, biotechs, right? Crazy things that may have explosive growth in the future, but not very much right now. And again, those same lines, you can see how far Kathy is lagging behind Buffett at this time, talking more risk off activity. And the last chart I have here is XLY. So this is consumer discretionaries, which is, again, you would imagine a risk on play and how far this is down. So the main point I just want to get to after showing all these charts is that there does seem to be a shift out of risk on, which let's just say technology, let's say consumer discretionary, let's say unprofitable names, and then a shift back into things like materials and banks and insurance brokers and that type of thing. So if that's going to continue, it makes me slightly worried for the market, but it might just mean rotation. It might just mean it's not the time to own something like the Qs. It may be time to own something like, right, Burke B or something like that if you're a long-term investor. For me, I'm going to continue to look under the hoods. I'm going to continue to focus on energy as a risk-off sector, but then look for whatever is going to give me the highest beta in that kind of risk-off sector.
Yeah, and I think you touched on it here, but I think it's an important point to make in that time frame is key here. And we're not saying that's it, it's over, we're going to fall 20%. It's just for right now, this is what the internals more or less are showing.
Well, yeah, and that's one of the reasons I look at all this stuff so heavily, and I do it every night, is that people look at the market as if it's an organism, as if it's a thing on its own, but it's not. The S&P 500 is broken down by many different sectors, and that's why I go through all these sectors every night. If, for example, tech starts to sell off, but we see energy do well, if we see uranium do well, if we do all these things, it may just mean more sideways action for the market, because as some sectors are pulling it down, other sectors are pushing it up. And that's fine as long as you're someone who's able to kind of bob and weave and say, okay, I'm going to get out of tech and I'm going to get into that, which is more or less how I trade. But yeah, we're not, I'm not calling for the end of days. I'm not calling for the end of the world here on the SPY. I'm just saying maybe it's going to be one of those markets where for the next few months, we just have to kind of jump from sector to sector based off what's doing well at the time.
And relative to the way you approach the market. So if someone is, a weekly or monthly or even higher time frame than that, something of this nature might not be as significant. But if you're looking for opportunity, it may be time to kind of shift focus a little.
Yeah, where you focus is everything, right? A lot of very successful traders say you're only as good as the stocks you trade, right? So I'm always trying to say, what is the thing that I think has a chance to break out and make me the profits the fastest?
Great stuff. Michael Noss, CMT over at Trade Ideas. Have a great weekend.
You too. Talk to you soon.
Get in there and sell, Mortimer. Sell. It's the end of the world. Of course, not the end of the world, as Michael's saying. However, when he said the risk off and mentioned Cathie Wood names, I pulled, because Archer Aviation has been making some moves. I don't know. They do like, it's like the drone taxi thing, or vertical takeoff taxi, these guys. And that's one of their more recent investments. And you look at the chart of this, well, if we're turning around, note to self, short Archer when it breaks the 50-period moving average. It hasn't even sniffed it. So, this has been going absolutely crazy. Maybe it turns around a little bit. So when you look for things like that, that's suddenly like underneath that line, one close beneath it, and then you can look for a trend short. But he's right. The market isn't just some person or puppeteer in a room, or is it? At the end of the day, you do have to pay attention, and especially for day traders, like what sectors are hot and what are cold, so that you can be with the trend. Because you don't want to fight the trend. You can always trade individual names. There's something going up every single day. There's something going down every single day. But it does help if you can get that overall trend going with you. But yeah, I'm actually watching specifically for this one because I was reading a little bit about it. It's like, I get it, but I don't get it. And when these types of names pull back, you've seen what can happen for the shorts. So I don't know, I'm going to set myself up a little bit of an alert for when Archer breaks the 50 period here. And again, it's one of those sort of risk-off type names that he would have been talking about, that Michael would have been talking about, and I like that concept.
Yeah, always good to look and maybe switch in and out of some different sectors there. We talked a little bit about energy. Michael likes it, so we'll see what's going on. Well, he'll be joining me tonight as well, and we're going to get some trades going for next week. So we talked about uranium breaking out. We've talked about a few other names as well. I want to talk to him about ARC. I think that's pretty interesting. So I just feel like if you're going to be risk on, there's one opportunity. Risk off, there's another with Berkshire, and I think those are two pretty good assessments. And if you want to go right in the middle, you could buy the Qs, right, or just buy the S&P 500. There's also RSP, which is the relative strength. We actually talked about this as well. And if this is just going to give you, instead of all the weighting in the S&P 500 being like Apple 12% or Microsoft whatever, these actually equal weight all of the constituents. So this is another one. I don't know why my chart's not really loading here today. But there it is right there, RSP as well, looking to break above, well, did break above the 50 period and looking to break out here. So we'll see. It's down a little bit, down to 148, but we broke it yesterday. Let's see what happens here with RSP, and I'm going to find out what's going on with these charts.
I'm missing that too.
All right, interesting. We were just discussing both Apple and Tesla basically at session highs right now. So we're having this conversation in the sense that maybe focus has shifted, but here's Tesla about to take out the highs after a nice bounce back yesterday after that gap down. So we'll see how today plays out. Some upgrades and downgrades for you this morning. Clean energy over here, FSLR. I thought there was actually a few analyst notes. Canadian Solar was mentioned as well. CSIQ, so FSLR, Snowflake here, Gilead, Adobe, all to the upside. There's AI. We'll touch on that. Lucid on here as well.
Lucid, eh?
Lucid. I mean, I feel like it's been a while since we talk about Lucid. I'm willing to bet. I'm not going to look it up because I want to talk about Snowflake. But I'm sure is it the $7 break? It's probably still in play because I can't imagine it's gotten there. But Snowflake, they're up 3%. And you look at this, it's like it's held the 200 period moving average, kind of gently grinding higher. It just, on a day yesterday where things weren't all that great, Snowflake was breaking out 160, essentially breaking back to 160. It's breaking it out now. So right back into resistance off of a crazy bottom. I'm missing some data on some of these charts too, but there's a wipeout bottom in the morning. It got to 60. It's breaking out back above that 160 level. This looks pretty decent. If it can take out the 50 period, close above, it's got a lot of room to the upside. I know valuation's a concern here, and we literally just were talking about risk off in tech, which when you think of valuation, that would probably include Snowflake. But you know, the trend is the trend, and it is making a nice little, I don't want to call it a jailbreak, but a mini breakout that could take out that 50 period, which has been a problem for the stock recently. So a close above there would be really, really good for next week, because you've got a lot of room to the upside. Like all things, that's one of those big ifs. You got to close above 165. Any trade today probably would be off the 160 level, I suppose.
Yeah, Lucid's not doing anything, just down here at $6. And even yesterday, Lucid just did nothing all day. So I'm probably not a good name to look at.
Wow.
Obviously downgraded, but yeah, yesterday it was like $6, 603 open, 602 close, like really nothing happening there. So I don't think you want to look at names that are kind of sleeping right now today. It's Friday. Could be a slow day in the market. I mean, the market just went green and then now it's kind of just hovering around a little bit. But I mean, I like the Tesla story today with the supercharger hitting 50,000. Breaking through yesterday's high of 253 is really exciting to me, at least. If we can get there, then you have a 251 kind of base that we can play off of, $2. I think you can get $2 on a break here for sure. So I like Tesla. It is on our watch list, so we'll talk about this in a couple minutes as well. But right there, I like this breakthrough of 253 for Tesla. So we'll watch out for 250 base, 253 break, and we'll start from there, guys.
Just hearing ECB chances for ECB decision coming up next week. Chances for a rate hike going up to 40% once again. So I mean, they're a little bit behind where the U.S. is as far as interest rates are concerned, but keep an eye on. For next week, I want to mention this as well quickly. Faraday Future FFIE up significantly, coming off a reverse split going back a couple of weeks ago or so. This is typically a sign that the end may be near for stocks. I hate to say it, but I mean, anytime they start talking about manipulation and illegal trading going on in any of these like super low float, tiny stocks. It never ends well, or typically doesn't end well, but worth noting for FFIE up today as well.
Yeah, Randy would be very upset if their stock was to go under. No, in all seriousness, let's have a look at the chart because, you know, their heyday was back in June. They broke into that $38 area, and it's been kaput since. Brendo, here's the split that you were talking about earlier in late August, that 1 to 80 split to try to comply with the NASDAQ regulations. But I want to build on your point earlier. You were talking about the ECB and the possibility of rate hikes. This is the Fed rate tool here for November. So still, the majority of analysts looking at 55% that we hold, but this number growing after earlier this week, now 42% chance essentially that we get another 25 bips, Brando.
Yeah, yields, I mean, continue to grind higher as well. So I think that, remember, next Wednesday, CPI going to have a lot to say when it comes to how that chart looks after that. So have a look at that Thursday. I'm sure things will have changed by then. But 6% here, guys, FFIE. I mean, if you zoom out, this thing just goes down.
Obviously, you're right about that from a fundamental standpoint. We know what's going on with these splits. And for the record, when Randy brought up FFIE, it was at like 27 cents that day. It hit 40 cents within the week, I believe. It did end up going back down, so shout out to Randy. He did actually call a good move on that stock. But at the end of the day, we've seen this over and over again. Reverse split, stock just tanks. It catches a bid somewhere. I don't know where, but it catches a bid somewhere and makes a bottom. And then you're just looking for that lower float rally. If this whole looking into manipulation thing is the reason for it, well, it happened to close just underneath $4, and the low today is just at $4. If this doesn't break the low, it's like one of those little squeeze candidates that we keep talking about. So this has been a setup that has actually been there almost every single, at least once or twice a week. You've seen one of these reverse split runners. Then FFIE just falls into that category. So, you know, I'll have this one up at least on the radar. I'm also looking at this other small cap AGBA for $1 break, and these are they've been the flavor of the month. There's another one out there today that just broke $1 this morning, so BIOC or something like that. But FFIE deserves attention. If you look for those explosive small cap plays, then this is one that kind of gets onto your radar. And if it starts to do volume, you tick on over to it. If it holds that $4 level, maybe just look for a top end break or the first halt. I would never chase, if it starts going halt up once, twice, 3 times, never chasing it after that. You got to try to get these early where you can at least manage risk to reward to some degree, right? Because that's all you're looking for these, is to make, is there an actual trade that you can make with reasonable risk to reward? And that typically is early in the process. So you have to have it on your radar.
Yeah, to me, the most exciting name in this space right now is Nikola, just because we've seen it go before. So obviously, if you're going to talk about a name that just wants to go down, this name was $3.50 back on August 3rd. It's now $1. So this is getting crushed. But look at this level here right now at $1 for NKLA. I mean, this is looking pretty sweet down here. So if you can sort of bounce off of this level, you know, nothing wrong with going long at 103, getting out at 99. That's 4 cents worth of risk. I mean, it's not doing anything. So, you know, does it get back to where we had yesterday? You know, 106, that's going to be 3%. Like if you can buy, right now you can sit here and get long 103. I mean, it's printing, right? 616,000 shares. So I feel like there's a decent opportunity here for Nikola. So might be something to look at if you are chasing those dollar levels. This is at $1. You don't actually need to chase it. You just need to sit on the bid. If it breaks, you get out. I think it's 3% down, 4% down, you get 99s. If you're losing it, and then next thing you know, this thing could start to gap a little bit higher. It just takes one little report or something like that. You have a very, very easy out, very predefined, and nice upside move. So there's no guessing on this name. You take the trade, you know where you're getting out, and I think it's 3 to 4% worth of risk for maybe the upside's unlimited, right? So we'll see what happens here with Nikola, but again, needs to wake up. 700,000 shares, not great, but it's at $1. So I think if you're going to play that sort of gamble game, this is not a bad one to put your money down on.
Where Fed's bar coming up at 9 o'clock. We're supposed to get some comments from Fed's bar. So just be aware if you're looking at the market. That's Bitcoin right now, back downside after a bit of a pop late in the day yesterday. Just saw this as well, just worth a note. Marathon Digital, 417 million in convertible notes announced today. So Marathon Digital downside on that so far here pre-market. Let's get into everything else you need to know. Sharif's going to lead us off here with a look at the futures.
Flat is what we are right now, Brendo. 0.03 to the downside. We closed out yesterday at 44.56. We're at 44.54 right now. To the downside, where is support possibly? 44.25, same support level I talked about yesterday. Where could we find resistance? This 44.75 looks like it could be this crest over here in late August could provide some area of resistance as well, but we'll have to wait and see how the day turns out.
All right, so Fed's bar actually speaking about cryptocurrencies right now and stable coins. So maybe watch Bitcoin. Let's get into everything else you need to know here as far as watch list is concerned if you haven't done so. Super easy, brand new graphic as well. Scan that QR code or go to watchlist.tradertv.live. You can enter your email address, and then that comes right to your inbox for free every single day. Let's go. DocuSign, top of the list this morning, right back down here. It's worth noting. After a nice move after the close yesterday. Decent earnings, though, coming through from DOCU.
Yeah, increasing revenue, 10.5% year over year. The pandemic era lockdown player, that's when it kind of got shot to the forefront there. They've been able to kind of build on that momentum they built back then. In fact, they started expanding their business model to cloud-based as well, where they're allowing the entire agreement process all to take place on their cloud. So we'll have to wait and see. It was an earnings beat. I think they reported 688 million. Analysts were looking for 677. The EPS did as well, 72 pennies per share. Analysts were looking for 44. So good. We'll see how they do today.
Just keep my eye out here for any other comments coming through from Fed's bar guys still speaking.
DocuSign, we sort of said it would be so much more exciting if it gapped to 55 or like above 55. This is a daily chart. You can see like if the 55 level gets taken out here, it's pretty big. They don't have a huge short float. It's like only 4%, but you get the beat across the board. I mean, I like that 55 for a breakout. Got like the picture-in-picture, which I'm going to actually be using now that I've upgraded my trade ideas. You still have a huge downtrend on the weekly where it hasn't really done any kind of a first step breakout. And that's the thing. Like this is an impressive move on the daily, but on the weekly, it's barely gone. And when that happens, it means the next break can be big. So I look at that 55. It looks pretty juicy above it. I'll just get that out of the way. The only problem is it's usually pretty bearish when you break out a price level. Locally, it was 53.5, right? Like 53.5 breakout, and then you can't hold above that number after the earnings. So I can't like the long in this thing unless it's above 53.50. That's the only way I think I'd be long unless you're just some kind of a huge dip to the downside. And then the 55 breakout, maybe something that has to wait because it suddenly looks a little bit bearish. Like all of that was looking forward in the days leading into it, wanting the 55 break, and the 53.50, once it didn't hold, suddenly just sitting it out until it shows strength above that number. It's also a Friday, right? So you might get a little bit of gravity towards some of the options eligible pricing and want to let that opening range sort of figure itself out there. But I'm not going to fight this thing underneath that 53.5, even if it was a good report.
All right, thank you for all the nice comments here in the chat from Eric Hendrickson here. Yeah, awesome job every day by these guys. The show is 1,000 times better than some station or whatever called Bloomberg. I don't know what's up with that, but yeah, who exactly? But yeah, thank you so much. We're here every single day regardless of anything. So, and we're going to talk about stocks that are actually moving and, you know, bring you guys traders and different looks, different feels every single day. I mean, and that is the complete point of the show. And those of you that are watching, thank you so much for continuing that support. But yeah, 55, pretty sweet, man. I mean, I think you can break that today. Sharif went over all the numbers, so you're above the 50 period moving average right here. So we got to look at that again today. That's at $50 right now, $51. That could be a good little support level. Again, I still think at $10 billion valuation, this name should probably be bought out by somebody. I don't know who, Adobe or something like that, to start to implement some of the technologies back in. I like all the cloud talk, all the AI talk. I mean, this is just going to be hopefully a good winner. This name was $300 back in COVID times. So the fact that it's down to $52, I mean, pretty sad still, but let's wait to see if it can get going. That bottom of, I mean, even if you played it off good news today with not a horrible report, you have support here at 50 and then even lower than that, 46. So I really like the breakout potential here. I mean, this is what I mean, where it's coming from. You do have a breakout potential up here at 55 bucks. It's looking pretty sweet. We had Intel up here 60. You had Intel breaking through 38 bucks. This name, you know, again, a beat up name, finding support. There's a lot of them in the market, but I really like what DocuSign is. So I feel like it's a good one. Professionals use it. In this world that's forever changing and getting more remote, I like DocuSign. I think it can work.
All right, let's talk about Apple here. Back to the upside right now. Trying, anyways, to get back to the upside, coming off of 2 days in a row, getting absolutely crushed on these Chinese headlines. There was more comments, just be aware, there was more comments out overnight from Chinese officials regarding this potential ban of foreign branded smartphones for Chinese government officials, including iPhone, obviously. But trying to take out the high. Here we go right now for Apple.
Yeah, 200 billion has been wiped off in the last few days off this news headline. The Wall Street Journal reporting that a few days ago. But if you listen to Eric Woodring, Morgan Stanley analyst, this is overdone. He's got a price target of $215 here on the stock, and he's calling Huawei's Mate 60 Pro more bark than bite, Brendo. Apparently, there's been some discussions there about IP theft because some of the new chips in there are very similar to North American chips. So we'll have to wait and see how that all pans out.
Morgan Stanley now doing smartphone reviews in addition to stock reviews, apparently. I mean, it's an interesting. I think he said excessive.
He did.
Was the word
overdone?
Yeah. I don't know. We'll see. Back to the upside though today, guys, for Apple.
But it's kind of a little bit of everything, like strong stock into a market that was making short-term highs, so pulling back, you had the phone, you had the news, you had the general, I guess, tendency for the market to be rolling over a little bit, and it just sort of kind of snowballed into one. But you got to keep in mind with Apple, like that was, like this is 9:30, this is the open down here. Like that was a hammer down on volume and then higher lows for the rest of the day. Into like a 178.5, which it didn't quite get to 178.5. That's kind of, I'm cherry picking. I think like 30 something was probably the high, but 178.5. You got there almost at 11 o'clock or 11:15, and then at the end of the day, and the pre-market highs kind of up and around there. This is almost like one of those wipeout bottoms that if you get through this, if you get through that level, I don't think I'd want to be fighting it short above here. At that point, you got to look towards that previous close up at like 183, which is a heck of a long way up. I think that's where your next resistance would be like 183. That's a very, very wide range. It's the kind of thing where if Meta didn't happen, I don't wonder if we didn't already test above this line on Apple if it wasn't for that fall in Meta, which I think dragged the market down to a certain extent and kept us from breaking back out. But there's a potential for that today. Underneath 178.5, there's probably decent opportunity to be short. I want to be patient off the open. I didn't have a lot of patience and then didn't sniff out that this was a long. I do prefer Intel for a long because I think that stock's breaking out and Oracle's kind of breaking out as well. But at the end of the day, this was a strong upward trend. Above 178.50, I do not fight that thing short. Wait for 183.
I mean, look, Apple was my number one stock yesterday. It was the number one profit name. We had the short early, then we got some shorts late, and it just, I can't remember if we had any longs. I really wish our trigger was here yesterday, but man, that was a fun drop yesterday, and we were short. We've been short this name for a very, very long time during this whole move. Every day we were looking short for Apple. We had this move down, right? And then we made some money. I think we shorted it again up here at 177.60, and it was a great short. And then we shorted it at the end of the day as well, but it did get going. So we were lucky at the end because we shorted up here 178. We're able to cover on those imbalances down here in the 60s and 70s, which was really great. But that was a nervous Nancy trade. So right now you're starting to break out again on Apple. I feel like taking out this 178.50 or so, probably a good little level. But hey, man, I mean, I traded it all day yesterday. You saw the fun, you saw the excitement, you saw the passion, and it's not going anywhere. So hopefully today we'll be able to catch some of these moves on Apple. I think we like the long, but I'm not sure. It's not on the sticky note or anything like that today. I prefer the Intel break, Tesla, and AMD. But we'll be looking at Apple. It was such a fun trade. I think we've been perfect this week so far. So it's been a good one. Let's see if we can get that bag today on a Friday.
Let's talk Tesla here. Might be time, speaking of a bounce, might be time for a bounce potentially here for Tesla. There was this note on, that's Apple, but Tesla looking similar. There was this note this morning on super stations or supercharging stations, 50,000 now, which is impressive to say the least for Tesla, but it's been a few days in a row here downside.
Yeah, this is more of the we've been hearing about these stations. We heard the headline yesterday, 2,000 Hiltons are going to get EV charging stations, about 20,000 different stations at those 2,000 locations. Now we're hearing about the expansion of that overall. And this is good because Honda just talked about adopting the North American Tesla standard, or whatever it's called, for their 2025 vehicles and onwards. The latest in the number of automakers, Polestar, GM, Ford, a lot of these other guys. So it's a good look. We'll see.
It's interesting that that came up this morning. I was talking to Randy going back a couple of weeks ago about the fact that not only Honda, but Toyota as well have been so late to this game and joining the actual EV game. Honda, I think just this year has the CR-V, I believe it is the first plug-in or plug-in-able hybrid for an SUV anyways. So yeah, good look for Honda. Joining the rest of these manufacturers with Tesla, that high coming into play potentially at some point here, guys.
Yeah, I mean, maybe right away, right? That 250, we'll call it 253. It's not exactly on the line, but it's pretty darn close to it. And I think there's so much setting up like this. I don't want to call it like a trap, but you do have to be a little bit wary. We just showed you an Apple chart where above that 178.5, you can be potentially breaking back out. And there's going to be a lot of charts that look like this. Tesla's is another one. If you were to break this top and then immediately fail it, I'd just be a little bit wary of a liquidity grab above a lot of these resistance lines. Because if that were to happen and you don't have yourself an out, like you can like the long, but if you, let's just say you're long 53 and it gets into like 54 and you're like, long, and then it starts coming back in there. What I don't want to do when looking for longs above something like this is if it breaks back down, okay, well, it's still long, and then all of a sudden underneath that previous resistance line, you find yourself sort of trapped. I think that's the thing that I want to be sitting out at the open, is getting too far out in front of this move. If it doesn't hold on to 253, it was super strong yesterday. I'd love for that to happen. I think it could trend to 58 if we have that kind of a day, but do not get trapped underneath that number. If it doesn't hold there, I think there's pretty clearly like the 250 area is good psychologically and it's good consolidation. Like you just almost sit it out until it gets down to that price. Worth monitoring as well. Usually, sometimes I'll talk about the other EV name that we sometimes trade. Rivian's also breaking out a little bit. You know, a lot of things are going to have this setup. Rivian has been doing this to the 50 period on the daily, which is just gliding on it. And today, that's going to be down around that 23 quarter range. So if there is a dip on Rivian and it can hold that 50 period, I think if it goes underneath it, once it reclaims it, I think that would be a good dip buy long. There's all these wicks underneath that price. So if it goes underneath, once it gets back above it, it's like 23 and a quarter. Maybe make an afternoon type bounce. If there's a red day where we bounce, then I want Rivian on the way back up through 23, 25. One of these days, you bounce off the 50 period this much, one of these days, if it keeps happening, you're going to have a big move to the upside. I think I just want to be there for that day on Rivian.
I gotta make sure. Okay, yeah, it is simple moving average. Okay, no, simple is the 200. I gotta fix this. I'm gonna delete the 50 period. No, it's supposed to be. I want to put a simple moving average for my 50, not EMA. But anyways, I'll fix this after. Cancel. All right, right here. Just real quick, man. We have it on the sticky note today. Tesla, it's the #1 name through 253. We wrote down right here while Intel's there, but 253 long, Honda on board now with the superchargers. I really think it's a good catalyst. We've seen Tesla move on great catalysts like this before. So here we go, man. It's up 0.25. It's better than the market. We traded Tesla yesterday. We actually did really well shorting it into here before letting it break out into the afternoon. So we actually, I think it was up here that we shorted it back down. Yeah, we had this move. Remember, guys? They're at 2 o'clock. So we actually traded this yesterday. And big move to the the downside, and then it started to go back up, and we got out of the way. So we took $1 first, then $1.70, then got the last 20% out for flat. I like Tesla breaking 253 today. It's going to be a trade that I'm going to be putting on. So watch out for 253 break on Tesla. I just would rather it not happen in the first 15 minutes or so, but probably does. So get ready for that with the 250 bottom coming through as well. So I like the $3 range here today. I think you play that top break, and if the market continues to rally, which it's not doing now, but we had a nice bottom there. So I think that that's going to be a good breakout potential right now. And also Snowflake, we talked about this earlier, it's starting to break out. I like Snowflake, I like Palantir, I like this big data, I like AI. And Snowflake right now making it sing to the upside now, taking out 167 again, breaking through 163 right there. Huge move to the upside. I mean, we stopped yesterday at 160, which was the 50 period. Boom to the upside. I like Snowflake today.
All right, Intel, one of a couple of semiconductor stocks moving around once again today. Coming off a pretty impressive few days here for INTC. Presented at the Citi Global Tech Conference, a couple of analysts coming out with, let's be honest, very positive comments towards INTC. That's the daily chart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, possibly 9 here coming up for Intel.
Yeah, and a nice upward channel if you look at the chart. Neil and I talking about that this morning off camera. Let's have a look. I mean, look what they did yesterday. They rose 2.8% while the SOX semiconductor ETF fell 2.6%. Reason for that is numerous. I think it's multiple fold. A lot of concerns now about, the onshoring of Chinese technology, how they may or may not pursue Taiwan, and whether or not that will have an effect on the semiconductor supply. We know Pat Gelsinger has been really going hard here with the foundry business model as opposed to, designing chips at this point. So we'll have to wait and see, but it's been a good little while, Brendo, for Intel.
Yeah, looking pretty good here as far as higher time frame, guys, for INTC.
Shout out Kevin Mendoza. Intel has been a rocket ship, and thank you, Anthony Kerr. Although, if you like the shirt, you should be thanking my wife. Because I was making comments about how nobody does this whole floral-ish or dress down stuff on Friday, and I was making jokes about it because I obviously wasn't doing it, and then it failed, and she's like, yeah, well, you should get something like that and then wear it one day, and then she pointed this one out to me. So I got it. It's not usually my style, but I kind of like it. Usually we're thinking about, months ago it was short Intel every single opportunity you got, and it was great, trending, but it's now trending to the upside. Let's just respect that. It's I don't know how many days in a row you just said there, but it doesn't really matter. We've been talking about this triple top on the daily ever since we got within range of it. Yesterday was much like the day before, just looking for longs in Intel. 37.5 was the breakout on the daily chart. That was the support we're along in the early afternoon. I think if it dips down to that price, your valid breakout above 37.5 on that daily, so you're just looking long above there. It closed just above 38. It's at 38. I think I'm only looking for the long. First shot would be a dip into 37.50. If 38 holds the open, I think you're looking for that trend. And there's so much room for it to run, really. We talk about, if you look at the weekly chart on this, it's just starting to get going. $40 is a big level. If it can clean through that, then you're looking up. Then you're looking up at the 200 period at 46. The monthly chart's even crazier, where, forget about it on the monthly chart. There's just a lot of room for this to go, and it's a very early in this breakout. And when that's the case, I think you just want to be focusing on the trend, which is to the upside in a very clear channel here on Intel. I would note that also, Micron has been following a little bit there as well. So there's some other names that you can be bullish on. I just had to focus on Intel.
Yeah, I think Intel is a long up here breaking those highs. It's been ripping up, so I think if we can break yesterday's high of 38.30, we just go long. So we'll wait to see if that hits right away off the open. I think we just take it because we have a 38 bottom that we can try to support as well, right? So we'll see if Intel wants to go through this 38.30 level. If it does, great. We'll be there punching the long, and then we'll see how far down it can come after that. But the 200 period right now is at 38.1. So, it gives us a little bit of support. I feel like it's going to break higher. It's down today more than the market, so that's a little bit of a pause for concern on that particular play. So we'll wait for it. It's breaking out. We like it. We like when stocks look like this. We talked about DocuSign taking 55. Intel already took 37, 38. So it's definitely heading to the upside. Could run out of steam. This is a pretty epic 2-week move straight up to the upside right now. So I don't know. Actually, the more I look at this, it's just been such a fire, like from 32 with no red candles all the way to 38. That's like up 10% in a straight line. Could pull back, but I think we want to play the momentum with the long side.
All right, GME, as we were saying, not really doing much in the pre-market this morning. We touched on Apple a little bit. We were just talking about, just keep in mind Tuesday is obviously this iPhone event as well, so something to look forward to coming up next week. But any thoughts on this GameStop story?
Well, it seems like it's an episode from Billions. I mean, here we go again. Anybody selling at a right time or making a little bit too much money under the scope of the SEC. But let's look at what they're accusing him of. They're talking about his very timely sale of Bed Bath & Beyond shares when they were running up there. You know that he's currently serving as executive chairman of GameStop. They do not have a CEO, CFO, so he's essentially de facto running the company. We shall see what happens from this, but interesting.
Andrew Ross Sorkin taking notes currently on GME, guys.
Yeah, well, I don't know. They Billions in its last season, so I don't think they're gonna add on or do. Maybe that's something new that they can do, which will be on like meme stocks, will be fun. But Billions is gonna be done, and I'm not really following it. This isn't really. I don't know that this is a GME story, the Ryan Cohen thing. Look, the stock moved on it, but it already was giving things up after earnings. It was a disappointment because I thought this had a lot of chance to maybe squeeze if it could have gotten above 20. But if you don't break levels to the upside, then shorts don't get scared of anything, and that's what's happened here. There was a wipeout bottom like everything else in the market. That was 18. If this can't hold on to 18 today, I mean, there's your double bottom on the daily down at $16. Underneath $18, a lot of room to the downside on GameStop. All that said, it's done 43,000 shares worth of volume. I don't know that that's going to be the most interesting out there. I mean, 10 times the volume here at AMC, and it's half the price, and that's also trend down if you like shorts, although an interesting thing is happening at $7.95 here, $7.96. It's actually an iceberg order on AMC. Like, it's showing 100 shares, and I know it's not really breaking it, and it's been there the entire time, but there's no size on that offer. It's just barcoding with a kind of a refresher. Like, every time it gets hit, it's just more there. Like, I just saw 1,500 shares go off on ARCA, and there's 100 shares on the offer. So watch out for AMC if it were to break that 8. I mentioned that there was a small cap that I was looking at that I just want to quickly throw out there. I've canceled my breakout for AGBA breaking the top and breaking $1 because it just got underneath 90 cents. I pretty much always do this. I don't want something like this, which I thought was a gap up and then breaking $1. I don't want to have an order out there at the open when it's 15% away and then all of a sudden I get trapped buying right at 9:30 or something right at the high. That's a bit of a trap. So I've canceled this. I was mentioning in the chat that AGBA looked pretty good for a consolidation break. Well, not so much anymore. If it gets back above 90 cents, I'll go back and look at it. I'm already on the bit of Nikola like yesterday, so that one is definitely going to be in play, I do think. But I don't know. I don't think GME looks like as much of a trade as a lot of other names today.
Yeah, I mean, it had reported yesterday. So I'll give everyone a update here. Where I'm going to go see this movie tonight, Dumb Money, at TIFF. It's the world premiere for this movie. It is, I don't think, because it's at Toronto International Film Festival, I don't know if that's going to rally anything. Obviously, it's in select theaters September 15th, but here tonight in Toronto. So I'm going to go to that. I'm going with people from around here. We're going to see if it's going to be a good show. I didn't realize America Ferrera's in this as well. Should be a good one. Seth Rogen. And you know, it's going to be fun. I don't know if there's anything to do with anything other than, you know, another entertaining movie to come through. We've seen some of these things on Netflix and on, you know, different spots. GameStop yesterday, obviously, had a report and didn't do much, but it was really cruising. It had some nice moves off that $16 level. So now that it's going to fade back in, the reason why I bring the movie up is that September 15th and then again September 23rd is the release. So, you know, GameStop, GME, AMC, you know, they're all these meme kind of stocks, and maybe you get something going with that. So I would say if you drip down into $16, that's maybe where you want to start to buy it. But again, with only 45,000 shares today, I mean, that's pretty weak. Yesterday we were talking about going short on it. It didn't hit that $20 level for us. Now you're below the 50 period. So I feel like some downside spirals here for GameStop could be in store. And then when you get to that $16 level, I think it's a buy. So I'm not going to sit here and say that you want to sell GameStop. I think it's a buy, but you want to wait for it to get to 16 bucks. Not much happening at all right now. We have 30 seconds until the NASDAQ imbalance comes out. When that hits, we'll see some fire on here, hopefully. But for right now, 100,000 shares. It's a shortened week. It's a Friday. Not sure if we're going to get too much fireworks other than Neil's shirt. We're done?
I think we are. Oh, let's get to, there's a couple of things we can get to that we didn't actually even mention. Earnings this week on a lot of names. C3AI was one of them. A lot of stocks made wipeout bottoms. C3AI was not. It definitely wasn't immune to that. That was pretty nasty. It wicked at $26 and then right back up to resistance at 28. There's your flat bottom break on C3AI. It's a very, very clean level. On the way back up, like right at 9:30, it resisted 28. Then it wicked 28 as a high. Then it closed rejecting 28. All signs kind of point to it. Anything above here can be a squeeze. Like if it takes out this local high, 28.20, I think AI can squeeze today. You already have a few names, which I guess are somewhat sympathy in some ways that are looking strong, and this is pretty much flat. So through that price, I think it's a breakout on C3AI. If it cannot break this line, it's probably shortable up there. I think I paid for locates just in case that sets up. But yeah, C3AI is looking pretty frosty after that wipeout bottom. And don't sleep on Meta. I mean, obviously Meta had that ridiculous move, whatever you want to call it, had that ridiculous move yesterday. We had the big flush. Support came in at 294. Right, it wicked underneath it, but if you look at that big volume candle, this is what you want to look for a bottom, right? Sometimes if there's no news and you're trying to catch a falling sword, I know I did a poor job because I was long the whole way down, so even if you get the bottom, it still kind of sucks and you'll be down on the stock because you were long too many times. If you allow it to make that huge volume bottom, and then after it recovers and makes a bid, you could have still been like long in here on the way back in. It takes a lot of patience to do that, but 94 is still the support on Meta, and 301.50. A lot of names have this little double top thing going on. 301.50, definitely valid here for Meta on the top side. It was a decent recovery, but remember, this was flying and leading the market when it sold off. If it starts selling off again, then maybe it wasn't just some kind of weird one-off. So have it in the back of your mind, if you start to see some sell acceleration on Meta, maybe let's respect it a bit more, because I know I was just only thinking by the dip.
Randy's coming with a reload for the coffee, so that should be good. 253 on Tesla is what we're looking for. The market is dripping down just a little bit right now. We said we'd check out the imbalances when they were open, so let's do it together. eBet. Okay, well, you guys want to talk about risk to reward. I mean, this is at 5 cents. So the risk is 100%. So, okay. So right there. What else is on here? I'm not really seeing anything on the NASDAQ. I thought that we'd get something coming through. Literally, man, that NVOS, 29 cents. I mean, that was a stock that was traded a little bit there. TTOO was up to Havana Woody, if you're here, 32 cents on that one. Palantir was there somewhere. Anyways, everything's getting lower and lower here. 28 bucks for Bank of America. So, all right, not much on the imbalance locator. With only 3 minutes to go, or 2 minutes to go right now, we are getting ready to get locked and loaded. So I feel like, not sound, Tesla will be the one that I get into first, probably. I just wanted to make sure that we have that up on another screen, so we'll have to watch out for that on the 253 break. The other break that we're looking for is an Intel high break, but the market's coming back a little bit, so we'll have to. I'm not too sure about this. I really did like it, but I'm not sure. And then the other name there, I'll still take it. We'll have to wait. Tesla's getting a big middle finger right now to the downside, so we'll have to see. It's down into 250 right now. AMD as well, 107.50 as a possible take, but yeah, Tesla going for a little bit of a jaunt back down to 250.
On the locator?
No, I mean unless there was there. We were just looking at the locator.
It didn't.
No, there's nothing on here of significant, but there goes Tesla. Yeah, nice little move back down to 250. So maybe that 253 take isn't coming through anytime soon. There's 250 on the bottom side. Don't want to stand in front of anything, right? If it's going to run people over, it's going to run it over. I'm not going to buy 250 right this second. If 250 can hold, what's up, Randy? We're just talking about Tesla right now.
Thank you.
Over 50,000 now. They got Honda on board with the supercharging, so Ford, Rivian, Mercedes, everybody. Cheers, Randy. You got to do one for yourself, man. We can cheers with you as well.
1 minute to go, so it's a good thing we saw that Tesla. I mean, everything was setting up for a breakout there. I mean, Tesla, Apple was up at that top, Meta was near that top. Now all of a sudden Tesla falling. So hands off for me on this name, so you know what's going on. Maybe there's that pre-market low that you can look at. I'm not seeing anything fall into this last minute. The NASDAQ still holding up pretty nicely. I don't think we mentioned NVIDIA. Actually, NVIDIA fell a little bit there, but NVIDIA, if it gets down to like 450 today, there was a wipeout bottom there before. 450 looks like a decent level, decent chance. I mean, if it's a red day, I think you could see some NVIDIA 450. That is to the downside, as we already talked about. Intel is a strong one there. I do see, oh, who are you waving at there?
Waving.
Obviously, Kat's excited and locked and loaded, ready to go. She was in the all-white yesterday and then decides to go into the all-black.
Got the lozenge.
That's what it's all about. I don't know who just walked through the shop, but let's get this party started in 5, 4, 3, 2. You eating lunch? Ring it.
He's having some breakfast.
Then that looks like lunch.
Okay. Here we go. So
That's just weird.
yeah, the market. Well, I mean, we're going to wait, right? I mean,
Yeah,
here we
be
go.
patient.
The market's now open, so let's get ready to rock and roll as we are doing right now. So AMD, we're looking for a 107.50 break. There it is. We just got short or long something. There goes Intel. So now we're into Intel right now. First position is on the board. Let's just, whoa, that's a little loud. Let's just wait to see what happens here as Intel goes up to that 30 level. And now I'm going to take a piece out. Nah, let's let this breathe a little bit, obviously. There's Intel taking out that 30 top. But like I said, I sort of thought that this might be one of the very first names that we get involved with. We're now also in AMD as that's going higher. The market is really starting to get going here a little bit. So we could be in a lot of longs real quick, real quick. There goes AMD. We're into it. Again, starter positions. We're not taking a lot of shares right off the jump. So let's see what happens here with this name. An out, maybe 106.50 if it gets back down to that 200 period. But right now it's AMD, it's Intel, and we're long.
Yeah, nothing is triggered just yet. Oh, I did forget to mention that Affirm was another one of those trending to the upside stocks. It's actually falling back in, so no break of yesterday's high. Affirm coming the other direction. Apple is pulling back to that breakout price, that 178.50. This is where I only want it long above. Do not want to be messing around if it can't hold. I'm on the bid trying to catch something on the way back in here off that 170. Maybe I'll take the 75s as well. Just to wet the old proverbial beak. AI is not doing much. Tesla just broke 53, by the way. So Tesla did recover and has broken that 53. I shouldn't have canceled that order.
Yep. Well, we got it. Let's see if it's going to be a good cancel or not. There it is, man. We'll take 50 cents right away off the bat, so it's already a money dance there for Tesla. And again, if you're not rocking with the sticky note, I don't know, you don't have to, but there it is right there, a quick dollar. We already got an early dollar club winner right there for Tesla. Let's see if it continues to go. And also, man, the top two names, look at Intel as well, getting into the 40s there. Made a high of 47, is that true? But here we go again. What's up, Brendo?
Here, but early strength on this one, guys. Snowflake, 4.2% already. D.A. Davidson initiating with a buy on Snow.
Mentioned Snowflake looking really good up there. Apple just took 179. Meta's also making some power moves. That's through 301.50. Everything is to the upside at this particular point. AI is about to break that 28, so that could be locked and loaded. I've got that order back in to make sure we get that breakout. I'm still going to try to short AMC if it holds beneath that $8 level, but man, it's hard to want anything short the way this market is going. Where's my Apple out? I want a 179.20 out there. Meta's flying. Like I said, NVIDIA was going to the downside, and now it's starting to recover. If this takes out the top, I mean, anything can happen there. Just got that C3i on the breakout of that 28 level. Let's see what can happen here. This was a big quadunk yesterday, and it should be SSR today, being 10% down. So we like those SSR bounces, but this is a bit different. Day 2 play here for AI.
Tesla's $2 in the money. Right there again, off of the 253 sticky note level. We talked about it when Randy just dropped off our coffee. We were like, what's Tesla even doing? I mean, we're right now, guys, honestly, I mean, I don't know what to do. We're 3 times up right now, 3 for 3, and they're all absolute monsters. So, yeah. It is what it is. Look at Intel, man. I mean, these are all, we said yesterday was a really easy long day. I mean, today it's happening early. I didn't think it was going to be this easy, but look what's happening right now, man. We're 40 cents in the money on Intel. Can't ask for anything more than that. Tesla is now almost $3 now in the money on this name as it just continues to climb higher. Where do we stop? Nobody knows, and it doesn't even matter because right now we are just cruising, and it's been a very, very good opportunity here today one more time. So hopefully you guys are in all of these, man. There goes AMD. We're in only like all three names that we had here on the sticky note today are all in the pocket right now, right? So we had AMD, we had Tesla, and we have Intel. So it's right here. Intel, Tesla, AMD. Every single level we wrote down is all now cash. Here comes AMD. That's also going to join the dollar club right now as well. So we'll go 3 for 3. And guys, we're up more now than we were today. It's 8:30 or yesterday. It's 9:35. So hopefully this has been a good run for everybody. Maybe we'll just clear some out and then get a clearer head and see what happens, because right now we're rocking. And there it is, man. Big time goals hit. Good day so far.
Yeah, just one thing here. We are at overnight highs on the NASDAQ. Ring register, I just took some out of Apple. I'm not necessarily covering any C3AI yet. I think that can be a little bit different. But this is 15.35. That's been that big line in the sand. If we get through this, I think it can be absolutely nasty. The only thing I'm not covering any C3AI till we take out that local high from yesterday. I am in Nikola. It got to 101. There's 3 million shares on the bid. It's kind of a very binary trade there. Brenda, what's up?
Smart Sheet Incorporated, not sheep, sheet with a T. This one, SMAR, just taking out the highs here. Huge move on big volume, guys, after their Q2 earnings beat, guidance raise as well.
So there is a stock that's going down, as I said, AMC. I tried to get it back in front of $8, but it didn't even want to get there. It's only going to the downside. It just broke the lows. First available pop, I think you just short the pop on AMC. Unfortunately, when the market was rallying, kind of thought there would be a chance that we could get it on the other direction, like it would be coming into the order. But I'm just going to have to sit on the offer and look for a bit of an uptick there. A lot of names are making some runs, but let's be real. Everything is to the upside at this particular point. You can find just about anything that was a big tech name. I know Snowflake looked good. It's starting to pull back now. Load. It got all the way to 167.5. I like that 65 price. 60, 65, 70. It's a Friday, options, yada, yada, all that good stuff. I just see someone in the back yelling about a halt, but I have no idea what they're talking about. Apple is still moving. Hit enter twice to that upside. It's above 179. It rejected 179.5. If we dip back down into that breakout price, I'll look for the reload on AAPL.
Yeah, we're just chilling, right? Like we're doing, man. You guys want, we did this yesterday, right? We're gonna hashtag real trading and things like that. It's just like, there it is, man. We're 3 for 3. We hit our goals, we hit the levels that we wanted, and it's blast off to the upside right now. And there's another Dollar Club member right there with AMD. So there it goes. We just took it out. Let's see how high it goes. I mean, we just got 108.50s. We're long at 107.50. And again, everything's been written down for you. You're not going to find, more real trading than what we're doing right now. So, I mean, look at Tesla. I mean, this is $3 now in the money on this trade. So, you're just literally making days right now. AMD, $1.30 in the money. Intel, 40 cents and sleeping a little bit, but it's at the highs right now as well. And then Tesla's cruising for $3 and still going higher. So we're already out of 80% of Tesla though. I don't know, it was a great move up. We just took advantage of that. We got out our last little piece there at, well, not last little piece, but 255.75 right there. As the market just keeps on climbing, man, AMD is Rip City. Intel again, like we talked about the easiest long yesterday, missed, now not missing it today, man. I mean, that was, again, on the break higher. You know what that reminds me of? Let's go over to DocuSign quickly.
CGC is making a move too.
Yeah, DocuSign going the other way. So this was it. We were looking for a 55 break right there. You've got something on CGC?
CGC broke the high. I was looking for 2 days in a row was a dip buy on CGC. So I'm like, okay, we'll do that instead of looking for the break. CGC might make $1 someday in the next couple of days if it continues this trend. There's a lot of buying in this stock. Forget about Tilray. This is the one that's going. I said I wouldn't take anything out on AI until it got past the 20s. It did. It got all the way up to 28.30, so I took one out in front. It is dipping back in. I do not want to be longing in underneath that 28 level. As long as it holds 28, it can try to fill in that gap. Apple's going, watch out for Nikola, though. Okay, I mean, I'm at 101. There's about 2 million shares left on the bid at 1. There were 3 million shares before. This is not a situation where I want to hold it through. It could wick the bottom, get me out, and then I can jump back into the trade. But this is a risk of 1 to 1.5 cent type of trade here like yesterday on Nikola. Brendo?
This Verb trying to get going again. This popped up going back 3 days ago on TikTok integration with their software. So 24% here again for Verb.
We got into AMC short there, but we'll just take a 10-cent hit quickly. I still want to get back into it, but it broke the short, right? So we actually took the day's low there. So 780. Again, we took out a little bit. Hopefully it'll come back in. If it does that, that is fantastic. We'll wait on that one. We did get out some more intel up there. It went as high as 76. We just got some 65s. Obviously, the market's pulling back down a little bit right now. So that's why we started to clear it out, right? I mean, you got to clear out some positions when they're in the money for you, especially as dramatic as they were. So good outs there. That's why we talked about getting out of some Tesla up there at 256. So we did that exactly. And then now we just wait to see if this name wants to fall back in a little bit for us now as well. As we took that 770 break. Was that yesterday's bottom? Yeah, so yesterday's bottom right there. That's the break that we took. Didn't work out for us initially. We took out half for 10 cents. So if it goes 10 cents back in the money, then it'll be a decent trade for us. But for right now, that was a hit. So hit on AMC temporarily. Hopefully it comes back in. No real reshorting levels. I think we can just get out of it if it takes back up here 790, something like that. VWAP's at 788, so maybe we can short a 785 if it does pop back up there, but not every day. We talked about this yesterday with Danielle Shea on the recap show. Not every day is this going to just continue to go down, but we did. It's too bad that we talked about getting options on this name, and it would have been a little bit late. I was hoping we'd actually get a bump up today in the stock so we could get some puts, but for right now, down 4 and a little bit on AMC. Tesla's still cruising, so that's still okay. Intel into the 60s now. Maybe get some more out, but I think we're completely comfortable now with what the damage that we've put on so far today. So we're good. We'll just continue to watch these names. DocuSign also, man, what a dip down that
just wicked 50.
Yeah, down to $50. We'd actually talked about $50 there. Maybe that was a long.
Yeah, it got to 49.80. That's pretty much exactly what I'm looking at here on DocuSign. It just, as the market was going up, to be honest, like I was looking at all my breakout style stocks instead of looking for the dip buys. That's just common sense, but it ended up being the wrong idea because the first time through I was probably pretty good. I'll try it now on the way back in here off that 50 level. I just finally got AMC. Like I just kept offering, and it's SSR, so you have to wait for an uptick to get into it. So if I can grab some Docu in front of the 50, give it to 49.80, and just look for a little bit of a relief rally. While that's happening, I just got in there. While that's happening, C3AI, which is on the New York Stock Exchange, it's just me reminding myself it's .NY. Ooh, bounce play. I went over to DocuSign and missed out on the bounce off that 28 level on the C3AI. So it's still continuing to ride higher. There's a lot of names going here, but you've got to be laser focused. Obviously, DocuSign, the only day I'm going to trade it is when it has earnings. I did get that 50 bounce. VWAP is good enough for me. As far as I'm concerned, if we get to VWAP, I'll be pretty happy on Docu when you get that kind of a hard bottom. As I mentioned, Nikola feels like it's going to take out that dollar level. I'll be out if it does. I can always look for a re-entry if I have to. But that's a very binary trade. It doesn't care what the market does. It's the only long that right now isn't in the money because it's more of a gimmick trade. Fresh high on C3AI, so that continues to be arrows up. I don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth. If we get to 28.5, I'm taking some out at that 28.5 level to be sure. And then the only short on is AMC. It's not really doing much. It's chilling out at 775. I sat on the offer. I'll probably take more in front of VWAP here. This is so weak. I mean, it can't catch a bid. It's crazy. So I think you just want to stay until you get blown out on this thing, like it breaks at $8. I want to be favoring the short because the trend is your friend until the end.
When it bends, apparently. Okay, so we will. It's good to see because right now, man, trying to battle Max here, but he's got the lead so far. Good trade there for Max. He's back in the building. So we'll go Tesla with the Lambo right now. He's there. He's got Tesla long. We've got Tesla long. That's going to be a good trade there. Max, coming live to you. Thank you so much for Obi and all of his contributions over the last couple weeks. So still the man, the myth, the legend. And that's why it reminded me when you said that can't bend until the end.
That's his line.
That is his line. So congratulations to that one. Of course, we are celebrating dollar clubs again here because that's what we're doing. There it is, AMD now just taking out day's high again. Not again, but making a new day's high. So we'll take another piece out at 75 as it just continues to climb. Obviously, looking back, man, we wish we still had the whole boat on right now, but we do not. So there it goes. Nice little move to the upside there on AMD. Amazon was just firing off a little bit. So let me just see what Amazon's doing right now.
Apple 180.
Speak about Obi there. Apple 180. Apple's a monster. Amazon still red on the day. So despite the market ripping up there, Amazon is going to be a red name here, and it just pulled back into some support. So that's an interesting level there for Amazon. You know, that could be the long that maybe you're looking for if you haven't got a long yet. Obviously, we like to sit in these for today that we have right now. Amazon looking pretty juicy, man, down there at that 136.80 area. I feel like we want to put some more bids down there. I mean, that's just where we went. Not more bids, we don't have any bids, but 136.80 would have been pretty sweet. You can see on the 5-minute chart, you got the 200 period down there to help support you a little bit. Yeah, the only trade that we're going to lose on so far anyways, well, we're not going to lose on the other ones, is AMC. And yeah, we took that bottom break. We got out for 10 cents, so that's going to look real bad. But that was yesterday's bottom, and here it comes back up to the upside. So remember, man, everybody's trading many different share sizes and things like that. You guys got to trade your own book. So I always see some comments in there about I lost on this, I lost on that, or I won on this, I won on that. Please trade your own book, guys, and understand the risks that are associated with your own accounts.
Yeah, always. That's to be sure. We're through 180. I'm trailing this on Apple. There is some buying stepping in, but it's getting really thin up here. And the NASDAQ is at that inflection point. So we are at that high in the futures at 153.5. You're only 5 handles above, which means I don't think you've cleared out this level just yet. Anything where you can find relative weakness, I'm looking for a kind of a cheeky curl trade somewhere. If Meta was a little higher, where it dumped yesterday at 306, I'd probably be involved in that. Nikola just broke the buck. Gonna have to get out of that one and look for the reversal on it. There was a small cap, and I'll probably get to it at some point, but at this point, the small caps aren't the jam. It is the overall market, which is starting to curl underneath that 15.3. Come on, Meta, just a little bit further. Just a little bit further is all I want to see. I just want Meta getting a little bit, maybe wicking this top, and then look for the curl. I know Meta's strong, but I mean, if you're looking for a resistance stock, this is the one that sold off the most aggressively. So I do feel like there could be some skittish bids on this stock today.
Okay, I mean, I'm still trying to find, so, I mean, we've already cashed out of a lot of these things. I mean, we obviously understood that Intel was a little bit of a risk today, so good outs here. It did just break VWAP there, and I'm just actually, look at AMD. Holy shit, man. We're on, I mean, we're just continuing to be on one. So with AMD, just continues to make a move higher there. I'm just going to get out. Intel is probably going to dog out here a little bit. And as soon as we say that, of course, it goes right back into the 40s. So we just took some more out there. I'm completely fine getting a little flat here on Intel. We do want to hold on to AMD because of what exactly it's doing. And I mean, hopefully you guys are here because, you know, we talked about it with the sticky note. We had AMD written on here, 107.50. We have Intel 38.30. We had Tesla 253, and we've got them all on board right now. And it's just 1, 2, 3 bangers right there. The only name that we're missing up on is AMC. DocuSign still continues to go a little bit lower as well. Let's just check out our friend. Shout out to the Pharaoh. NVIDIA right now. I told you that we were picking on AMC, or AMD, okay? And we preferred that ahead of NVIDIA. Now you're kind of seeing why. This name is pulling back down pretty dramatically right now for NVDA. So look at this pull back into 460, 462. So here it goes. Nice little downside move there for NVIDIA. Watch out for that 450 level. That's going to be what's key there for that name. Look, man, I really want, I mean, maybe we should just average into something here on, I mean, we could put an offer out here at 75 for AMC. I'm actually waiting for it to break through 60, through 70 again. But like I said, man, here it goes. Let's just see, there it goes. We took some more shares there. Let's see now how low it goes. This is where we dripped down to last time and didn't go anywhere. So hopefully a little bit of a move down now for this name. And again, you know, if you like the name, then you put on more shares. And if you don't, then you just hover there and put on, you know, a couple shares. So, you know, let's just see what's happening here with AMC. It's finally starting to break a little bit lower. We didn't get the average in that we really did want to, but, you know, we held on to some there and we took a little bit more shares now. So there we go. We're out at some 64s. So here we go. Now we're finally starting to print, man, on this name. So yeah, we're getting excited. Like I said, this is what happens again. You know, you got risk on, it's working, it's all good. Finally, the stock that we had an L on is now going to turn into a dub. So that's all good on this front right now.
So a couple of things here. I did try that little curl on Meta, and I got out of Apple. We took the short off that 4 level. It just got through the top, so that was the one I wanted in the other direction. We trailed out of Apple at 180. It did come back pretty heavily when futures were at resistance. If we trend up, I look for a VWAP retracement. I took the dip buy on Intel because I was looking for the dip buy originally. The breakout was here. I like 37.5 and 38. It never got to either one of those prices. Now I'm working it off of that bottom. AMC was more of a patience game. I mean, it did that curl. I haven't put any bids out on not really until it gets to 750. There are no levels on this stock that actually matter because these don't matter because it's not adjusted for a split. So, $7.50, $7, that's kind of what you're looking for. Just any round number out there is going to be the name of the game on AMC. I was going to get to some of those small caps in a second, but C3AI has yet to really break out that high again. It's gone maybe 1% up. I think this going up 1%, if this market continues, is not enough, and C3I can go more, especially when you're seeing things like, whoops, that's the wrong snowflake. I don't know what snow on Canada is. Whatever it is, it's halted. Snow is getting back to the highs. If we're going upside today, if snowflakes can be up 4%, I kind of feel like C3I and Sympathy can squeeze a little better than it is at this particular point. That said, I just got that 28.40 fill, so AI is continuing to the upside. I think it's more of a relief rally squeeze. They didn't have a good quarter, but it's got a 30-something% short float, and that's enough here.
All right, look at Mr. Softy, man. Mr. Softy's starting to go right now, 334. Straight line up right now for Microsoft. Look at the 5-minute, just boom, right there. Microsoft taking off and still going higher and higher and higher, man. So that's a good little level break there. Let's see if we can get, I mean, that's 336. That seems pretty big right there if we're going to get any close to breaking that level for Microsoft. So that's going to be something to come through very, very soon. Let's just check out Affirm AFRM real quick right now. It's dying as well, is it? I mean, we talked about, whoa, yes, sir. Big time dying actually on AFRM. So let's see, is there a better level here? Because that 22, wow, that was, whoopsies. I just hit the wrong button there and closed the chart. That was actually a great level there on Affirm, I think around that 2250 area. It's too bad because we've been hitting everything today and we missed that Affirm trade. So here it is, right? Oops, that's still Snowflake. Switch, there it is, Affirm. Let's just see what it looks like here on the 20. Yeah, darn it. Oh, good levels up there, 2250. Should have had that short, but don't. So what is this next break right here that's going to come in? 2150 break downside there for AFRM. 2150 short break for Affirm. We'll see if we can get that on board as well. We missed the reload. It went to, we were waiting at 75 as if it goes right there to 774. We missed that reload on AMC. So again, I'm sitting here in these levels, again, have enough shares to be able to take some out there. I do want to wait for 750. I agree, like we have no downside levels on this. So if it's going to bleed, man, I mean, where does it stop? 750, 730, 77, or does it go back up to $8? I mean, that's the risks associated with this trade. And then we talked about GameStop today as well. There it goes, man. We'll be celebrating at TIFF tonight with hopefully it was going to be a good movie, but this is a nice little downside move right now for GameStop. We talked about maybe buying this name at $16. I hope it doesn't get there today, but look what else is happening right now. We're in the Lambo with our guy Max over there because there goes Tesla right now with a $3 winner on board. So that's going to be a good trade. Let's see how high this name wants to fly. And it was a good job getting out of Intel. That is for sure. And AMD is also, guys, we're going to hit it again because now it's not only a $1 club, it is now a $2 club. So there it goes. Huge trade there for AMD.
And thank you in the chat for mentioning or reminding about Oracle. We talked about this for a couple of days in a row that it's been a strong one. It is at 125.75, but the double top up here is pretty clean. Trend is your friend, until it bends at the end. But 126 looks like a pretty clean breakout. This has a multiple days in a row. I think AMC could be a little bit of trouble, but I don't know. It's bouncing, but it's only at VWAP here. So I still feel like it's a good short. I had been adding to it. I think I will cease adding to this AMC because it's just not really doing that Huadunk to the downside. DocuSign, by the way, that's still going to the downside. We had that 50 long to 49.80 to look for the bounce into VWAP. It's still struggling. Down 5% on DocuSign. SSR will be around $47. That'll be down 10% or so, which is this bottom on the daily. If we see this bottom on the daily, that is the classic SSR bounce level. I'm not saying DocuSign gets there, but if it does, I am going long somewhere down there to be sure. I just think it's way too good. Yeah, AMC looks like it's going to be in a little bit of trouble here, that short trade. As I said, I mentioned getting into Intel. I haven't taken any offers out yet. I'd like to see it get back into VWAP. That was a pretty hefty move into the downside, but the market is ticking back up. Intel got to 38.80. Let's see what can happen if it can get into VWAP. But you got to take profit on the way up here. You do not want this stair stepping down. And one more for you. Well, you already mentioned Affirm, but we have not talked about crypto and coin just yet. Coin is relatively weak. You're down. I know Mara had the offering. Coinbase is doing its own thing. It just rolled back under 81. That's a pretty darn big gap to be filled in. If this market gives it up, coin looks like a short underneath $81 to me here.
All right, we just got a little bit more upside, obviously here on not obviously, but on AMC there. We just took some out at 77. We got 85s. It came back in. We had a bid there. Actually, 76 or 77. We had a bid there. So we're going to take that and see what now happens. We're going to get ready to get out of some of these if it takes out too many higher levels than where we are right now. 790. We talked about that as a possible area to look out for there on AMC. But we do have a new position alert coming through here, hopefully, and that is going to be AFRM. If it does take down this 50 level, I like that short. We've talked about that a couple times. So let's just see what happens here. If we take that level, there it is. So now we are short now on AFRM. So again, Tesla, you can see, is really starting to go upside as well. So that should be a good little runner for us at some point here with Tesla. But for right now, that's what we're looking at. Affirm, nice little downside push here. Let's see if we can get some money on this name if it comes through there. So that's the Affirm trade. Now looking for the short to come out on Affirm. And again, just breaking through this level. We miss it on the high side. Let's see if we can hold this out. Hopefully we get that runner now for AFRM.
I just got into coin. It's heading down to that low. I just wanted to double check because I didn't have my chart up for Bitcoin, which is absolutely hilarious. But I like the curl anyways. It was relative weakness. Let's see if we can't get some out on that bottom. You already mentioned Affirm, but let's get back on over to, like I said, I would talk about some of these like runners. And one of them, which I did say in the afternoon show, I was looking for longs in, was Mullen because of the double bottom that it made. There's your double bottom, reverse split. That's been a catalyst last few days. I know it's not a positive catalyst, but when you make a double bottom or any kind of support level after having a reverse split, these stocks have been running. I don't question it. I just notice a trend and then try to jump into them. If this takes out the high from yesterday, I'm going long. It's 46 and change, so call it 46.5 on Mullen. It has to get above that high to start squeezing, and then I'll be into some Mullen. But shout out to anyone that put it in the chat there. It is something that I am looking to get into. We had it all afternoon, and it kind of went sideways, got out when it broke support and lost 1 cent. But I'm going to go right back to that well. One of these moves can easily be 10, 20, 30%. I just want to be on board if it happens.
And NASDAQ's coming back in a little bit. But guys, that's why we hitting and quitting it with Intel, right? I mean, we literally have 5% left. Let's wait to see if it goes anywhere now. Maybe down back into 38 is where we could go for Intel there. AMD went for a run. All of these positions that we have on, other than like our newer ones, like AMC here, which AMC could be in trouble, and then Affirm as well, finally starting to break a little bit lower. Let's look at Affirm here. Here's the 20-minute chart. So we did hit this short. I want to take something out as we still fall back in, but I think 21 is a decent level there. So some support seeing maybe there at 21 bucks on Affirm. So that could be something there. I do want to take some out as we continue to grow in this market. Hopefully if the market, I don't know, we're back to the 50 period here. Like to see us take VWAP. That's the next little thing there. If that happens, great. But for right now, yeah, Affirm's not really doing anything. And right there, as you can see as well, AMC not doing much either. So yeah, AMD hit that high. I like the short better than the long now, so this is really going to be the focus for me is AFRM. So let's see if it can go. It's having a hard time right now. Maybe our out needs to be around 70 in case we're wrong on this one, which we could be, right? So we'll have to wait for that, but maybe 21.70. I want to give this one a little bit more room. But again, with the short float and it just hitting that level, could be a problem spot here for AFRM.
I feel like the rejection of 15.35 was right to find shorts. I mean, coin just gave me the out, but We came right back into 253, that breakout price. Again, I canceled my order when we got down to 250 and did not get it back in. Once you get down to there, I usually cancel when you're 1% away on a big cap and 10% away on a small cap. I don't want that break anymore. But it came back in here, gave you a quick bounce for like 70 pennies. I don't know if it can go more than that, but with that rejection on the futures, that could have been a liquidity grab. And if that was a liquidity grab above breakouts, you want something which is relatively weak. Now, it's trend down on coin. I just got the low of the day. I think I will go into a reload if this makes a curl off of VWAP. It's lower highs, which I do want to respect. Fortunately, C3AI seems to be doing its own thing on this pullback. It's holding that 28 level. Hasn't really gone too far past 28.5. It's still stair-stepping to the upside, and I do want to respect that. NVIDIA, just to keep tabs on one of the bigger names out there, I don't think we mentioned NVIDIA too much. That just wicked to 460 and is bouncing higher. So it went red to green twice now. If it gets back above VWAP, that's pretty bullish for this market. And I don't know what to tell you about AMC. Like it just got to VWAP. This is where I should be saying, hey, it looks good. We're just curling at VWAP, which is what you wanted to see. But something about this doesn't feel as weak as I expected it to be. So I'm hesitant to add to AMC. There's something about this that just looks a little bit weird. Let's go to the desk with Brendan.
This segment of the show brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. The program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use promo code TTV for 10% off. Just getting some U.S. wholesale inventory data coming through on a month-over-month basis. Negative 0.1% print expected there. Comes out a little bit worse. Negative 0.2 to the downside on that. Wholesales month-over-month. 0.2 expected there upside. 0.8 upside expected there. Yeah, we're looking at a bit of a choppy start to the day if you were with us in the pre-market this morning. But things have slightly improved at this point this morning. If you were with us during that hour, we touched on DocuSign with a earnings beat this morning. They also announced a $300 million share buyback in addition to their current. Tesla reaching 50,000 supercharger stations worldwide. And Intel back on watch after a couple of days to the upside here after presenting at that Citigroup tech conference throughout the week. Another day, another move here for AI as well, coming off not so good earnings 2 nights ago. Trying to take out this high and hold above it right now. 28.50, guys, for AI, showing some relative strength. DocuSign, as you guys have been talking about, 4.5% gives it all back and then some. Heavy selling on Docu today, guys.
And it's heavy is the right word. It's not even, maybe an understatement because there hasn't been a bid on that stock, despite what wasn't a bad quarter.
Yeah.
I just ran Reggie on VWAP here. This market's right back to that resistance, and Tesla's underneath 255, so it curled off of VWAP. Probably early to care about that, but I'll just go for the bounce rate. To me, the second time, I never anticipate the second time to be as good as the first. So don't chase old money. If you miss the first trade, that's usually the best time off a level. I always respect the second to not be as good, and if I still think the short is valid, I went back into some Coinbase off of the 81 level. Let's see if it can get back into the bottom. I know there's a lot of things moving right here, and I want to keep tabs on that DocuSign. It is still hanging right around these lows. As mentioned, if it gets to 47, that's 10% down, that's obvious. But it is now starting to curl and go sideways. I want the long here somewhere. It's just a matter of, do I like it again off the 50 level, or do I wait for it to make another leg down? I'm kind of leaning toward waiting on this. So back into some coin. I wanted to get to CGC as well. We were monitoring this weed name. It made the break. It's come back in. It looks pretty weak. It just went green to red, but it's hanging on to this 75, 76 area. If it can break back out from here, maybe above 77, I can go into that long. AMC finally showing some signs of going to the downside. Nikola broke that dollar level. I'm not short it on a reverse. I should be short this on a reversal, but I was reminded in the chat, yes, it's underneath $1, but it tagged SSR. So it's 10% down. I don't know if I want to be trapped when a stock is SSR down, but that's a flat bottom break. I'll probably short it if it comes back in, but I want a really, really good price on that. AMC, man, it feels okay on the 15-minute position underneath $8. Everything about this looks okay, except for the tape. And the tape has a lot of buying that every time it tries to go down and it's like slow, 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 slow. But when it's caught any kind of a bid, like it was rocket ship to the upside, that's what's my cause. A little bit of pause for concern there. And Coinbase reloaded on that short. The market's trying to take out these highs. So it's like, what is valid to get back into the longs? Microsoft's taking out highs. That looks like it could be pretty good.
Nice.
335 double top on Microsoft. Where's my Oracle breakout? How is this not going? Oh, Oracle pulled back in. Okay, let me cancel that for now. I'm just looking for something that I still like that is valid to the long side of the trade. Oracle not really setting up anymore, unless I like a dip by there. It's not as strong as the overall market, unfortunately.
We averaged into what's been bad because it hasn't done anything, and that's Affirm. Again, you know, watching out for this 22 break. I mean, if it gets back above 22 bucks, I mean, the market's rallying right now, so we're gonna have to watch out for Affirm trying to go back up to the upside right now. So that's gonna be a trouble spot for us for sure. All right, so AMC just keeps on dripping down here, so we got another 77 fill right there for AMC. And again, we just took the 50 period. Let's see what happened here with that one. Let's see what's also happening with GameStop as well. That's bouncing off 1740. That's actually a pretty nice bounce right there. So watch out, heads up for that one. And I'm just heads up right now for Affirm. I mean, if Affirm takes down 22 bucks, then we have to get out of that. Close enough to 22. Affirm, Docu was the other one that we wanted to look at quickly right now, 49. So it does take down that 50. You know, I mean, a move back up wouldn't surprise me. I mean, you're down 5% in what was a decent number. I mean, we came in the day with it relatively, was it? I think it must have been up, yeah, on our sticky note. Yeah, it was. It didn't really, not on the sticky note, on the watch list. There's yesterday's close, 52.50. So once we took that out today, it was quite the downside move there for DocuSign. So now it's trying to get going. I still think maybe a break here of this 50 period, 50 bucks, maybe gets back going, but I think you needed to break this 50-50 area, that's for sure, if that does come through. So, all right, what is been a death wish for the short right now on Affirm, as that goes right up to 22 bucks there. So this name coming into some worry spots for me. Look at Intel though. You want to talk about a reload right there?
I'm reloaded!
I mean, here we go, guys. This is going to be another big trade for me here on Intel. Back down to $38. It doesn't get much smoother than this, man. Like, I can't do any better than taking the break early, cashing them all out, then waiting for it to come back in and averaging in at this price. So, you know, really pleased with this move as the market just takes out highs right now. Obviously, there goes AMC breaking through as well. So we'll take the L on AMC there, but not much I can do. That was a good trade, though. Intel now 30 pennies in the money and ripping on new shares, and Tesla trying to get going as well. So far, so good. But yeah, AMC definitely taking the money there back up to the upside. So we'll just empty out the clip on that. We got a little bit overfilled on the long. Took some out there. It is going to be a red name, but that is AMC for you.
Coin just came out. AMC came out. Microsoft's about to break 335, so I should trigger into that one. But the shorts do not come in. Tesla's still going higher, so probably out a little bit premature on that one. But, you know, you can always get back in. I think trend can get to 261 on Tesla, which gives you plenty of room. There goes Microsoft, as I mentioned. It just took out that 335. I didn't pull back the chart to remind everybody that this is also like a local high from Monday. Tuesday, beginning of the week. So 335 was the high that day. It's a big level. Want to give it a chance to get through it. Microsoft is 2.5 times the overall market right now, being up almost over 1.5%. So I'll give it some room. Sometimes you give it like 10, 15 cents. I think you give it, I'm giving it like 30 here. I want this, and I'll probably take it, even if it stops me out. I want to be dip buying Microsoft. It's relatively strong. I think this is the one you put a couple of shots in. I don't see anything. I mean, Tesla's 1.3, Microsoft's 1.5. Google is pretty strong as well. I was looking at the 136 here on Alphabet. It's into some resistance, about $0.50 away, but this is almost just as valid if it can clear 136. It just failed it and is now back into the 90s, but this could be another one where if the market continues to go, I think you want Google above 136. Haven't really checked back in on Apple too much as we're getting into Amazon. I had to hit enter twice every single time here. But Apple, not really back above that 180. So it didn't give me the re-entry off of 178.5, and it hasn't broken out the top. Maybe it can be VWAP or something along those lines. I don't really know. Softy in, out just now. As I said, I'm going to take a few swings at this one. I never want to get trapped buying the top So tight stop back in and then look to join the trend lower. There's a difference between dip buy and breakout for me 10 times out of 10. I'll always go for the dip buy around VWAP or previous support, but that breakout has to work right away. Otherwise, I'm just getting out. I don't like averaging into breakouts.
Okay, I'm retesting the short because I want to give this to $8 on AMC, right? I mean, VWAP is up here at 8. We're just going to wait to see what happens here. I feel like being a little bit stubborn on this trade for sure, but it's got to break that $8 mark, and we did get out there. Probably a good out. I mean, you know, if it continues to run, then that's a problem. But, you know, we're right up here at 8. So I want to make sure that we stay in this name. We did get some more shares, so it is nicely reloaded up there. We'll take something out if it gets into 80s. And then because we lost about, what did we get out at 90s there? We were short at 80, so we lost exactly 10 cents, maybe 12 or so cents, depending on what exactly our price was. So let's see if we get something out at 80 now and bring that one back in. Affirm did resist that. We only have 20% left on Tesla, but it's not going good right now. If we break below this 250, then we can get out of this. So let's just do that right now. 252.48 out of 100% of what we have left. If it does break it, we're going to have to watch out for that one. I mean, I think it could still go back up, right? It keeps on wicking these bottoms, and it's too bad that we weren't here for that, but you could take it right now if you did like it. But look at this market. It's trying to get back down a little bit. Whether or not we hit that 50 period and hold or not, completely different story, but we just did hit it and bounce off of there, so it's only 10.10 right now. Still a lot left in this day, but the market is pretty strong once again. So, you know, good week for sure. We talked about that. Brendan talked about, I guess it was, 3 straight down days or something there. Let's see if we can hold that bid today and continue to march higher here as we go. Affirm is just battling at $22. Like, oh man, I'm getting ready to get slipped out of this one for sure. If this breaks upside, we got to watch out. So we're right here right now. It's at we're short at 21.65. That's definitely a problem. So hopefully that can come back in. It just did get. This was real wick. It went down to 85. Our net was getting significantly better when that happened, but still out of the money here. 30 cents on AFRM.
Speaking of real wicks, have a local bottom wick on Coin and a local top wick. So that's like a 50-50 proposition, but I did get wicked out of Coinbase on VWAP there. Probably too tight of a stop, but this market is pretty strong, so I feel like you do want to, especially at this time of day, you do want to have some hard stops. I will try to get back in off VWAP, give it a little bit more room. I do have my eye on a bit of a consolidation going on in Bitcoin. If we take out 26,000, all bets are off, obviously, and we are creeping closer to that as we are heading back into the upside. Softy did not give me the dip up buy that I was anticipating there. Okay, I kind of figured if the long worked right away, great. If it doesn't, I'll be able to pick something up off VWAP. That has not happened here on Softy. It's holding 334, so it is very, very strong. Let's see if Google is still available. This is a little bit tighter to VWAP. It rejected 136. That's why I don't like taking multiple breakouts at the same time. If they both fail at the same time, all you're doing is doubling up on the same idea in 2 different names, which can be nasty. But I like the higher low that it's putting in. So let's go for the dip off VWAP on Alphabet here. Joining the party with Microsoft, which I do still think is a long. AI is feeling okay. Has W. What do I think about AXLA? Well, Xella, it kind of failed the top at the open. I was looking at this, it was on the radar, no question about it, but it failed at the open. You can see 70 in the pre-market, or aftermarket, 68 lower high in the pre, and it's been kind of trending down. So it has to catch a bid. That feels like 50 cents or breaking out the top. So I know that's probably not the answer you're looking for, but 50 cents or taking out the high is the way I kind of treat these things, and it's not really doing anything. So Xella just went green to red. Maybe it catches a bid somewhere. I feel the same way about CGC. If CGC can catch a bid, I do want to be back into this long at some point. That's actually looking pretty decent. If this takes out the high, I do like the long in CGC still.
All right, there goes Affirm. So that has to be flushed down the toilet there. We thought that break of 21.50 would have been good, but it seems like it was the complete opposite. Comes back in, hits that 21.50 right there, and now downside. We could still short it, but it's got to get back up to here, 22.50. We're holding on to a small piece just to watch it. Hopefully it can come back up right now into those levels, but I still like it. It's just now we're offside on where to be on that one. You're gonna see a little bit, I was kind of cursing under my breath there. We did have a keystroke error there on AMC, so that's where I got right back in, so that's where my price changed. We were short up here, 85, 86, but then I guess I must have put in the wrong price and it executed, so we had to get back in. So now it's looking like we're short at 81.5 right now because we got some 81s and some 82s. So we still want to believe in that name to the downside, hopefully. Intel, by the way, right now, I mean, like I said, this is like, for me, someone said that we traded Roku like a master class. I really feel like this one here on Intel doesn't get much better than, I mean, like Neil said there's always two kinds of styles of trading. We had two styles right here. We had Intel on the break of yesterday's high, which was huge, and that was probably better because you can play with momentum. And then we just let it drip down, and we just sat at 38 bucks. And when that came in, we took that as well. So there's the breakout, there's the dip buy, and like we said, the manifesto keeps getting built. So that's that. That was a good trade. Let's see if Intel can continue to go higher. I mean, the market's trying to go, right? So all is good there. AMC, finally, we don't have any outs yet. The best out we had was 77 before. So let's put, I realize all my bids got canceled when we got taken out there, but we did re-engage in this trade. So there it goes again, man, it stops. It doesn't want to break too much lower than this right now. AMC's finding a bid here, so there's no doubt about that. Not really down anything today. It's down 4%, but that move was sort of right off the open. Since then, it's really been sort of respecting some of these moves. So we're going to have to watch out there for AMC coming through, hopefully to the downside, man. I mean, I have bids at 77, 75, so on and so forth, and hopefully we can get a 70 bid as well.
Watch out for these.
Yeah, AMD's slowing down.
NVIDIA is about to maybe take out the low. It's always a maybe. I just curled into Nikola off 95. I'll probably give it to 96. I did want to join it somewhere, but tight stops. It's SSR. So if it SSR bounces on me, I don't want to be trapped at the bottom, and I'm not short 99s. I'm short 95, so I give it a very tight stop there. NVIDIA just went red, but it's trying to bounce off that 60 again, 460 that is. I'm back into Softy, which is back above that 335, but I got to highlight Alibaba. That is one heck of a bottom that just got put in on volume on Alibaba. Like that is a reversal on top of a reversal. If this can take out the local high from yesterday, 90.5, I think you just fire it up and go long. It's a red to green story. I don't know what's happening with the other Chinese ADRs, but wow, that looks pretty darn strong. Let's look for a consolidation and join trend on Alibaba. This is what I love about the community. It's like you can look at a million different things. You'll never catch them all, but you guys will make sure that we're on absolutely everything. This deserves our attention. Anytime there's like program buying or trend buying in Chinese ADRs, you just want to join the trend. 90.5 for a break. I don't want to get wrapped up chasing it too far here because you're either in at the bottom or you're looking for something else. Market's still going. What was that? Amazon, not really doing anything. Google, I tried to get that dip buy at VWAP on Alphabet, and it just kind of missed me in there. So we're going to have to look for somewhere else to join this trend to the upside. I really just like the long at this particular point. You're still above 15.35. You're still above yesterday's highs. So this is a name I do not want to be trying the short unless it's underneath VWAP. So 135.5 I still like. Microsoft still looking pretty good. SoFi, DJ saying?
Is he?
I like me some SoFi sometimes, but you're not breaking 9. Yeah, SoFi, I don't mind looking at other names. It's breaking the high today, but see what I mean? I'm like, you're not breaking 9? Fire it up, man. This stock breaks $9. I'm there for it, 100%. It's 50 period, it's local resistance, but if it's still in that bit of a channel, I think the acceleration comes through $9 on SoFi. As a trader, you want things breaking into big levels or trading at extreme prices, that kind of a thing. So Softy and AI, that's all I got. Nikola for the short, we'll see what happens there. If we get to 36, we'll take some Softy out.
All right, yeah, I like that Softy trade for sure. All right, so we'll just we're still looking to do stuff here, right? I mean, AMD, Intel, good outs. You know, we got a lot out up there. Hopefully we can get a little bit more out if it does continue to go back to the upside. We've been averaging into this Affirm trade. I mean, if Affirm can get back down, then we could be flat on it, but I don't know if it's going to get back down to 21.50 because we already took a 50-cent hit. You know, so needs to get at least 50 cents back in here if we're going to make any money. Finally, AMC is going to, okay, there we go. Did we get some 77s there? Yeah, I guess we did. It flashed down a little bit. Hopefully it breaks it. Let's see, no. It broke 77 and then rebuilt it. There it goes. Okay, now there's some size there. But, just got eaten up or canceled. I don't know. I actually didn't see any fills there, did I? No. So that's actually good that didn't fill, but it also disappeared. So, all right, Brenda, what up?
of a move on this. We typically talk about this company from the motors side of things, but NVIDIA just announcing a partnership with Tata, T-A-T-A, to build quote-unquote large-scale AI infrastructure with Tata.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's doing much. DocuSign tried to battle. It just bounced a second time, but it just rejected 50. This is still trending to the downside. It doesn't look all that convincing for the long just yet. I do have my eyes on it at this particular point. I did one trade on Meta up at the top, like here, like this curl. Now it's putting in lower highs at more or less the same area that I had it before. Zoom out to the 15-minute. That is a stock where, like, if it takes out 05s, it could absolutely moonshot to the upside. I shouldn't be dancing around with this. Underneath 304, like down in here, is where I should be thinking about short, not trying to fight it when it's at a decision point. So let's get off of that for a quick second. As I mentioned, Nikola looking pretty decent. I still want to give a shot to both Tesla and Google. Google not really dip buying. Tesla, it didn't really get all the way down to that 253 in there. I think that's where we're looking to pick it up again. I still think it can trend to that 265 level, sorry, 263 level, but it hasn't really picked me back up on the bid. What is Tata? Tata Motors? I mean, I don't know. It's like, these are like a dime a dozen, these names. What is Microsoft doing? It's still kind of chilling underneath that 336. I do want to grab that at some point to get some profit out. And Apple. Like, okay, you don't want 178.5. You don't want to break out the top. You were just diddling in the middle on Apple. So we kind of hit that one and quit it. And I'm looking to get back in, but it doesn't break the high and it doesn't hit support. Then we just have to be patient with it. And go to Brendan for the small cap recap. And I keep forgetting to mention AGBA.
Still a few moving around here so far this morning. Just seeing GCT popping up, one we've talked about in the past. EZGO, also moving around. This was in the pre-market though. BIOC is the ticker here. Biosep teaming up with PSTV on a licensing agreement here. So Plus Therapeutic, which is PSTV, on a licensing agreement. So Biosep up big time on that this morning. Verb back on watch here as well. VERB. Trying to fade that initial move to 240, 250, but we are trying to bounce right now back to 220. You got to go all the way back to, it's either Tuesday or Wednesday this week. They talked about TikTok integration. It was down yesterday coming off that announcement. So Verb trying to get going once again back to the upside. And then this one, EOSE, is a little energy company. Positive note this morning from ISI Evercore on EOSE. Guys.
Yeah.
BIOC is a huge missed opportunity because I was looking at AGBA, AGBA to be the dollar breakout one today, and obviously never broke a dollar when this one did. It is making a consolidation off this like 145, 150. If it continues to hold that, it looks really good for like 5 to 10 cents worth of risk to run it back into the high. AGBA is doing the other thing where it's just only going to the downside, trying to give it all back. So maybe this can bounce at 70 or somewhere else, but it does feel like, you know, you go back over to BIOC, this is the one that looks pretty good. If it one more dip down, if it gets underneath 150 and holds 140, I'd probably try a little cheeky long in there and try and grab that one. I just think you want to play trend is your friend here, and it's nice consolidation. So I'd go long before I went short, and that would be off of this 140 level. But I'd like it to tick underneath that 150. CGC's starting to go, so it's starting to tick up there. I still like you, CGC, but I don't want to be in till it's really showing good volume, breaking back out above that top, and then we go gung-ho into that 80 level. So it looks like a 78.5 break for CGC. Softy finally made a press into 336, 335, 96 is the high, so he took some out there. First break didn't work, second break is working. I think it's all systems go above 335. Look at Softy on the daily chart. If it takes out, well, there's a lot of wicks in this chart, but 335 is right about here. That's a 50 period. There's a lot of room to run to the upside if it tries to continue this move. So I'm going to get my stop order long for CGC because it's now starting to look like it's worth getting into this one. 78.5, I love it. It just needs to break back out above VWAP. It's a good trend on the daily chart as well.
All right. Yeah, so everything is so far so good. We just got to, you know, we're still basically in a lot of these same positions that we've been in. I still want to look at DocuSign again as a potential mover. It's that $50 mark is coming in here on DocuSign. I mean, now it's the 50-period moving average. So as much as we like it at that level, you know, I think it can get back to 52 bucks. I just, if it can rip back up to here, again, decent report, getting flushed down a little bit there. Doesn't have a huge short interest, so that is hurting the stock a little bit. But you have the 50 period. It's looking like it's trying to break it. So I'm thinking, I'm just looking at some other charts here. I still think it's a good one. Here on the 60 period, 60-minute moving average, I guess 60 period, yeah. Right there, you have a downside move, and it's right at the 200 period right now. But I just don't want to buy. This is too much of a dip. I'd rather it try to get going, and you know, maybe it needs to be a VWAP right there of 50-50 coming into play. So that could be something again that we're willing to look at on that side of things. So again, a good little look there for possible DocuSign break above 50. And then, you know, if you really want, I mean, a little bit more of a conservative trade that looks a little bit better is this 50-50 break. Maybe I'll leave 50 alone because it could just come up here, hit it, and get back down. At least if we break 50-50, then we have an out down there of 50 cents to be wrong. If you break 50 and you're wrong then you almost got to hold it all the way back to the end of the day, or to the bottom of the day, which is like 75 cents worth of a hit. So not nice, but also not horrible either on that play. We're still holding Tesla. We definitely missed that opportunity right there to re-engage in that. I'm sitting up here at 250, just to make sure, 256.50, which has been the high of the day. So that'll be a hallelujah print if we can get that. Obviously, the market will continue to rip higher on those levels. So hopefully we can get that. If the market rips, that'll be good for a couple things. We got some more out of Intel as it broke below the 50 period. Would definitely like to get this out a little bit higher. We've averaged in, and I don't think this is being too stubborn. We talked about some of these levels here for a firm. It has not been a good trade, but you know, we're now back into, well, not now back, we are short. This name again, back into the short, I guess is properly to say. If this breaks below 22 bucks, then we'll see, because that's where VWAP is, and right now you're bouncing off the 50 period. So it's not an overly healthy trade here, a firm. It's just too bad because we did break that bottom. We had to average into it because we were like, hey, it's a firm, it's gonna move. And then that was the that's been the only losing stock for us. I mean, we have lost on AMC, but that was kind of a drop in the bucket there because we're able to get some out, especially on the downside. But a firm, we had 0 outs. We had 0 outs, and it was bad to the upside there. So, you know, we took a shot on that. We really thought the sky was falling there on this name, but as you can see, the NASDAQ did bounce pretty nicely off of the 50 period. So here comes a firm. Let's just hope it can come back in. It's not looking like it really wants to, but if it does, that's great. We just bounced off 22. All right, you know what? I'm going to stick like 10% down here at 22. Maybe we can get that filled just to relieve some pressure, but I know for risk to reward, it has to come back in. It's just my net. We're making some money back by holding this, so I don't want to, again, if a bad trade can actually come back in a little bit for us. There we go, get a little bit of O2 there as it takes pretty much the whole level. Let's see if it can come back even lower than this on AFRM. Hopefully it does.
I'm going to try a reload on Microsoft. Disney's breaking out. Shout out to everyone that pointed to Disney breaking out. I kind of felt like the break of BABA potentially looks a little bit juicier. The stock moves more, but Disney doing a V-shaped recovery as well. C3AI is just kind of chilling out here. There's a 15-minute chart, guys. So to me, I don't want to be taking anything out inside of this range. We've already done that, like 28 to 28.5. We've already made that trade. So either breaks the top or I can dip buy it. Like dip buying is fine, or if it can break the top and start to fill in that gap. It almost feels like an ad if it takes out this high and then breaking out into that 30. C3AI has a decent short interest. I just realized that at no point did I even mention exactly what the short interest was on C3AI. I'm pretty sure there it is, 34. Maybe I did say it. So 34% short flow, it's up 3%. I think it can still go. Alibaba, it's slowing down a bit. That's fine. I mean, it's a good V-shaped recovery, double bottom from yesterday. I'm just looking for this breakout of the local high. I said 90.5, but that's actually 90.30, 90.35-ish. So call it that. So 90.35 would be that breakout price on Alibaba. It's holding right around 90, but alert to that level if it does come in. What we did just grab a dip buy for, because I can't seem to get anything more on AI, it's not really dipping, was Microsoft off 35. It's getting right back into that high. If it gets to 36, fair. We'll try to get some out in front of there and just trying to hold on to this one to the upside. NVIDIA's still looking like a bit of a dog. Market's strong, NVIDIA's not. And if NVIDIA doesn't join the party, how big a day can this really be for the overall market? I kind of feel like yesterday, Microsoft was dragging things down. Meta screwed everything for the longs yesterday. And now NVIDIA is kind of playing that little, we're going to be the counter trend stock of the day. If this takes out the low, I'm not saying abort the longs, but certainly take some profit on these. I'd be a little bit cautious if this were to take out that bottom. I don't know where I haven't really looked at AMD today, but it seems like NVIDIA is doing its own thing to said downside. I do still have that Nikola short. That's kind of going well. But I want this Alibaba. What I'm asking myself is, do I want to buy the dip in front of VWAP? Do I like the long enough to just buy it off VWAP? I'm thinking yes, but let's see what happens if it gets down in there. I know I like the break of the high. I just want to see some buying and some strength coming at 89.60 before I join this Alibaba party.
Okay, we're actually almost going to go green here on AMC. So let's just hope that it can continue to fall back down in on that one, man. You are getting ready for a treat, guys, because coming up we do have Max has returned. So we'll see in just a half hour to meet Sharif, who was here a couple seconds ago. There he is. Oh, that's Max and Obi. Give a wave, boys. There they are. Max and Obi.
Look at the tan.
There they are. Yeah, that tan is for real.
That is legit.
Right there. So legit tan action happening right there.
Hope he wore some sunscreen at some point.
I already talked to Max, man. He was no sunscreen whatsoever, man. So good job on that one, Max. I didn't wear any, like when I was in Rome, I didn't wear any well, I did wear some sunscreen, but again, when you got the olive complexion, like my kids, actually they're pretty good too. It's Marissa is a little lighter, fair skin there, so she'll burn a little bit easier.
You said it. I wasn't going to say it. But
both my skin, yeah. She burns a little more than me, but I don't. I mean, my color is.
Everyone can burn. I fell asleep.
Oh yes.
I fell asleep in Antigua one time on the beach. Like it was a good party. It was way too long. I was already on the beach for like 3 or 4 hours, and then I fell asleep.
Yeah.
Oh, I was peeling, man. Like anybody can burn. Sunscreen's a good thing. I think I heard something about Brendan.
There is. It's crypto
and
time.
Crypto. So let's go.
Do this.
Hey guys, yeah, back downside we go for cryptocurrencies this morning. Interesting note from a few analysts. This was one from JP Morgan though, suggesting that over 24 million liquidated or shorts anyways, liquidated over the past 24 to 48 hours in BTC, which was, according to this note, the cause for that move higher late in the day yesterday. Back downside we go today, however. Marathon Digital here, we talked about a little bit in the pre-market, $475 million debt raise coming through in the shape of senior notes. So Mara here down big time today, trying to, Fabian, there we go, thanks. Trying to get back to day lows here for MARA. So that was the move higher, according to JP Morgan, caused by those shorts getting blown out. And then back down we go today for BTC to the tune of about 1.5% initially. This is a 24-hour period, so green on that, 25,928. 1633 here for ETH up 0.4. Pretty green though to end the week here, guys, for cryptocurrencies.
Yeah.
So I'm going to apologize in advance. If you see me like doing this and like doing this with my neck, I got this really bad pinch, which is getting worse and worse. I need like a lacrosse ball and a yoga mat, and I'll be absolutely fine. But it's like everything I keep trying to do is almost like it's just irritating and making it worse. So I should probably stop. Hey, we're live, man. These things you kind of deal with as a trader. Microsoft. I said I would take multiple swings at this. The first one was a swing and a miss. And then the 335 has been good since. We just got back up to 336. It is trend to the upside. AI just dipped in there. So I was able to get the VWAP dip. Like, I don't know, like maybe should have been more aggressive. I'm going to draw a dirty trend. That's a really bad trend line. Okay, whatever. You get the general idea, though. Since it opened up, if this gets back underneath like 28.20, I should be waiting for 28 even. So we're on the dip. That's a pretty big hammer candle to the downside to be in front of, and that's the first time we've actually bought the dip on C3AI. So I'm not feeling all that great about it. It needs to calm down around this 28.20 area. I think it's good above 28 even, but I don't like the price that we're just grabbing in there. So we're long at 19s because we still had some from before, but be cautious. The market is pulling back in here. If you get back underneath 15.3, maybe I go right back to what I think. Like Meta was so weak yesterday. You're right back underneath that resistance line. If this takes it down, I just want to be here for every opportunity for Meta to do half of what it did yesterday in the other direction. So if we take out 303, if 15.3 doesn't hold, I think I like the Meta short underneath here. It looks pretty weak on Meta, and if it starts to fill in the gap, I'm not saying it flushes like yesterday, but as I said, if it does half of what it did yesterday, the short under VWAP looks like it's worth a shot.
All right, I don't want to hit too much celebration yet, but we are now positive on AMC. So after taking that hit right there, sucks that we got out because the wick was just a little bit higher than that, and we should have watched the 200 period. But there it goes, man. A nice little move down for AMC as it's now breaking the low of the day. Oh, hopefully. I mean, we have the low already at 63. Let's see if it gets even lower than that. We did get a nice dip down there. And of course, because we're bidding 85s on a firm, it stops there at 87. So hopefully a firm will continue to drip down and we will get that 85 bid there on AFRM. Maybe we'll switch it to 86, see if we can get that. And then hopefully a little bit lower. As again, we just reshorted it up there. Hopefully it'll print back in. I mean, it's not too far from coming back, right? I mean, if that wick doesn't happen and we continue to go down, then I do like an 80 print. I do like a 70 print. Remember, we lost 50 cents on the way up. We've been holding. We only took some out at VWAP, so we do have still a position on board here that we can sort of respect on that. Hopefully we can anyways. Just a quick out here. We're in the money $1. Well, we've been in the money $1 the whole time, but we didn't get anything out at 109 there, which was crazy. The high was 109.60. On AMD, and we only had 10% left, so it wasn't a huge take, but we should have got some out. So let's go to 108.65 right now on AMD just to make sure that we get that out if it does come back up to basically where VWAP is. Let's take it out because I was thinking that if it breaks 108, we want to get out. 50 period here on the NASDAQ has been violated, so that's going to be something to look at as well. So we'll check that out, and there goes AMC. So do I not? Oh, I have a bid at 63. Maybe we'll take something at 60. That's the breakthrough for me to get that fill. Hopefully it'll break through 66 and we'll get that, but there it is. So it just broke 65 and bounced again. So we were waiting, a little bit greedy, obviously. Did we get a 66 there? I guess we did, yep. So we were a little bit greedy there for sure, waiting for 63. So we'll take a 66. We're still there at 63. Tesla trying to go as well. Intel's been great, obviously, today. I feel like that's my best trade. What else? Good morning, Marlon. How are you doing as well there in the chat? What up, Marlon?
What up, Disney?
Right now, Disney's what, at 81 bucks? I don't think it's doing
81 half.
Oh, 81 half.
Well,
so Disney is trying to go.
It was at 81. Maybe just a bit of a jinx there. It was just at 81
Tesla,
half.
maybe VWAP.
Pulling back a little bit here. But one of the stronger names in the market today, although if you look at the daily chart, it probably tells a different story. But look at this hold at 80. I think that's a great hold on Disney at 80. I'm just going to draw a line there for myself. That's just for me. But a good, nice little line in the sand. And then you're now breaking out. If this gets above 82.5, it gets spicy. Maybe I should have gone to that instead of Alibaba. I mean, those are two very strong stocks off the bottom. I said I kind of like Baba a little bit better. That's dipping back in instead of breaking out. And then Disney's the one that breaks out. You pick and choose. And then you set an order for the one that you want to break out. And it doesn't break, you don't get the fill. You don't have to trade it. But it's a bit of a missed opportunity because the opportunity cost is kind of bite me in the butt there. I didn't get that meta fill, unfortunately, there for the short. Underneath VWAP, this is starting to roll over, so being a little cautious. I haven't touched Softy for a reload. Again, it rejected 336. We took some out up top. I'll give it a little bit underneath 335, but this feels like a market reversal of 415.3, and Meta's the one I want short. I'm not going to chase the move here. I'll probably just be patient and see if we can't roll into something else. It's a good thing we didn't go back into coin. That's actually still breaking higher, so Coinbase going the other way. If you pop the 15-minute up, I think it can still be a valid short, but I want to catch it on the other end of it. We already had one win, one loss. Let's see if we can't get back in on weakness instead of trying to fight the trend. Nikola, if it gets to 90 cents, that's the next out. And one more for you, CGC. Still trying to go. It's been all green on the 15-minute. It just has to make one more push, and I take the breakout long. 78.5 for a local breakout. It wicked above there before, but that was kind of just one little wick above and then immediate rejection of that level. Back above 78.5, which is half $1 away, and I'm long CGC.
All right, people want to talk a little bit about Meta. All right, I'll have a look quickly at Meta here. All right, so, oh yeah, that was a great trade, obviously down there at 3 bills earlier on today. There's a 200 period break. We hit, I mean, you guys, you saw the trading earlier. I mean, we hit Tesla, we hit AMD, and we hit Intel. So, but we missed this one. I mean, a Meta, again, hard to sort of know. It's not hard to know which names are going to go because, you know, we had them all written on here, but we did ignore Meta. I know we talked about that crash that happened yesterday, which gave us like a $7 winner on the way back up, but we did take hits on the way down. And here comes Meta again, just coming right back into these levels again. So the 200 periods at this 301.25 or so spot. So I feel like that's going to be a good little area there for some support. So that would be an area that I'd look to dip buy on for Meta. Let's have a look to see if that is the case though. Meta, possible dip buy area right into there for 301.50 basically, let's just call it that. If it fills out, it fills out. If it doesn't, I'm not going to worry about it until we get back up to 305. So if we get a 305 take, that'll be good for Meta. I like that short. Let's just check out on our friend Tesla, Mr. Professor. And there it is right now, just dancing around again. Maybe we should just switch it. I mean, it's already $1.20 in the money. We wouldn't mind the market coming down because we still have a firm short. We've just been clearing out of Intel to the point where we almost have nothing left at all here on Intel. So, you know, took that out. Would like the market to come in. Why don't we just put an offer here for Tesla at 255.20 or so for that name? I feel like that's a little bit better. We were waiting for 256 this high, but if we get this, that's still $2.50 or $2.30. So that would be a good take. We just need a little bit of a bump up to get that. So I think that we're going to put that order in on Intel. The one name was Amazon that I feel like we missed that opportunity as well, as it just pulled right back into this level at 10 o'clock. We talked about that 136.80. Fortunately, we didn't put an order there, but that was another pullback down for that name. So that's another good look there for Amazon as the day continues. We talked about, we tweeted out Nikola would have been a good area there at $1. We didn't take it, but I know Neil had it, got out, which is good. There's the breakdown for 91 cents. Again, Nikola breaking that $1. It's the same trade. But just like we talked about it, we tweeted it out, right? Is that if you take the long here, you get out when it breaks 1, okay? The thing is you had to get that trade because it went all the way down to 96. And then the second part is, what about reversing into the short if you could? Now, probably a hard to borrow name for, not probably, most likely, a hard to borrow name there. Did you wind up going short? Is it hard to borrow?
But I'm short at 95.
Okay, but did you have to pay for it? Or?
I'm like 90% sure that I paid for it this morning.
Okay.
But I have to double check. You know what's crazy? Yeah, you can't. I wanted to say what the price was that I paid for it, but when you put it in Metro, it shows that I did.
If you accept it, just
but it doesn't
divide it by the shares. But
yeah, but it doesn't tell me how much I paid.
Doesn't it?
Yeah, okay.
There it
1/8 of 1 cent. 1/8 of 1 cent is how much locates costed on Nikola. There you go. You click an information thing I can click on. I've never done that before. I'm out of Microsoft, unfortunately. So 335, it got to 36 a couple times. It just stopped out underneath, not reversed in it. AI is starting to come back in as well. If it can't hold 28, we have to give that one up. CGC, I'm into it. I just took it when it broke 78.5. Kind of went to 79. Now it's just hanging out. Not really offering until we get to the high of the day. AXLA, my goodness, that happened. That life comes at you fast. And this bounced off that 50 level without actually getting to 50. Boo to you, because you went to 53.5. It's now potentially breaking out the top. So AXLA, last couple of days, it's been like 10 cents. It's marching toward $1. If this takes out this double top, 75, I think all roads at least lead to 85 cents next. But let's go on to the desk. We've got Sector Watch for you.
Hey guys, back to a green board here. I was just keeping an eye on a few things. We were discussing with Michael Noss, if you were with us in the pre-market this morning, this BRKB. He was discussing it from a higher time frame, obviously, but standout here in the financial group today. Berkshire up about 0.6%. Banking group as a whole, positive on the session outside of JP Morgan, just dipping back into negative territory there. All the other big banks, though, looking pretty good to wrap up the week. Microsoft, Meta also leading the way and trying to end the week on a note here. Apple as well, 1+% across the board. Google lags a little bit. October 4th, remember, is the Pixel event. So iPhone next week, iPhone 15 next week, and then we get the new Pixel phones coming up October 4th. NVIDIA, AVGO, not really doing much. AMD, a nice move today, 1.6%. But decent days so far shaping up here, guys. We were talking about that strength in oil starting to shape up nicely here for the energy group as well. Back over to you.
Or the energy group. Yeah, well, energy looking okay, but C3AI just took out that 28, so we had the long off of this, went for the reload. It's now breaking back down. It could be a wick bottom. I want to respect that it's still up 1%, but the market just marching toward red on the day. That's the NASDAQ, by the way. I don't know what the ES is doing. Not really paying that much attention to it. Probably the same thing. I can always get back into this if it gets back above 28. I do like C3AI. I do want to go back to that well at some point. I've got my order in for the breakout of that AXLA stock. When the market's pulling back like this, and by the way, NVIDIA is really starting to churn underneath that low of the day. Only long for me is now CGC. I feel as if we have a reversal type day, the longs are going to be on some of these small cap squeeze stocks and then find the shorts. I'm not happy about missing on Meta. It sucks. I knew I liked this one to the short side. I just didn't stick with it. Stick-to-itiveness is something that you need when you're trading, right? Like stick-to-itiveness. I don't know if that's an actual word, but it sounds good. I liked the level in here around 304. I stopped it out, and then when it came in and provided me the exact same trade off the same high, I didn't go back into the trade. Right? So sometimes you get burned, and the right answer is to say, no, I like that level, I like that direction. Let's just get back into this trade. It's valid again. Let's just take it next time. So, I'll slap a fail on myself because I didn't get back into Meta, and now it's absolutely flushing. I'm not going to chase the move. That would be FOMO. I'll look to short the first available pop on Meta. It sucks, but it's going to happen to you. You are going to miss trades. The worst thing you can do is then make a revenge trade, which would be me just shorting the bottom here on Meta.
Yeah, I shorted the bottom on NVIDIA right now. I just want to see how weak this name is going to get today. If it gets much weaker than this, we're short right here, right now. So we just shorted this right here at 70. Let's just see. It's a little bit of a small position. We do want to get more here. That's 459. We'd love to get that, and then we're going to watch out for a 460 break. If it does that, I mean, honestly, this is a very small starter position. What I'm hoping for is to have pretty much a fuller position at an average price of around 459. So if we can get that going, we've done the math, about $1.50 worth of a hit. My bid right now is at 455 now. So here we go. Now we're starting to fall back. Let's see if it goes. The reason why 455 is we had a flush yesterday, and we kind of bounced around here at 455. That's 450, 450. That very flush when everything was crashing was 452. But 453. So there's something there. And so even on this light position, I mean, right now it's flat. So whatever, you guys can join me if you want. But a flat position right now on NVIDIA. It broke below all these levels here. So it broke below 458, broke below obviously 459. So we started to make some new lows. So if this market does retrace back down, who knows if it's going to or not, but if it does retrace back down, that's 15,320. I believe we can get a push lower than this right now. So let's see if that does come through. But I like the trade. I feel like this is a good one for NVIDIA. I just want to be in a name that can really give us that home run. Here it goes right now. Let's just see if we can ride that bear now. It's 50 cents in the money. Again, we always talk about this. Like, that's part of the problem when we don't show our share size is you guys are going to have to take whatever profit you want whenever, because you don't know if we have 5 shares, 10 shares, 100 shares, whatever, right? So take it for what it's worth. It's now 50 cents in the money. I told you the risk parameters that I was looking for on this trade would be about $1.50 against me if it does continue to rip up and we get out at 460. So now we're $1. Here it is right now. Can we get $1 club quickly? We just gave this trade to everybody about 2 minutes ago. Let's see if it wants to work to the downside. I'm not getting anything out, but I just want to just talk about that because it's very important. Even when you see Neil and I getting in and out, right? Like he could have 1,000 shares or something. I have 50 shares or 100 shares. You got to plan your trade based on your own risk parameters and things like that. So we always talk about that. And then another thing that we haven't mentioned in a while, just for new viewers, Neil and I have to be flat at the end of every day. So some of these trades, like Neil may love that Nicholas short. Maybe it's going to 50
Holding
cents.
it forever.
Right, but whatever it goes to, the bell rings at 4, and because we're trading prop,
Okay, well, there we go. Thanks for that market recap show. But because we're trading prop, we are out at 4 o'clock every single day. Sometimes
We should have
you
something
get
for that.
lucky and maybe you get out at 4:05 or something like that if there's something going on. But generally speaking, those are the outs. So every trade that we have on right now, I guess you could trade similarly with 0-day trade expiration on options, but that's what we're doing. We're trading the physical equity. It's not CFDs. It's nothing like that. It's not simulation mode. It's live trading. This is what we're doing. So thank you for watching. And I hope some of these trades are making some sense.
Or dollars.
Both.
Well, both. We always want to respect when our viewers send us super chats. And Mr. E. Respeto, I don't know, let's Respeto. What do you guys think of Oracle earnings on Monday after the bell? Best guess on news, infos, upgrades, etc. What's interesting about Oracle is the run that it's been on. Sorry, I was just looking at a dip buy on Apple, and I realized I had kind of focused on the trade there, and Apple's looking pretty strong, so I wanted to try to buy the dip. But Oracle has been on an absolute tear going into those earnings and has kind of slowed down a little bit. So I would not be shocked if it took absolute perfection to get this to go higher. Unfortunately, I do think they're going to have a good quarter, but that might not mean as much as you think when the stock has been on a pretty good run. I love the support down at 111. I'm not morbidly hoping that the stock goes down to 111, but you can see a previous breakout level, double bottom dip support. Like, I think that's one of those automatic buys as a day trader. If for some reason the stock goes down 10%, I think you're just gobbling it up. But I feel like it might not be as explosive off a good quarter in terms of price action because of what's been happening to it. But who knows? I mean, the earnings are going to come in. It's aftermarket on Monday, so I mean, Sean will be trading it live. Well, I'll be looking at it live for you guys. We don't trade after 4 o'clock, and just don't get wrapped up on assuming that it has to go big in the direction of a strong print. An example of that would be DocuSign. It's not as if DocuSign had a bad quarter, right? Like, they beat top bottom, they guided pretty well. DocuSign it even ran aftermarket. DocuSign's down 5% today. So we want to trade price action and trade the trend, because if you just came in saying, good report, let's go long DocuSign, I'm 0 for 1 on it, but you could be like 0 for 20 if you tried to go long this stock. Let's go to the desk because we've got Money Talk.
Correct.
A bit of a pullback so far today, guys, for the U.S. dollar. Finally, it's been quite the week once again, but red today. U.S. dollar taking a step back after, traders starting to lock in some gains. It's been a crazy, crazy week. I'll show you the chart here in a second. But if you missed it at 10 o'clock, we got this. July wholesale sales, say that 10 times fast, up 0.8% versus a negative 0.2% print expected there. So definitely not in the right direction. As I mentioned there, red candle forming once again today. On the DXY, bumping its head up against 105 on this chart. Just an amazing, not only this week, but a few weeks in a row here to the upside for the dollar, guys, continuing to show all kinds of strength. I did read as well, a lot of economists and analysts expecting more to the upside to come for the DXY. No end in sight yet for this rally, guys.
They don't have any futures or anything like that.
Yes, sir. Oh, looking sharp. Max just walked past. They're coming on in like 8 minutes or so. So he's getting locked and loaded and ready to go. Looking sharp there in the corduroy. Breakout on AXLA. I don't want to say the company name wrong, so I'm just going to do that cheat where I type it into my level 2. Excella Health Inc., and that is the first and last time I will probably refer to it as that. Broke out the local high, went 71. I just got some out 73.5 into 74. So sometimes you can like the dip buy, you can miss the dip buy, and the next trade is day trading is the only place where you can like the long and then you're suddenly buying it when it's like 15 to 20% higher. Sometimes you've got to buy high and sell higher. I know everyone wants to buy low and sell high, and that's all well and good, but if a stock is trending, sometimes it's just a double top breakout. It's a very different setup from buying the dip. I think it can get to 85 cents. That would be a reasonable enough target. This is a daily. That is 83 to 85. You know what? That looks a heck of a lot more like 80 to 83 should be an out, but it has to get through 75 first. If it gets into there, I want to get some out on the way to 70. Yeah, that's looking a little bit more top heavy above 80 than I realized. I think the out here might be in front of 80 bucks, or 80 cents, I should say 80 bucks, 80 cents. So this gets above 75, I'd probably be a little bit more aggressive taking it out. I thought that was 85 on the daily, but it's more like 80 cents, so a lot of resistance there.
All right. Yeah, we are getting ready. Max is here. Oh, by the way, just quickly, we did get an AMC bid down there at 67 again. These have been the best fills we've been able to get. It's 14 cents. Not huge, obviously, but as you get to the downside, that's something that we're looking at. Thank you, Mr. Rob, as here comes a reload there. Yeah, that's about right. This is our Friday cup right now, but we're feeling good today, but we have the face right here. You know, muted face. I don't know, what is this emoji officially called? You know, there's happy face emoji.
Bored.
Bored emoji, okay, yeah.
Is it the same on both sides?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
It says don't care. Oh, yeah, there it is. It says,
But why
"Don't
would you
care."
not?
Don't care.
But
it
don't you
says.
think? Oh, okay, I would have thought that a cup with an emoji on would have like you'd have like a bored emoji on one side, and then you'd have an excited emoji on the other
Yeah,
side.
so you flip it over.
That's just logical as far as I'm concerned.
You know what?
I think.
Quickly.
Okay, go ahead.
NVIDIA right now is $2 in the money. And there it goes, man. We talked about where our target would be. We're at 4. I mean, not only did we tweet this trade out, but there it is, man. There is the trade for us right here, right now for NVIDIA. Huge move to the downside. And we have $2. So we talked about looking for that home run kind of a play to come in. And it is. Oh, here we go. I actually just pulled that bid. Oh, man, what was I doing? I pulled that bid and it just hit 55. I was going to, there it is. Yes, sure. F yeah, right there. Spin it.
Money.
There's $2, Sharif. That's for you, bud. There goes NVIDIA to the downside. We talked about that trade. We just gave it to you. Not only that, man, I mean, I really hope, whatever. I mean, I know there's a lot of you that aren't on X right now, but we posted this trade when this trade was against us right there. There's the NVIDIA short that we had. Not only that, 450 short, target 455 right there, right? So we actually talked about that, and when it comes to Roost, it's always nice. So there it is, nice move to the downside, 455. So that's how it's working out for us so far on that trade. A smooth $2. We'll take it, man, over and over again. $2, $2.50 in the money. We're almost $3. We're short at 457.70 right there on that play. So Tesla comes out. Ciao on that one for a flat trade there on Tesla. AMD comes out as, AMD, wow, what an out there on AMD. I didn't even realize that, what kind of an out we had there on AMD. I didn't even realize we were flat. There's the out on AMD as well. So now we just need a firm. We reloaded a firm. Now it's coming back down. Why not take something out here 97 if we can? Why not take something out 91? Hopefully a firm will start to pay dirt for us a little bit as well on the downside. But that's $3, yes, sir, in the money for NVIDIA. So that was a good trade there. Hopefully it will continue. But so far, so good, man. It's been a great day of trade. It's only going to get better. Trust.
I think so. With 4 minutes to go, I think we have. I don't know if we have the earnings board, but I heard something in my ear, so it might be that there's no earnings. Yeah, there shouldn't be because it's just
Monday
Friday.
morning,
Like the only time that you have earnings on a day like on a Friday is Berkshire always reports on a weekend, which I always found weird. But 88 just got tagged on nickel, so broke that 90 cents. 88 just got tagged. I don't know where the bottom, technically speaking, should be, but if you do look at the daily chart. There's support at 50 cents. I don't think it's getting there. And then if you look at the time that it broke out, that's 65. That's your Hail Marys that it gets to 65 cents today. I think that's very unlikely. 80 cents is pretty logical. If you have 60 cents as potential support and it broke $1, then 80 cents is halfway, and I kind of like that symmetry. Some people would drop like Fibonacci's or something like that. I don't really use them. I did try them on penny stocks, and I don't really like them, so I didn't end up using them. But that can be a good way to cover positions. I just like scaling out every couple of cents. Apple is still holding some strength here. I'd love to see the market, if the market bounced at 15.3, I would love to be reloading Apple at 178.5. That was the only entry that we had. We kind of hit it and quit it. It never really convinced me that I should be getting back in. I'm still looking at that 178.5. It might still be a breakout of that top as well. I'm kind of all in the penny stocks. I missed my Meta short. It's actually consolidating lower. I might try to grab the short off this consolidation here. If we break that 15.3, I'll like that on Meta. But yeah, this nickel is starting to work to the downside, or is working to the downside. AXLA, We just got into that one. It made another push into 75, so we got to 71 long, got some out 73.5, got some out 74.5. We'll be all out if this one gets to 80. And penny stock, if it goes 10% when it's already, like, forget about this moving 30 or 40%. Like, the bigger move happened when it went 53 to 70. So to me, this is a 70 to 80 play. Like, that move is already gone. Like, you can't capture the old money. So if this is only a 10% move from the top, then that's what you try to grab, and that's what I'm expecting for AXLA. What else is going? Apple's broken VWAP. I understand that. I still just like the level here, yesterday's previous high. So if it can hold on to that and the futures grab some support, Apple feels like the strongest name out there in big cap tech land. And if I'm wrong, you guys let me know. If there's something else holding up better than Apple, I'd love to hear it.
What's Apple up?
1%.
Yeah, I mean, because I know Amazon's strong. Amazon's only up 0.3. AMD's up 1.8%, but that's a rough one there. All right, so I guess as we go, man, more AMC outs. We're gonna throw it over soon. Here comes a firm. We just get some more bids, more offers there. It's too bad that we got blown out right there. It all started when we took the bottom of the day. We're only let's just do a quick review here because why the hell not? Today's been a great day. So we've talked about that. The only stocks we've lost on today, we've only lost on two stocks, Affirm and AMC, both with the A's, but we got it back on the other A. Like, we're up double on AMD what we lost on AMC. So just as an example, but Affirm, we thought that we could take that bottom. It didn't work out for us. That's an L for us. AMC, well, AMC's position pending. I still think we can go green. Well, especially if this starts to continue to happen, we could go green on this name. So I don't want to say, Affirm's going to be hard to go green unless we really do pull back. AMC's actually going green right now, so we're only going to have one red stock today. One red stock out of 7, so that's pretty good. AMD continues to go down. That's an out. Look at that break early. Boom to the upside, right? These plays are all on the sticky note early, so that was a good one. The next one that we absolutely destroyed is Intel. This is actually my number one name today. Intel's my number one name. Going breaking long, then buying the dip. Number one there, Intel. Did I say that enough? Number one name today, Intel. After that, NVIDIA. NVIDIA is now money, 450 in the money, my friend, as the professor's waiting for a $10 trade. I think we can get it. Why the hell not? There it is right there. What's good? This is good. Like I said, real trading, hashtag that. And then Tesla as well. Huge upside move up to 256. We get out when it breaks to 200. Quaboom to the downside. Oh, maybe we can get positive on Affirm after all. Look at Affirm right now, 40 cents in the money. So hey, what a great day trading. Thank you so much for watching, man. Hopefully we're gonna go 6-1, or today maybe 5-1. But so far so good. That's trading for you. It's 11 o'clock. I think that was a pretty fun day. Kind of muted though, really. It's nice that the move's happening now.
I missed Meta. Meta broke down again, and
again.
I still didn't get it. Meta's going to be the one
There's
that got away.
nothing worse than missing a trade that like you sort of planned for.
Meta is the one big cap name
really
that I
nothing
wanted
worse.
to be short today, and I try to be patient and try to get trade setups, but sometimes you don't get them. Just watch out. Palantir is looking. If Palantir gets back underneath 15, it had a big reversal yesterday. If it does the same thing, I'm not saying it would get to 14.30, but this would be pretty nasty if it gets underneath that $15. Let's go to the desk at Brendan before we head to the midday.
Thank you, Daryl.
Shout out to our friends at Benzinga. Once again, guys, if you haven't done so, take advantage. 50% off for their entire retail-focused news platform. Use the QR code. Check the link in the description. Benzinga bringing you all the information you need. Once again, 11 o'clock. I mean, it was going so well. What happened here? We're right back to basically flat here for the market, or trying to get back to flat. Anyways, this was pre-market. They were talking about a sea of red, or possibility of a sea of red to end off the week. It looked so good. Not so much anymore. If you're with us in the pre-market, we had DocuSign on watch coming off earnings, Tesla and Intel as well back on watch after that Citigroup Tech Conference inspired rally over the past couple of days. A couple of positive notes on Intel once again this morning as well. Here's NVIDIA leading the charge, downside 1.8 right now on pretty heavy volume as well. This one, DocuSign, looking like it might want to break downside. Also $50, bit of a resistance point right now. Let's go over to Sharif, and hey, Max is back.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. That's Max the Mad One, and he's back. I'm Sharif. And we are brought to you by Search Trader. Account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profit. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with an 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Guys, I am lightheaded. I'm going to try to make it through this session, but Obi-Wan Kenobi may have to step in because I'm just not feeling myself today. So we will try. We will try. Hence the muted introduction there because I'm seeing stars, baby. So hopefully I don't punch into anything wrong over here. How's your day been, Max?
It's been all right. It's been all right. First day back. Taking it a little easy. Low share size, but I only had 3 ideas on my list today. Number 1 of those was Tesla holding 250.50. It's a level that I've liked for a while now and popped up today. So I was long 250.50, adding through the pre-market high there of that 252.50. Yeah, that's what happened. And then just kind of riding the trend. Didn't take anything out until above 253. And I honestly figured that the next stop here was this, where is that, 257.5. I thought we were going to get through potentially 260 today. Did not happen, sadly. Tesla didn't want to go any further. Now we're all the way back down. It's pretty much the only name on my list today. I tried that small cap PRZO. That one didn't want to go. That looked like the recent IPO to the moon setup. I thought I'd be getting long $2 and selling it at 40. Sadly, didn't want to go today. This was just kind of consolidating down here at the lows. I thought that was pretty good news. They got some approval or something from the F something, one of those FAA, the Federal Aviation Authority. They got approval for one of their drone kind of things, and I figured good news, recent IPO, all-time high was that 415 level. So I was kind of figuring, if we're trading above 2, we could really blast off on this one. Didn't happen today, and that's basically all I traded. I tried to trade on PDD through 94. That didn't work. I don't even want to look at where that is right now because it's probably down at like 92 or something. Yeah, that's all I got. You got any trades today?
I'm in one right now. We're trying to bounce the 15.3 off the future. We'll see if this one holds on the NQ. But yeah, let's go through the movers and shakers. Let's go to the daily board. Agba, this one was a small cap capper on the morning. It kind of gave the whole thing up. We were waiting, Neil and I, for this one to hold $1, but it really can't do it. Now it's back at 75 pennies, so that one a little bit off the radar. Verb. VERB, number 1 on my gap scanner right now. Verb Technology. No, not the verb, the grammatical word, but yeah, Verb Technology, baby, with, I'll tell you in 1 second, with respect to the float, 4 million share float. Looking real good here, $1.80, the low. Nice little trough right off the 200 period and higher highs and higher lows, looking to take 250. 250 is a high right now, so it's a good look for this one. And it's not too volatile. Let's look at the 1 minute. Well, I should kind of, say that a different way. The volatility is a little bit less on this small cap gapper. It's given you a nice higher highs and higher lows, nice upward channel, so you've been able to kind of gauge where to get in and not just have to shoot a random shot in the dark there. It's not been bad at all. 250 though, the top at the moment. Breaking through the opening range high on VERB. Let me just check the future here, make sure we're good to go. Yeah, we're fine. BIOC, pardon me. This was another small cap capper, gapper on the day, up 70 some odd %, retracing now below the 150 area and VWAP. But it's at an interesting area here, this $1.45, kind of a random area, but it's it's been lower highs on this bad boy, looking like it's going to flat bottom break. So the short might be the move on here. Moreover, it's actually below VWAP, making it more shortable, in my opinion. You're looking maybe for that $1 retracement, if I'm being honest here, with the $1.85 high. You could say a bit of a head and shoulders pattern here, but I wouldn't put too much stock into that. DocU, Neil and the boys mentioned this one in the morning. Look at this. Initially I was looking to defend 50, but it did not defend 50. In fact, it's using 50 as an area of resistance. If you have a look a little bit further here, every time we trace up into 50, it's being sold off. I don't know. could we start curling here and get like a smiley face pattern, maybe break through that 50 and a quarter, which is where VWAP is, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. AI, I'll let Max speak to that because he trades it better than me. THTX, though, is another small cap gapper with higher highs and higher lows, definitely giving you less notional amount move, but if you size into this one, it could be interesting. Look at this upward channel here, and now it's actually above VWAP, so in my books anyway, it's possible long. Now, the trade that I'm in at the moment, we're waiting for this 15.3 defend, all the while knowing that we did sell off quite aggressively off that 15.4 attempt, 15.390 and 3/4, the best we could do on the NQ. That rhymes, I like it, on the day. But before I send it back to Max Ahmad one, Apple, which was, the stronger of the bunch, I want to say earlier, kind of holding up, now has kind of given up the ghost a little bit. It was dancing with VWAP here. It created a series of higher lows. It looked like it was doing a bull flag type of thing, maybe to break above that 180 or that 179 and 3/4. But it was really giving up the ghost now, and I'm assuming that's why the future is headed down. So Apple giving up some of the gains it made this morning. Max, I know you probably surprised yourself of what happened with this bad boy while you were gone.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't really paying too much attention to the market. I kind of just shut myself off, but I was checking from time to time. Yeah, Apple, that China news, not so good. Does Huawei still exist as a company? I don't know. I don't know. But
I sent the Katina man their rival phone. It's $1,800.
Huawei's?
Yeah. This new,
$1,800?
yeah. And the Katina man is like, look, they're not probably going to pay for that in China. They're not going to pay that much in China. I don't know, bro.
Or you just make it, you list it at that price and then just discount the hell out of it.
Yeah, hey, 50% off sale.
Half off. It's actually a normal price. Yeah, you talked about Docu. That one is looking interesting, actually, right this second. Below that $50, maybe you get like a break of 50 and back above VWAP here. I thought the earnings were good. I didn't read too much into the report, but headline numbers were obviously very good on this one. Yeah, I figured we could be trading above 54, 55 today, maybe even higher. I don't remember the levels that I put on this one. Yeah, that 55 level was pretty solid. I figured we could get to 58 or 60 or something. Nothing on that today, but if we hold this low above 49.30, maybe you're taking like a quadruple bottom here off of 49.30 and then trying to get that 50 break. I think I like that a little bit better than taking a breakout down 5% below VWAP right now. But yeah, definitely throw DocuSign up. I want to see what Snowflake is up to as well, because that one was crazy strong pre-market. And I really liked that 162. Yeah, we're still trading too high for me, but I like the 162.50, I think it was, level. I don't have my notes open, which I should right now, but 162.5. I wanted to see it dip into there, hold that, and then kind of blast off to these levels, but yeah, not even close, no pullback whatsoever. And now we're just kind of trending down. Nice little double top, like just above 167 though. Can't get to 168. You're getting short 167, risking the high, and now you're $3 in the money. That's just, I didn't have that idea. I really thought that we could go up. CVNA missed me. I saw that actually a couple weeks ago. I pulled up the watch list, which CVNA is obviously on, and it was trading like above $50. Did we get to 60? Where did the CVNA get to? 52.5. Yeah, interesting. I mean, the 60 level is still intact. The 60 level was the high of this recent move. We almost touched it in pre-market. That was it. Yeah, it was earnings day when they kind of crushed earnings. Now we got like this 53.5, which looks like that's the real breakout level on the daily chart. So CVNA gonna have to go back on the watch list. I was saying 42.50 like a bunch of times on the show. And we break a 42.50 that one day. We don't look back. I mean, if you're just swinging that with a 42.50 stop to get long, get up to 52.5, looks pretty nice. I don't know. We get right down to the 50 period on the daily too. That's an interesting spot. It looks like, yeah, Carvana actually trades off the daily chart pretty nicely.
Did you miss Carvana though?
No, I mean I wasn't trading it since I don't August, July. Oh, I don't think I was trading it since like July, so I didn't really miss it all that much. But I do miss the days that we were trading Carvana. I have been missing Carvana, I guess is what I should be saying.
Okay.
But yeah, what else?
I didn't mean like, did you miss the trade? I'm like, did you miss Carvana?
I've been missing Carvana.
There you go. That's what I want to hear. Leading questions. That's what I do best around here. Darwin, Man U pop. Man U sucks, bro. I'm not pulling that team or that stock. Max is going to do it. So I'll just surprise you. The Glazer
Seems
family,
like there's
the American family.
oh, there is some volume coming in.
So
this is like, I feel like you could just be long and Man U like every day with a stop at low of day, and then just waiting for the news pop. Because
no news.
How often does this happen? You go up.
What's going on?
30-minute chart. This thing pops up all the time. I guess you get smoked doing that here. I don't know. Do I see anything? No. 9:49. I don't have any news on this, but surely there must be some more takeover news.
So the Glazer family wanted an exorbitant amount of money for this crap team, and everybody bailed. The Qataris were going to buy it, and then they're like, "We're not paying $6 billion or whatever you guys want," and so tanked after that. It was while you were away.
Yeah,
that's why I'm telling you.
Yeah, because the market cap is $1 billion.
Yeah.
According to Trade Ideas, that could be wrong, but maybe that is wrong. There's no way if it's $1 billion and they want 6.
Bro, I mean, it's more than $1 billion. Like intrinsic value. I mean, market cap is a different story, right? Because this team hasn't made money in like 10 years, right? They're just bleeding money.
It would be hard if you have to pay these players so much.
You have no idea, dude.
Like you have to pay. Yeah. You have to pay these guys what? Like the Stars get 200 to 500 million a year.
Ridiculous. They're making like 300,000 quid a week. Yeah, it's big. All right, the market is moving up. We're long 15,303 on the MNQ, and now we're at 36s. So let's see if we can run up here. It's a nice defend of the 100-point level. It's really nothing to celebrate too much. We're up 1/3 of a point on both the NQ and the ES, are both okay on the day, I guess. We'll see what kind of continuity we can get, but I bet you Dan the Man Emmons would say, look, man, you're still in between the IB high and IB low, so it's kind of like no man's land or no woman's land, whatever your persuasion is there. So we'll have to wait and see it. I'm looking at the chart, and there's really no discernible area where you can say, look, this is an area of resistance. Look, I mean, 15.3 obviously was a defend. That's the point there. Now I'm looking at 15.4, or the high of day at 15.390, the crest, the peak there, as an area of possible resistance in which to take profit. But maybe there's a consolidation area here at 15.5, 15.3.5, pardon me. We'll have to wait and see, right? We've created a nice candle there through the break of the peaks of these two candles here, which topped out about 15.320. So we'll see what the Qs do on the day. Looking for a relief rally. I mean, we've been getting smacked in the face very aggressively the last few days on Apple news and inflation worries, this, that, and the other. You guys know the whole story. So we'll have to wait and see here. I got to tell you, I'm not... I don't really know where the outs are going to be here, but we're pumping up. That's for damn sure. All right, go.
That's a good trade there for sure. Renata talking about being long Tesla 252. It's a good trade for now. I think that 253 is a pretty interesting level on the day. We double bottomed there. We broke down from there. I guess you could call that a triple bottom, and we broke out from there. So you got to get through that 253, in my opinion, before this long trade is really on. Futures, kind of holding up relative to what Tesla is doing. I guess pretty similar chart there on the NASDAQ and on Tesla, but I think that 253 is kind of the inflection point today. I think you could potentially try shorting in the high 252s and stopping out just above 253, or giving it to the 50 period, given that we haven't been able to continue this trend up, and we've made a lower high, you could say, on the 30-minute chart there. Potentially continuing this trend down, but what was that level there? Yeah, 258. So we still haven't really made like a new daily high on Tesla yet. I feel like the fact that we couldn't get through there, I really thought that we could continue and follow through up to like 261, 262. The fact that we went up and had this awesome opening drive, and then now people are all kind of potentially longing in this kind of consolidation zone, that 255. I was trying to get long at 254, 253, so there could be a lot of people stuck long in this consolidation that if we end up not falling back through 253, like where are they stopping out? I don't know that I'd be holding all the way down to 250, but if we get through 250, that could be pretty nasty for the longs. Other than that, like I don't really have anything that I'm looking at today. You come back.
I can look at something.
Just try to take some trades. But,
what's his name over here? Expand Network wanted to look at VERB, small cap gapper. De jour. Let's have a look at VERB. I mentioned this one at the top here on the daily on the charts. Look, it's giving you a nice upward channel. Expand. I don't know your real name, so I'm just going to call you Expand because that's what I'm going to go with. Now, look, my trade on this one would not be a breakout trade. It would be a range trade. So if I was going to get long, it would be like literally right now. The reason being, it's an upward channel. It's holding support and resistance on its way up. Does it eventually break through the channel? Your guess is as good as mine. But the TA books say, usually resolves in the direction of the trend. The direction of the upward channel is obviously up. On the day, it's up 43%. So you have both those going to your in your favor. Where do you get out? Well, the break of the previous trough. So you could look at 230 as the trough, or you could look at 220. There was more action at 220 than there is at 230. If you get in here at 237, 235-ish area, you're not giving yourself a whole lot of room. 5 pennies, depends really what your risk to reward is, what your risk appetite is. So what I would say, this is an interesting area to get in. I'm not telling you to get in. You have to think for yourself, right? But if I was to get in at this, I would get in at this point. My decision would come down to whether I would cut it at the break of 230 or whether 220. Because look how many touches we have at 220. 220 seems to be the better level. But no question in my mind, it's an upward channel. It's rejecting off the up, you guessed it, the up and the down channels there, the support line and the resistance line, at least for now, right? Now it doesn't have to go on forever. But yeah, it's a decent look. You're above VWAP. You're above the 50 period. You're way closer to the day's high than you are the day's low. So that's my look on that one. And what's the headline on this bad boy? Let me tell you here in 1 second. Not like it really matters. Here it is. It's yesterday's headline, Max. Verb Technology shares are trading lower. Okay, yeah. So this was a previous day. I think it was on the 6th. So yesterday it pulled back. Trading lower, but the news catalyst pushing this one, it's a multi-day runner, is that they're integrating with my favorite social media platform, TikTok. I like it. I love TikTok, bro. I gotta tell you the truth, man. It's fantastic. Chinese government, take my data.
Take my data. Speaking of that, did you hear about this PDD news?
Yeah, man.
That's pretty brutal if that's true.
Timo? You're talking about the Temu app. So what Max is referring to, there was it's basically a research company called Grizzly. And the dude yesterday was on with Brian Seltzer on CNBC at 7 o'clock. His position was they did a lot of digging into Temu app, and they found that Temu can install hidden software on your phone, circumventing Apple's spyware, all that kind of protection that you have on your iPhone these days. And it can install that software without your knowledge, read your text messages. In fact, it can get your banking info. This is all allegations, by the way. Get your banking info if you have a banking app on there. The point is not to take your money, but it's to get all the information about you so that they know how to kind of target you in a different way later on. Now, I gotta tell you, anecdotally, there have been videos circulating online that said after people use this Temu app, they all of a sudden had these weird fraudulent charges come in on their debit and their credit card. Again, that's anecdotal, but this Grizzly research company yesterday basically coming out and saying that they found it. They did a lot of deep digging in there, and they're scratching the surface. The dude who was the CEO of Grizzly, he's working with the U.S. authorities on this. Multiple agencies, he said. I watched the interview live yesterday. If you want, I'm sure you can YouTube it and do your own research. But thanks for bringing that up, because that is something that people need to know about.
That's pretty nasty. I'm long Tesla right now, actually, breaking through that 253. So I thought it looked like a short if it was going to hold below there, but we do a real nice hold down here. So I got starter size at 253.03-ish. Looking for this to continue back towards VWAP. That's a real nice kind of wick bottom on Tesla there. I think a lot of people were potentially shorting it below that price, looking for the follow through. It doesn't follow through, so now we're long. Futures looking strong. Tesla through the 50, through that 253. I'm looking for like at least 254 to get anything out on this. And I mean, if we're breaking high of day this afternoon, I will be adding to this Tesla position through that high of day for sure. I don't know where else I can really add to it. Maybe if we're holding above VWAP, but you know, I've tried up at this 254 a couple times and hasn't really worked. 253 has been the level, so you know, congrats to Renata if you're still hanging on to that Tesla long.
She's hanging tough, like
Nice.
New Kids on the Block.
Nice.
Max,
Looking
your
beauty.
friend DocuSign is putting a bit of a smiley face
I saw that one
here,
too. I was
eh?
going to bring that one up as well. DocuSign, yeah. So the 50 break was good. If you took that, you're now, 40 or so cents in the money on that one. That 50, like last time we really bounced was that 50-50. There is some size there on 50-50 on the book. So, breaking that 50-50 would be, that's like the real probable long on this one. I don't know if I want to take that breakout though. That doesn't, I don't know. I mean, we have seen these names kind of put in a base and then do the whole move back up before, but it's not like it went down 10%. We're only down 3.5 right now. And maximum was about 5%, I think. So I don't think I'm going to take that. I can see the structure for that. You take that 50-50, maybe you're just risking the failed break right away, or you can risk down to VWAP 50-25, and you'd be looking for like almost $1 out of that maybe. Tesla consolidating below the prior kind of consolidation right now, right here. So want this to get through that 253.65 price pretty quick. I don't think I'm gonna risk this at all. Actually, I think I'm gonna just give it to like 252.89 on this to stop out of this one.
Yeah, well, look at Verb. Oh my God, what a disaster this stock is. This is why. Look at this, bro. It holds the trend line excellent, and then Huadunk City comes in.
That 250 reject, like those 50-cent areas, they're always key on these smaller cap names. So it can't get through 252.5 or 2.5, and then just rejects. I got my eyes on Tesla right now, so key area coming in 253.65. If we get through there, I think we can blast pretty quick to 254. Market still going up off that 15.3 area. Really off that kind of yesterday's close, or Friday. What day is it today? It feels like Monday for me. It's Friday. It's Friday. Off Thursday's close. Yeah, I was thinking, because this is my first day trading, that the last day was Friday and this is Monday,
awesome.
But
Who wouldn't mind showing up from vacay on a Friday and then getting a weekend like that? So I sent Max a message the other day because we weren't sure when he was coming back. So I'm like, yo, there's a pool going around the office for the days, and the days are going quick, and I want to know what day to get. I want the inside scoop. Sorry, guys, I was talking to Brendo. That's why I muted my mic. Yeah, I sent a message to Max the other day about when he was getting back. Anyway, fantastic. We love having you back, brother. But we're like almost 60 points in the money here on this MNQ trade as we bounce off 15.3. I can hear you guys off this 15.3. Here we go, 15.3. I can still hear you, Ramin. 15.360. So where do we find resistance on this? I'm not really sure, but you can clearly tell by having a look at the big boy, the Mag 7 or the Mag 8, whatever you want to call them. Apple's pumping. Amazon at high a day as we speak. Google is 5 pennies off high a day as well. AMD and NVIDIA not really. But I think we see 180 likely here on our friend Apple. And I was adding yesterday, by the way, on my personal account on Apple.
Let's go, Sharif.
Man, I had to, brother. I mean, look, China's about 4%, not 4%. There's Morgan Stanley saying it's going to affect 4% of their revenue if this ban really goes through. And the Chinese government
China's only 4% of their revenue.
No, it's about 17% of their sales.
Yeah.
But they're saying revenue-wise, it'll only affect that much because it's not the entire Chinese population, right?
So 4% of their sales are to Chinese government officials?
No, they didn't specify. The Morgan Stanley analyst, this guy, he's about 4%.
That they think that that's what the impact is going to be.
Yeah.
Because people will follow that.
It's more than that, though.
Yeah,
China sales is more than that. There's no. It's like 17 or 18 or something like that.
Interesting. It's tough to buy into that.
20% says
sure.
hamster. I think it's less than that, brother. I saw a teen number yesterday, not a 20 number. But hey, maybe you'd be right. Send me your source if you've got that. I'd like to see it because I'm always willing to be corrected if I'm actually wrong. Yeah, no, absolutely.
Well, of course.
Never get it right anyway. We're heading here. I've got basically one out left on the future, so I'm not going to be selling here. I'll let it break. I'll let it stop me out if I have to. If we have to, I'd like to be able to take out day size. What's the percentage short float on DocuSign? Asks CryptoBlogger.
It's only like 3%.
Yeah, so Max saying 3 or
3.8.
Daniil saying 4. It's 3.79 on Trade Ideas. So yeah, it's not too much, my friend. It's not too much. Daniil's having his food. How is that? You got the apple there, eh? An apple a day keeps the doctor away.
The apple, it is not fried into batter with a bunch of sugar on it, though.
There he is. There he is. Look at that floral shirt. Man's looking fly today.
Nice.
All right.
Did everybody give up on Floral Friday?
I wore it once. Nobody did it, so I gave up. Then Neil shows up randomly.
Well, if
with
Neil's
floral
bringing it
shirt.
back,
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like you can get some people on board for sure.
Definitely. I know, so do I. I have one floral shirt. I'm a one-trick pony on this bad boy. I just noticed that Sean and I are matching today. Get Sean on there, man. Look at this. I'm wearing the navy blue. He's got the navy blue. Why did we not notice this today? Look at him. Okay. Oh, he's got white in his. No, that's not good. There's some pink in there too, he says. Okay.
I missed the memo on that one today.
Oh, good.
Yeah, DocuSign, though, we were talking about it. That 50-50 breaks out. Really nice breakout there. 50-50, you're risking 10 cents. It gives you, 35 right away. And still looking very strong. So kind of wishing that I did take that 50 breakout. You're risking like nothing basically on that one, maybe 15 cents if you're even giving it that much space. I don't think that I would be. Probably would have risked it down to like 95s or something. Now you're like 70 cents in the money on that one, still going, starting to really trend up. Hasn't touched the teal in a while. Hasn't, once it broke VWAP, basically hasn't touched that either. So 51 potentially incoming. Maybe DocuSign has found its base today. I mean, how many times have we seen these earnings names go down, make a base like this, and then blast right back up to the pre-market levels, and then sometimes higher? I mean, I don't know that we're going to get like a 5% move for the rest of the day, but anything is possible.
Holy cow.
And Tesla, I'm just chilling on Tesla. I think this could be a decent like kind of intraday swing situation here on Tesla. If the market keeps going, it is Friday. Sometimes we get those extended moves on Fridays. We're holding kind of all the levels on the market right now. Although, well, yeah, we're above that 15,350. We're above the overnight highs, which I don't know about you, but when I walked in this morning and saw us kind of do this gap up overnight and then sell it all the way back down, I figured we were going to have a pretty decent down day today. And then,
But that was
What
that
time
double
is it?
bottom that was nice. I sat down this morning. I even said to the boys on my right, I'm like, double bottom future.
Yeah, for sure. I think I came in when it was here. Yeah, what's that, 8:30? Yeah. And I'm thinking, all right, we're going to sell back down to here. We're going to get down to 15.1. And then I write down if we get above 15.3, go long.
Yeah.
Guess I should have just traded futures today. It would have made even more.
Future, yeah. Have you seen GlaxoSmithKline over here?
I don't know
What
that
is going on? It's the drug company. It's a British drug company. It's big. Like, it's a bigger boy.
Up 5?
Man,
Interesting.
5%, and it's straight up and to the right. It had one healthy pullback. This is the 1 minute chart on GSK, up 4 2/3. What's the level it's at right now? 36 1/4. It's doing the dance with no pants at 36 1/4. We'll see if it gets continuity. Let me zoom out and figure the levels over here. Okay, so we're multi-day highs here. Let's pull it up on the other chart. On GSK, I like this trade. Shout out to Natalia. She's the one that alerted me to this. I didn't have an idea that we were moving. Okay, so we haven't been this high since mid-August. Okay, let's zoom out even more. Let's bring in the hourly on this bad boy. Let me put in the ticker so I don't get complaints. GSK, here we go. Dude, we have not been this high in over a month. And I don't have a headline on this, by the way. Let's go to the 4 hour. All right, so now we're getting some levels that we can work with here. Okay, so mid-July, a bit of a double top here, going back to mid-July, with an obvious level at that 36.50. Look at that. As soon as we broke above it, the wick came back down. That happened twice. That happened in mid-June and again in mid-July. So if we move, if we move higher, expect resistance at 36.50. Look, it's a range-bound trade.
Google new high of day.
Yeah, it was knocking on the door a high day when I was talking about it a second ago. I don't want to say it's a really wedge pattern, but it is. The fact of the matter is these are higher lows, but these are also lower highs. So it's compressing a little bit. How it resolves, we'll see. Good look on GSK. If anybody knows why this is moving, I don't have an explanation for it in my blotter over here, and I'm looking back multiple days and I don't see it. So I'd like to know. If you have news on it, that'd be great to know. But yeah, GSK making big boy moves, and so is the Future, man. Look at this, bro. We are at 67s now on the NQ. This is a headed high. Could we see high days? 90 3/4 HOD on the Q. So that 15.3 was absolute money.
I'm here for it if we hit high of day again. I mean, I figured like before this move down, we were kind of consolidating near the high above that 15.330 or whatever. I figured we could get a 15.5 kind of day. Do I still think it's possible? Yeah, for sure. What time is it right now? 11:30. Yeah, we definitely have the time in the day left to get to like 15.5.
Okay.
I think that's kind of the next stop. Maybe 15.450 is the next stop. Yeah, I mean, hopefully my Tesla position is at 265 by the time that happens, but currently just kind of turning around, or not turning around, resisting for a bit at VWAP, but not too much of a sell. I did put a little buy down here at 253.25, which I don't want anymore if it gets down there, so canceling that one. Hopefully we're just kind of blasting off, and we'll see where to sell this. I don't think I'm ready to sell it yet. If we break back below like 253.25, I'll probably just punch out of this one. Because given this market move, like Tesla should be getting towards the high.
The position board's not working for you, so can you tell people what your entry is on Tesla?
Oh yeah, I'm in at 253.02.
253.02, guys, on stressless, almost $1 in the money for the mad one. So people were asking, is Max out of Tesla? No, Ozan, sorry. It's just the position board. I'm sure Ramin will be on that soon. All right. So we'll keep an eye on that. The Future now up, pardon me. Yeah, it is up 0.53. The ES is lower percentage-wise than the NQ, but look at this. We're about to break days highs here, close to breaking days highs on the ES, not that close on the NQ. So this closing print here on the 5 is at 4475. We're at 4473. Sure, we got up to 4477.5, but look where the closing print is on both these candles. So despite the fact that we're only up to 1/3% on the ES, looking to take days high, whereas on the NQ, look at this. No, the print here is at 90, and the closing, the wick here is at 90, and then the closing print's at 79. What's up?
Someone in the chat saying CGC moving.
I think Waiters was on that this morning, wasn't he?
Yeah, I heard Neil was on it too.
Neil, all right. Cool.
Yeah, not a ton of volume for a sub-dollar stock, but that 82-cent breakout, pretty money there.
Were you here when we got the news about removing it? Okay, so just I'll update you as well. The Department of Health and Human Services suggested to the DEA that they reduce cannabis from a Schedule 1, which is where heroin is, to a Schedule 3. So that's prompted all
Maybe
people
a little
think,
overdue there?
Yeah, a little bit of overdone. I would have to agree. I wouldn't equate weed with heroin. But in any event, I digress. And then yesterday we got news of a banking bill that's going to help these weed companies do interstate banking because the banks wouldn't finance.
because they had all that.
There you go.
They had people like transporting cash around or something.
Exactly. And then you go to one state where it's legal and then try to do banking in another, and they're like, nah, we can't hang it. We can't deal with you. Make a long story short, it looks like it's on its way to legalization, hence weed's been running.
Well, CGC definitely running up 10% really today. I don't remember, because Wayner was talking about this one this morning. I don't remember the breakout that he wanted. I think it was just yesterday's high, like that, what is that, 78 cents? So hopefully he took that one. That looks good. And hopefully he took the re-break there of that 80 cent level, which 80 seems to be kind of a solid breakout level as well. These sub-dollar names tend to kind of break even 10-cent levels quite well, or even just like an even cent will go pretty aggressively without printing below it at all. Looking at my Tesla right now, that's looking pretty good. I'm thinking we could get to, at least like 255 on this one. Potentially a 255 fail break is how I would get out. But yeah, future's still looking good. Tesla above VWAP. Stop going to be adjusted now, probably back down. How conservative do I want to be with this? Maybe 49s. Just do a profit stop on that. Nah, I'm going to leave it where it is for now. But we'll see. If we get below 50 and it looks like it wants to keep selling below 253.50, I'll bail out of this Tesla. Hopefully we can hold VWAP here above 254 and continue the move. What else was I going to talk about?
Crap
NVIDIA. Stock
wants to know, do you think Tesla will hit high of day?
Yeah.
We'll test high of day. Sorry, that's what they asked. Yeah.
I mean, that's the bet that I've taken. I don't know that it's going to happen. I mean, I think there's a decent probability that that happens, given that, we've kind of put in this down move now. Can't get any lower. We hold higher, so that's a higher low. Maybe, I don't know, maybe higher high. We'll see. I'm not going to hold the whole thing for high of day, but I'm looking for 255. I think I'll put an offer somewhere, thinking like 254.89 maybe, just in case we don't quite get to 255. So I'll throw that out, and the rest we'll see if we can get to high of day. If we fail break 255 pretty nastily, then I will get out pretty fast. But yeah, we'll see on that. I think we can definitely get to high of day. A lot of people have been talking about NVIDIA in the chat and saying that it's running, but
it's weak.
I mean, this is a nice move off the bottom. I guess that's a pretty great move off the bottom, but where are you realistically getting long? Maybe this 254 on that kind of higher low there. Maybe you're taking 454, sorry. Maybe you're taking 455 back through on this move up and risking 454. That makes some sense, but I wouldn't call this ripping necessarily. I would say, it is a nice move off the bottom. We're coming into that kind of resistance level, which will be kind of exactly where we turn around off of 458 and a quarter. Tesla also kind of rejecting that VWAP, so I think I'd take that profit right now and then hold the other piece for higher potentially, leave the stop in. So yeah, just took some out in the 80s there on Tesla. Maybe bad call, but got to ring the register eventually. That was like 84 cents of profit on that first out, so that's pretty good. Apple also, double top there on Apple, so very interesting. Come on, Apple. Very interesting double top there. I think we break this and keep going on Apple. Market is putting in a lower high for now, but until we get back, I don't even know. I feel like you got to get below 15,325 for this to be considered an actual lower high. I think we keep going. I think Apple can take out that 180.25 and keep going. I really wanted it in the low 178s. 178.35 was a pretty solid level from recently. Maybe it'll show up on the 30-minute. I'm not sure that it will. No, it doesn't. But you're just going to have to trust me on that one. it was a nice level recently. So yeah, I was looking to get long in there. Doesn't give it to you. We're back at high of day. Apple looking pretty strong, 1.3 off of its kind of nasty bottom recently. What else is going on? Intel testing a 2-year high. Okay, I'll take a look at that. I was looking at this morning. I don't typically like Intel. Nice triple bottom though there, off that 38 level. I mean, this does look like it's going to break that, low of day and keep going eventually. But for now, I mean, giving those nice bounce moves off of 38. I have not been here for this move up on Intel, so we'll have to educate myself on whatever is going on with this name. But yeah, the 3750 kind of breakout yesterday looks like that would have been money for this move. Gets into 39 almost. Wow.
Yeah.
What? I feel like I was trading Intel at 28 not too long ago.
Intel? Yeah, you wouldn't be wrong. You're not wrong. Look, it was all spurred. You weren't here, but Dell did really good on earnings. They surprised everybody, and people were like, well, Dell's dead. The PC sales are slumping. Everybody bought their computers during COVID. And
But computers have a 2 to 3 year lifespan.
Exactly.
From like a corporate perspective. So
yeah,
they have to be replaced. I mean, everybody might have upgraded during COVID. Eventually,
that's a couple of years now. Yeah.
Eventually, you got to start replacing.
Very
computers
true.
break. Everybody watching this is very likely using a computer. We have
Look,
a
I've
lot
had my
around here
computer
that
for
are constantly being fixed and replaced. So.
Yeah.
I mean,
So
the
they
PC
did well,
sales have been,
and they projected their guide was really interesting too. And now Intel kind of benefiting from that. Everybody was talking GPUs. Well, CPUs still we need them for some things.
I also saw that there was some kind of red flag raised on NVIDIA's earnings, that there might have been some kind of
Here we go.
fake
I don't
organization.
believe that.
No, that's like
I
a
don't
conspiracy
believe that.
theory?
Yeah. I heard that the X world or the Twitter world was Xing or tweeting about that. Bro, Jensen Huang had many opportunities to fudge the books, man. Many opportunities over the years. He didn't fudge them once. So I don't know. I don't buy it. Maybe I'm wrong. What do I know? Well, dude, I mean, think about it. Remember when everybody and their mother's cousin was buying GPUs to mine crypto?
Yeah.
Could have fudged the books then, right? The gaming revolution could have fudged the books then. He didn't fudge the books. I mean, I don't know. I just don't buy it. But what do I know? I don't know anything, right? I'm an outsider. So, but yeah, everybody was talking about that. And the thing is, too, it's kind of hard to fudge the books because so much of your business comes from so few clients. We know that the hyperscalers, Amazon, Meta, Microsoft, they're the ones that are buying. So if if you're gonna fudge, they gotta be complicit in the whole thing, right? Unless you think everybody's in it.
Wasn't the news that they had some fake company that was fraudulent that ordered a ton of? I don't know. I don't want to get into it. If it's
put it out there, baby.
News,
put it out.
I don't want to be spreading it. I don't even remember where I got this from. Something.
People mentioning
Twitter.
Enron. You're gonna tell me one company and maybe like Elizabeth Holmes. Come on, guys, let's go.
Oh, there's lots of cases of accounting fraud.
Not like that size though.
Yeah, no.
Where it's en masse like that. It's like Enron. There's a few, but they're not. They're the exception.
And how much of NVIDIA's earnings could be one company?
They're not one. It's like 4, 5, 6, 7 hyperscalers.
Yeah.
Really? That's what it is because they're the ones buying hand over fist. A lot of people are talking about taking on debt to buy these too because they're going to rent them out to people. So they're going to be like, okay, you want to build your own large language model, but you don't want to spend on the H100 chip? Sure, come over. I got them over here, and then they're going to charge you, but then they got to go into debt to do all that. So it's interesting.
Okay.
It's interesting. We'll see. I mean, time will tell. If Jensen Huang's cooking the books, it's just a matter of time. Just a matter of time till he gets caught. So we'll see.
We have an IPO, it seems.
Oh, yeah?
Podcast One. $4 IPO doesn't say here. I imagine the market cap is infinitesimal on this one. But,
PODC?
PODC halted 4 times.
See it.
I wonder what the volume is. 387K, so not too much interest in this opening, but there it is. Basically down at low of day. Does it hold $4 and then go straight back up? I don't know. I will not be involved unless, I don't know, volume starts going absolutely nuts. But probably not for me. Just bringing it up because that's what's going on. There's also this Burford Capital Limited. I don't know what this company does. We can find out. Provision of legal finance products.
Huh.
I don't know. I don't see the news on this one. But
BUR?
clearly there was some news today. BUR on the NASDAQ, is it?
Judge rules
NY.
against Argentina. Oh, sorry.
I mean, it's up quite a bit on
Buford
this.
Capital says further announcement to be made in due course after review of what on statement regarding Peterson and Eaton Park matters. I don't know what any of that means. It's all like code for me here, but that's today's headline.
Legal finance products, so maybe they finance some huge class action, and they are set to benefit from those.
There are those companies that do that.
There are, and yeah, up from 13, halted once. Oh, I guess that's the news halt, unless I'm missing data. No, yeah, that was the news halt there, and kind of no volume to speak of after that halt, but huge move there. Up 20% now intraday. Did not see this until just now.
Yeah, interesting look.
What's my Tesla doing? Nothing. What's the market doing? Little pullback.
Yeah.
Yeah, no decisions to be
I'm
made
just
there.
worried
I'm not
about
really seeing anything at a
double
key
top
level.
here. Look at this. This could be the brewings of a double top on the ES.
Yeah, for sure.
So I'm keeping my eye on this right now. It hasn't manifested yet. It'd have to break that 4464 area, which also happens to be a smidge above VWAP. But here we go. Looks like it's going to retrace. What's the NQ doing? Right below 50 we go. It's the same look with the NQ, except the middle part of the M here is that 300 level. So you're wrong, I think, if the double top anyway, if it breaks 300, or is 300 another reload? We have a lower high, so that's in and of itself not good. A little bearish in that regard. We have VWAP at 22s, a smidge below 25. So we'll have to wait and see what we get here. But we're positive on the day on the NQ, positive on the day on the ES, 0.44 for the NQ, 0.32 for the ES, but we'll see. We'll see if we get continuity. The big tech names, what are they doing? Let's bring in, the Meg 8. So Apple rejecting just a little below day's high. They're all pulling back. Even Microsoft. Microsoft is very much at day's highs. I would say even though Microsoft is it the percentage winner? Yeah, it is. Microsoft is the percentage leader on the day, 1.86. We've been talking about Microsoft being dead money lately. Well, right now, it is very much at day's high, very like 16 pennies off or whatever, much closer to day's highs than the other big tech names. Tesla rejecting off that VWAP. Very interesting look here on our friends Tesla. I don't know, man. I'm feeling like this might be setting up to go red on the afternoon, the entire market here. Look at this lower high on Meta. Look at this. So lower high, right? But then Google has higher highs, and so does Microsoft and Amazon. So it looks like it might be a mixed bag today. Kind of hard to get the overall trend of the market by looking at the big tech names because they're kind of diverging. You have Meta with lower highs. You have Amazon with higher highs. Huh. Interesting look. We'll just have to sit on our hands for now.
Yeah, I feel like, as long as the market's holding above that overnight high, I think we're good. On NASDAQ, that, what is it, 15? I just messed up my chart. Here we go. 15,340, I think it is. Yeah, 15,340. I think if we're holding above there, that's kind of the spot where we can kind of bounce higher off of this for me. But I'd be personally thinking like VWAP is the spot. Was this a little kind of test of VWAP down there? We do what we need to do. Try to get further down and then kind of blast back up. Maybe we're taking out the high soon. I don't know, but this Tesla trade looking like that's going to stop out momentarily below that 253 price. Really need a market move in my favor here. I was also looking at NVIDIA. If you look at this 458.25 price on the 30-minute chart, this is the low of pre-market here. This is the close of all of these 30-minute candles here between like 457 or 458 and 458.50 basically. So that's the spot, I think. That's the spot on NVIDIA. We topped out there 3 times now, triple top on that 458.25. I think the breakout there, if the market's going to keep going, makes some sense, even though it's below VWAP. We're trending up. We're in the low of NVIDIA's range. I don't know. I haven't been here. I don't know if there's catalysts against NVIDIA or if this is just it's just the earnings kind of the failure of that huge earnings move, I guess, is what's put us back down here. 440 is my kind of banger long area on NVIDIA, but we're not going down to touch that at all. 450 as well seems like a long area. So.
450 looks like an excellent area. Yeah. My guess is probably a little bit of negative sentiment on the chips now that China's done that whole iPhone thing.
Yeah.
So maybe the tit for tat exchange continues with the Biden administration. They suspended the chip ban. So now
they did.
They did for a year. They kicked the can down
the road. For a year.
Yeah. Because the chip companies kept putting pressure on them, like, yo, you're going to ruin our business. So maybe that gets reinstated. I don't know, right? It's not looking good. I don't like this tit for tat exchange. And he sent the Commerce Secretary there last week, Gina Raimundo, to kind of smooth things over. And I don't think she got anything done, to be quite frank with you, because Neil's laughing. I don't mean any disrespect there, but I mean, at the end of the day, no, I don't. I really don't. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. It's not a good look. I don't like this whole thing where you're going to get like all protectionist and stuff, because then the Chinese stocks are going to tank, and I'm in Li Auto, so damn it. Kitty, of course, guys. All right, what else we got? We're getting a little bit of a bounce here on the future. And some other names starting to bounce back up again, so the trend may be continuing here. We'll have a look and see what we're doing. Yeah,
I'm long NVIDIA here.
Good. Go.
On this breakout, basically just giving it to like, I don't know, 457.90. Like if this doesn't go right away, I'm going to be out. But I'm long 26s, which is actually a great fill. Looking for this to start accelerating towards VWAP. I want it through 459 very quickly.
Nice move.
That does seem to be potentially happening. Let's go, NVIDIA. Come on, get through that VWAP. Maybe we got like that 462, 463 in us in this name. Tesla, Renato was asking if I want to add to Tesla. No, I don't. I don't want to add to Tesla. I don't think it looks like a VWAP rejection to me on Tesla, so I'm willing to leave my stop where it was for the second portion, or whatever remaining portion, not necessarily second portion of this one. If it goes, it goes. If it doesn't, I'm stopping out below 253. So that's my opinion on that one. NVIDIA looking very strong right now, breaking out that triple top. Let's see if we can get through 460 pretty quick on this. I'm not looking to take anything out until we're through VWAP on NVIDIA. Once again, down 0.78. Can we get to flat on the day? What was yesterday's close? 462.40. I think that's a good target for this trade. Futures looking pretty strong, at least NASDAQ. Yeah, both futures looking quite strong. So I think we're good on this NVIDIA trade. We'll see what happens at 459. If we fail break that and kind of slam back in very quickly, then I will be out of this very quickly as well. But looking pretty good on this.
Yeah, NVIDIA, nice move up there, man. I think that's quite bullish, this look here. Let's bring in our friend NVIDIA. This is what I like when you have, this move up. It looks like it's going to be a V-shaped recovery. Then you get a red candle to make a new low on the 5-minute chart, and then boom, the buying comes right back up. So it looks like they bamboozled the shorts there, and you're already like almost $6 off that bottom. So the next level I'm looking at here on my friend NVIDIA is at 459 1/3. That's where VWAP is. Then obviously you have to respect that 460 level. It's the $10 level. So, and look at all the wicks right off 460 earlier. It kept dipping off, bouncing back up. So 460, definitely a look here. I mean, we got to get through VWAP first, but not a bad trade there. I would definitely agree on that NVIDIA stock. But you're seeing AMD dead money lately. I got to tell you the truth. Like I used to complain about Microsoft being a little bit dead. You're not seeing the same type of volatility in AMD as you are in NVIDIA as of late. Like this one had kind of its moment, A few days ago, you weren't here, Max, but Lisa Su was talking at the Communicopia conference, the Goldman Sachs Communicopia conference. She said some stuff on stage that really got this stock going, and hence it's reflected right here. I don't know if you guys can see that big wick up. That's the Lisa Su spike. We're going to call it the Lisa Su spike. Right back down on the future, though. I thought we were going to make a newer high. We don't, so now we make a newer low. The future may be in trouble here as we head back down now. 15,340. Let's see what we get. We're long 03, so I'll give this one room. But yeah, probably should have taken. Well, I only had one more out. That's the thing, right? So I couldn't take out some here. I really want to get high a day. So we'll have to wait and see what we can get. Trading WREI. Can you go over Oracle? Sure. Oracle, I believe, reports too, or do they? No, I thought I saw something with Oracle. We'll have a look. Diaz, Monday, says Ramin. Thank you for that. I know that they were reporting. I think Monday after the bell, our friend Oracle will report. Last time they did quite well too. Let's see what is being said here. Diaz 29, NQ correlation with Dixie. Dixie recovered was dang big 2 hours ago, and now about to go green. NQ will close red. Okay, Nostradamus, calm down. Jay Lee, the flooding alone is going to translate to massive drops in production numbers across most Chinese companies, and damage is continuing. Look into it. I saw the floods yesterday in Hong Kong. China's a big country, bro. I don't know about that, but yeah, sure, it may have a momentary effect on production. No question about it. So did COVID, but they bounced back. So I know the Chinese economy has been hurting as of late. They've got some internal issues there that they have to deal with, but you know what they've shown? A willingness to stimulate. So we'll have to see. That is true. Yeah, they have, and they're doing it again right now. Okay, here's Oracle. Here is the 4 hour look, and you look at this. It's fantastic. This is the 4 hour candles. So this takes us all the way back to January. This is about a year to date chart, and as you can tell, we started off around 80 bucks to start off the year. So year to date, I'll tell you quickly what this one is up. ORCL, 55%, 54.93. With respect to the year-to-date high, we are not at it, but we're only $2 removed from it. That came in mid-June, and I believe that was subsequent to their earnings. Yeah, earnings was early June. June 12th, we ran up aggressively, and then we crested out at 127.5. Today we have almost a 126 high, a 125.93 high. So it's a good look for Oracle, but they're definitely going to have to. I would say, you know, in a year where earnings have been a reason to sell, good earnings have been sold off. That's almost happened on, you know, the majority of big tech stocks. So we're really going to have to impress here to get a nice bump up. But no question, Oracle looking fantastic. It's not just the chip names. You need IT to get the data around, and that's where Oracle comes in. You know this stock? Was it Oracle or Cisco? Neil, was it Oracle or Cisco that ran up 4,000% from 95 to 2000? Oracle or Cisco? One of them.
I want to say it was.
I feel like it was Cisco. Cisco, right? Yeah, it wasn't Oracle.
Cisco.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so then I'm done. I have nothing to say. I was going to say that. I'm pretty sure that was right, because I remember thinking that it was Nortel's competitor, and that's definitely Cisco. Cisco says scrambled eggs on toast. Shout out to you. It's just no toast for me, no carbohydrates here in the summer. Maybe later.
No carbs in the summer?
No.
I mean, yeah, you don't really need them.
Well,
in the
that's
summer,
not.
Right? You don't need to burn that. You don't need that burning energy. Nvidia kind of. I don't know. I'm going to stop out in a second. It seems.
Same. Looks like we're headed down here.
It's kind of giving. Oh yeah, there it is. We are out of Nvidia. That's too bad. That looked really good, and then the market just kind of wanted to slam back into VWAP. So NASDAQ, a little bit of a false kind of. Where was that? No, I guess it didn't false breakout. It just went down as Nvidia was trying to do its little breakout there. Maybe could have given this back to like 457, added to it, that kind of thing. That's not really the trade I was going for though. So, you know, it's still bullish above 457 right now, which is where that 50 period is on the 1 minute and where this consolidation is right here. But the idea on this trade, was that 458.25 kind of breakout into VWAP. Thinking we could get, you know, a potential move back to flat on the day on this one. So out of NVIDIA for now. Tesla we did get out of as well at a few minutes ago when it broke that 253. So we'll see where Tesla wants to hold today. I mean, I feel like this 253 level has been kind of violated too many times for it to be, you know, kind of edge anymore, but we'll see if maybe it wants to hold 253 again. If we hold above 252 like we did last time, maybe that makes sense, but I think if we get back down there, this probably wants to go to low of day and test out, you know, that 250 area, and maybe that's a spot where you can get long. If 250 kind of fail breaks or there's some big bid or big reserve on the bid there, then you can get long off of that on Tesla, but we'll see. We'll see. I don't have anything that I'm necessarily planning on that one yet. FFIE, Faraday Future. We've talked about this name a couple times.
Yeah,
this one is starting to run.
Yeah, so they came out this morning with a headline that they're going to do investigations into illegal shorting or something like that.
Yeah.
And
We've
that
seen
Brenda,
that one before.
Yeah, and usually that's a little bit of a signal that, you know, they're almost out. I mean, that's what Brenda was saying. He's like, you know, that's a kind of a last grasp.
Yeah, the
attempt.
last ditch attempt there.
Exactly.
Yeah. But going now, I mean, SSR now through those pre-market levels, basically through all the levels after 8 a.m., which is what I deem to be kind of significant. We'll see if we can get up here. I don't think that, what's the volume? 8 million? Yeah, I don't think that I have a trade on this one right now, but let's see. Maybe $5 is breaking, and you know we're kind of cheering this one on later.
All right, guys.
What else is breaking out?
Well, we got a new segment that you don't know about because you haven't been here. It's called Lunch Money, and essentially, yeah, that's what it is. So the big bully, he's at the big desk, and he's about to take your lunch money, guys. Anytime. There you go.
I'm not a bully, and lunch money isn't about taking your lunch money. It is about showing you opportunities over lunchtime that you can make some money on as a trader. A lot of times things will slow down at this time of day. What can you be setting up for the afternoon? That's what it's all about. So this is what we're going to do. Always want to start things off with, you know, maybe a banger, but it's hard not to ignore Meta. Now, yesterday, you know, Meta was the flavor of the month because of the ridiculous Huadunk that it had to the downside. It was pretty ridiculous, that big time flush that it had. I mean, I can show you here by zooming the 3-minute chart out there. It was just absolutely nasty. Let's full screen it. It was about $15 top to bottom, and then it recovered. All I care about today is I told myself I want relative weakness in Meta. Right, so look for opportunities to be short the stock. If you were watching the morning show, you know that I missed a couple of swings at it, certainly, but it's showing some serious signs of now trending. You've got lower highs. You are resisting 302 down here. You're just bouncing off of 300 again on the 3-minute chart. So I think you're playing the short the pop game. 302 is a good short. Candidly speaking, I am in this one finally. You guys know I had it earlier, then missed it. That rollover at 303. So I like the trend down. The market is going to go down today, and there was a skittish bid on Meta yesterday. Maybe it was a fat finger, bad program. I don't know what it was. But just give me a shot at that one falling back into the downside. If you like the short, to me, I like Meta down here. If it bounced off 300, I probably just got some profit out of my desk and am looking to reload that short. The other thing to keep in mind is I love that multiple time frames up. This is what the daily is going to look like for you guys. Just pulling up the daily. I mean, do you see what's happening right around here? You're trying to break out above 300 on Meta. If you don't get above that line, market a little bit weak, putting in lower highs, it just feels like you want to favor the short. If we ever break out the 305 level, I have no issue saying he should be looking trend long beyond there. But until that happens, the trend is your friend until the end when it bends. And a wiser man than me once said those words. That's the first time I've actually been able to say that without fumbling through it. So shout out to myself. Usually I'm bungling a lot of those. You know, like I have these sayings out there. I can give you guys some bad puns, but when it's the good saying like that one, try to clean it up a little bit. Let's move on to the next. And I was going to go in another direction here, but when you guys mentioned Faraday, and I don't mean to chuckle when it comes to Faraday futures. It's just if you all watch the show, you guys know that Randy famously made a bit of a semi-call on Faraday one morning, and like 5 minutes after it was a buy imbalance, and then 2 days later it was up like 30 or 40% or something like that. Since then, things haven't gone so well for Faraday, unfortunately. Now, I don't particularly care too much about the catalysts. Catalyst is a catalyst when you're talking about possible, illegal trading and manipulation and all that stuff. It's just that there is one. It is beaten up pretty badly. Anytime you have reverse split, lower float, those types of things, and they go into penny stock range or whatever it might be, I'm always looking for where a bounce might happen. So they did do the reverse split. It's starting to pick up a little bit of steam. And what gets interesting about this, you have that nice little base after flushing in the morning, so you got a quadruple bottom, triple bottom, whatever you want to call it, and now you're looking to take out that local high. It's not exactly 420, but 425, 427. You're getting a consolidation through. The afternoon trade for me on this is pretty plain and simple. As long as it holds on to this open area, so call it 420, maybe even $4 if you want to get frisky, and then breaks out the top at 435, just look to take it breaking out that high with a tight stop back into that 420 level, 15, 20 cents worth of risk. Again, it's not endorsing the company. It's just a setup that has been working, and you want to take advantage of them when that is the case. And speaking of setups that have been working, you got to go to the well with these. Yesterday, there was a great question. Someone asked me on Twitter, when you guys keep saying SSR bounce, what do you mean? We mean when a stock is short sell restricted, it is very difficult for, not that you can't go short, because when a stock is short sell restricted, you need an uptick to remove liquidity from the bid and then continue to hammer it down. You can always cover longs. People can always hold their short positions. Makes it more difficult to initiate shorts. If a stock is down 10% that day from the previous close or down 10% the day before, it's SSR. And once that happens, you look for a little bit of a bounce play. Doesn't mean you have to take it. But it can mean when it gets going, it has some acceleration. So what's the flavor today? I'm looking for a bounce play in Mara. It hasn't happened yet. It just broke $11. Now, in a perfect world on Mara, you'd be able to have this get all the way down to like 10, 1030, this level here on the daily chart, and then you look for an SSR bounce off of what is also a support level. So if it gets all the way down here to 1030, that's like the home run trade. It's already down 10%. Any bounce off that level, I'm looking for just a big move back to the upside. You did see this in a couple of names in the last few weeks that have been absolutely fantastic. And again, it's a very sort of gimmicky style setup. It's very well set up that it could happen at any point. 11 might have been good. I tried it at 11 and stopped out for a very tight stop. And I'll probably take another shot at 1050, 1030. That level on the daily is probably the gold standard. The other thing you got to consider with Mara, two things you should consider, obviously. First, don't trade it without looking at Bitcoin, right? If you're flushing, if spot prices are flushing on Mara, then you don't necessarily want to engage it. You want either stabilization in price of Bitcoin on the spot price or maybe a little bit of bounce to the upside. You want some confluence there as well. And the other positive here, it's a 28% short float. Good short float, 28%, just leads credence to shorts covering when they get their win here on something like Amara. So got an SSR bounce, we've got a small cap name, we got a big cap name. Do not want to ignore the Big Daddy. Is it the Big Daddy? I think it's the Big Daddy. It's been a bad run for Apple the last couple of days. That being said, for all the doom and gloom when we were pulling back off 190, the daily chart doesn't look fantastic, but yesterday, while it felt like it was all panic at that low, Apple trended up yesterday. Let's be real. Apple was an upward trend in yesterday's trade. If you look at it, we got a few bad wicks here. You had one bad move into the morning, and then you just trended up. Today, it's only trend up. It was climbing in the pre-market. It broke out at the open and has been putting in essentially a double top there above 180 and holding support. Now, I like the breakout price of 178.5. That was yesterday's high. We didn't get that on the dip buy. But the trend is your friend. I'm not going to say the rest of that because I've already done it once for you guys.
there's a couple of ways you can play this. Double top breakout, 180.25. The other thing would be, can we climb back above 179.50, consolidate above there, look for the long, or just go for the double bottom long at 178.70. Those are 3 different ways I would play the long. The trend is your friend here. If something's going to be strong, I'd rather something trending to the upside. If it's a short day for the afternoon, there's definitely setups on Meta that are going to work. Otherwise, you can dig in a little bit to Apple. And, you know, I don't want to completely ignore what has been, I feel like ever since we've done this, I've mentioned a weed stock every single day for you guys, and I do not want to change that. Because every single day, I look over at CGC, and it's continuing its trend to the upside. So if you're in it already, congratulations. I know a few people, I mentioned that I was in the 78 breakout. Throw that out the window for a quick second, because lunch money is about what opportunities are there right now that you can get into, not what are you already in or what did you already do this morning. Congratulations if you had winners on the morning. That's not what we're considering here. What I'm looking for on CGC, first, look at it at the daily. That is a nice double top above 83. So if it does clear out and make a fresh high, previous top 83, wick here to 85, top at 83. Sometimes it's okay to buy high and sell higher. This is one of those times, because what I see is an 85 break with an 83 stop as long as it takes out that top. Now that's one way you can play it. I like the 2 cents worth of risk because I tend to think stocks that make runs like that on the daily chart can be headed toward that dollar mark. So I've been saying this since it was breaking 70 cents, that until it proves otherwise, I'm looking for longs every day, every afternoon on CGC until it proves otherwise, or we get to $1, whichever one happens to come first. So that breakout is imminent. The other thing you've got here going is, of course, a dip buy at 80 cents. So if it does want to pull back in, I think you can probably grab that one off the 80-cent level. Lots to watch for. I mean, I like Meta if it's going to be relatively weak. We talked a little bit about Mara. That's going to be a good play, I do think, as long as there is a setup for the SSR bounce. You want it into one of those key levels. You want it testing the low, wicking the bottom, or consolidating there. Then you risk about 5 cents grabbing that long, and then look for the retracement back into VWAP. The further away it gets from VWAP, the sexier that trade does get. We talked about a little FFIE as well, a little Apple, and of course, ending it off with CGC, which has been one of my favorites lately. So there's lunch money for you. And don't forget, we're going to be back at 2 o'clock. Sean and I will knock some trades out of the park for you. But good to have Mad Max back. Love the energy. Go get them, boys. That's lunch money.
Thank you for that. Just 15 minutes too late there, Ramin, but it's all good. Killed it on that, Neil. Thank you very much. Very detailed, very thorough, very informative as always, Neil. Shout out to you, my friend. Max, you and I just talking about off camera about a possible 300 double bottom here on Meta. What's the look?
Yeah, that looks really good. I actually saw that earlier and forgot about it. Didn't even throw Meta up on a chart, I don't think. Did I? No, I didn't. I'm rusty, Sharif. I am definitely rusty. But yeah, it gets right back down there. Gives you 300. Already $1 above that. I mean, that's looking like a great long on Meta. That's like the pre-market level too, basically, that 300. Clean $100 level, holding it like that. I mean, that's just the simplest way to trade. And now the market is blasting back up so that, oh, damn. I went away from the desk for a bit here, but that NVIDIA trade that I kind of outlined how you might do that, doubling down here in like the low 457s and hanging on until 457 or 456.75 breaks is clearly the way to go on this one. NVIDIA looking like it wants to take VWAP as well. A little bit of a double top there. Is that a double top? Yeah, like 459-ish area. So 459 now looking a bit like a breakout on NVIDIA. Maybe you just take that trade for like $1 and forget about this bigger move. Just no, that doesn't make sense for me. Whatever. Yeah, I had the trade, lost the trade, and is what it is now. Looks like this wants to go. Market held that level that we talked about too.
Yeah,
I have not been paying attention, Sharif, but the market held the level that we were just talking about. That 15,325 area is where we broke out from. Then that's VWAP and the 50 period there. Can't even get to it. Now we're going back up. Looks like we may want to. I mean, we're still in this compression pattern, as you would call it. 370, or is that? Yes, 370. Seems like the breakout right now. So let's see what happens on this market. I got no positions right now. Google looking super strong, but at highs, I don't want to buy that at highs. What else is going on? Where's Amazon at? I don't have enough charts around here. We always talk about I don't have enough charts. But
it's close to today's
I never fixed that. Amazon looking good. 139 or 139 is the level that I had. If it will show up here on the 30-minute, I think it will. If this chart will load, there we go. Yeah, 139. And it doesn't really. Oh, there it is. I guess. I don't know. On my other charts, it shows up a lot cleaner, but 139, pretty key level on Amazon. Could have taken the short off of there. Gives you almost $1. But holding that 138.20 kind of area, which has been, let's call it 138, has been kind of the spot on the day on Amazon. I didn't get it the first time, didn't even think about it the second time, and the third time goes through it, but bounces off VWAP right back above. You can get in right here on the hold, and you get 80 cents. So Amazon looking strong with everything else. Where's Tesla, which is not looking strong? So I would have to bet that Tesla sees a low of day today, given that we haven't been able to put in a decent move through VWAP, through the highs. Once we gave up VWAP the first time, it was basically just short from there. And yeah, I mean, I don't think I have another long idea on Tesla unless it's 250 holding really, really cleanly. But I don't know. It's looking kind of weak. We have had a good move up on Tesla off of that. What was it? Where did we get down to? 213. So yeah, just up recently. Ever since I left, we've been going up on Tesla. Maybe now is now's the downtime. I don't know. We got to get through that 258.
Symphony of outs there. I just saw red profit taking.
Well, it's all been losers since that. Well, except this one. This one was a winner. But yeah, since this one, it's all been losers basically. But
bro, what was that? $4?
Yeah. What was my Amazon?
Look at that bottom wick. I didn't even see that baby
blue
you didn't
triangle.
See that one? Oh. I was looking over here. I wasn't looking. I should have been looking over here. Next
yeah.
Max.
That was the trade. That's the one I had written down. That's sadly probably a quarter of the size that I would have taken had I been here for the past weeks. But good to
warm up, baby.
Good to warm up, get her going again.
Okay, Max. Let me talk here about the future because we're doing a bit of a dance here. Let's go to the screen. This is what Max was alluding to, the compression pattern. The fact that, look at this, higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low, but you don't necessarily make higher highs. In fact, you're making lower highs. However, the technical analysis books say, and therefore it must be true, and I'm being facetious, of course, it usually resolves in the direction of the trend, but we don't have a higher high. We need to really break this 15,370 in order to make that higher high, and we haven't. We haven't for a little bit. I'm just gonna be hands off for now until we get up another 10 points. We're at 60 right now, doing that dance in front of 60, breaking out through the trend line. But the trend lines are, they're not hard and fast. They are general guidance areas. So let's see if we get that continuation. What really keeps me motivated to stay in this trade is the higher lows and the fact that we're up a half point now on the NQ, and the fact that we probably need a relief rally after getting slapped in the face all week. I'm talking about the market, I'm talking about Apple and the like. So that's what we're getting right now on the future. I'm gonna hang tight. Obviously, I would have loved to have reloaded, but I'm not a good trader, right? And a good trader reloads here, and I don't. So, this trend line, I didn't draw this trend line right now. This was already there, so I should have known about this area. Now Max actually looked over at me. He's like, "Look, the NQ is actually coming back into the 50 period." Now the 50 period might be hard for you to see. Is this red line over here on my chart? I should probably make these thicker, but in any event, it did bounce off VWAP and off 50, who happened to be much in the same area, and it also just happened to be that trend line. You want to see multiple points of confirmation, ideally, right? So we'll have to wait and see what we get on this, but nothing to celebrate yet. We need a higher high. It needs to make a break and get above and close above on my 5-minute chart, at least by my rules. above that 15,370. We'll have to wait that one out. Oh, let me bring this back in. Let's have a look at the big tech names to see what's afoot. Interesting here. Triple top question mark on our friend Apple. Now this 180, look, Sean sat down this morning. He's like, we could see easily 180 on Apple today, and he was accurate. But that 180 level, you know, it's the $10 level, this, that, and the other, looking like it's acting as an area of resistance at the moment. But much in the same way that we have these higher lows on the future, we have them on Apple. We have that 177 touch in the pre. And then at 11 o'clock when we started the show, we got that 178.90-ish, essentially 179 touch. Now we're talking about a 179 dip. All the while, we have a general area of 180 as a flat top breakout. So this is up 1 1/3. I'm going to guess and say we break through 180 today. And I'm not saying we close above 180, but I think we decidedly break through this flat top. So this could be a good look here on our friend Apple as we're now knocking on the door of 180 again, 6 pennies off that level. Apple looking to make some sort. What do you got, brother?
Okay, Tesla just crashed into 250.50. That was my level. Obviously, I said I wasn't going to take that, and especially not on a dump like this, but we just retraced almost $2 off of that. I don't know if there was news or something that just came out on Tesla. I can check. No, I don't see anything, although this isn't loading since like June for some reason, so I guess that's wrong. But yeah, I don't know what happened there, but Tesla just dumped down $2 and then bought it all back up, and now we're going back down again. So not sure what's happening there. I said I thought we would hit low of day again, and I didn't take the short. Should have, but I think I'd be sweating a little bit if I was short this right now. That's a very That's a very weird move on Tesla. It's still kind of trending down though. Like, I don't know. Do you take like 252.5 breakout to stop out all of the shorts there and get into like 255? I don't know. I don't really have a setup for that, so that's not something that I'm going to do. But weird action on Tesla. Agreed, Renata. That's pretty scary.
What is she was saying? Scary. Oh, yeah.
And NVIDIA as well. Nice move on that one. NVIDIA through that 460. That 459 break, as I had said, maybe you should just take that one for the $1. Could have just done that. That would have been a pretty sweet trade. Didn't do it. And now we're trending above VWAP with the market just kind of buying up that dip right now.
Man, Docu did a cup and handle.
Oh, yeah. Where's Docu at?
Docu did a nice cup and handle.
That actually
and it's above VWAP, too. Look at that 50-50 hold, and now we're pumping the knock on the door of 51. But we're above VWAP, but below the 50 period. That's a nice move back for DOCU. I saw the chat yelling about this one. I mean, obviously, this was a tough one if you traded it earlier because you were looking. I mean, I'm assuming you guys were looking for yesterday's low as an area of support. Now, yesterday's low, technically on the opening break, was 51.25. But look, the majority of the prints are north of 52. So if you're looking 52 here on the red to green move, you got bamboozled. You lost $3 because this one went all the way down, and in fact, it wicked right at 49. Right at 49. Look at that. What is the low print on there? One sec. Come on, show me. 49.01. Literally. So anybody buying off 49, you're a dang genius. But this is a smiley face that the NOS boss always talks about. And then when you get a smiley face like that and then a period of consolidation, that makes it a cup and handle pattern, and usually that resolves upward again. So we'll see, man. Maybe I'll wet my beak here on a trade in Docu since we've been just holding out here on the future and doing nothing else.
Taking out that local high of 50.90 makes some sense.
Yeah,
I think that $50 breakout that we had talked about previously, still holding like 80 cents in the money. That's a great trade right there. I don't know, like what's the volume looking like right now? I know that it was getting kind of light. Has it picked up? It has not picked up, but people still trading this name, and I think that if you are, I don't know, if you're loading up on the short and then we just take out these 8 a.m. levels of 53, not saying that that's happening, but that could be something up here, like 53.30. I don't know, like it was good earnings, so it's not like this was bad news and then people are just piling in short off of bad news.
Right.
This was good earnings that people are selling or shorting off of, whatever that might have been. So I don't know that like the stop out makes so much sense on this one as much as it would with like a name that had bad news and then buys the news all the way back up, and then everybody has to stop out because they just got short that bad news. So I don't know, that's kind of confusing. I don't think that quite sets up the way that I normally like it. That clean $50 consolidation break at the bottom, though, makes perfect sense to me. That's exactly a setup that I would normally take. And this VWAP hold looking pretty solid there at 50.30, or VWAP on other platforms is a little different as well.
Yeah,
so whatever your VWAP may be, but for us, VWAP is right there, and it touched VWAP to the penny there at 50.31. Maybe 51, because the last $0.50 break worked out very nicely. That 50.50 gave you 40 cents almost. So maybe that even dollar break at 51 gives you 51.50 pretty quickly. I'm not sure. I'm not sure on this. I'm going to leave it up, but I don't think I'm going to take a breakout.
I'm waiting my beak on DoQ. We'll see what we get here. My out will be the break of VWAP. So it'll be a smidge below 550. If it doesn't go, that means the trade isn't valid. But look at us continuing to stay within that compression pattern on the NQ. Wow. It really has been holding these trend lines to a T. So the question is, do I add, because I'm not a good trader, do I add at 15.330, which is the lower end, the touch on the support trend line here in the compression? We didn't get that higher high. We didn't, right? This move up into 60, we were talking about getting above and closing above 70. We didn't get that. So this is a toughie here. I don't know. I don't want to give back money. Maybe I'll just add like one position here on the dip down just to say that I did it. But yeah. But look, the compression pattern is intact. It's a tough one. It's a tough call to make. It's holding nicely. There's obviously some sort of relevance to this. We'll have to wait and see. I just don't want to get bamboozled. What's Apple up to here? Because I feel like the market may be following a little bit of what Apple doing. Wow, Meta is really weak today. Meta looks like it's setting up for a flat bottom break.
That 300.
Yeah, look at this. Lower high, lower high, lower high with a 300. This one looks like it's very bearish. While Apple is kind of the exact opposite. 180 reject, 180 reject, 180 reject, but all with higher lows. So they're looking inverse. And yesterday, Meta, I know you weren't here, but Meta shot up like 4% and then retraced, went negative. We couldn't understand what the hell was going on with Meta. Something was afoot there. Probably those 0 days to expiry options that you and I talked about, Goldman wrote an article about a month ago. Anyway, so keeping my eye here on Apple. Maybe if we make a newer low on Apple, then that will be kind of an indicator as to how the future will go. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Not involved in Apple, not involved in any big tech names, but we're involved in the future, and I'm definitely interested in adding. Now, what
Tesla,
is...
low of
go
day.
for it.
At least since the open, not pre-market. But Tesla's given up that 250.50. So gives you that whole move down and then lets you short the exact same price at that 252 if you have the guts to take it and back down $2 again. So Tesla looking super weak. I did say I think we would see a new low of day for this one, and I didn't take the short. However, we still can't get to that 250 price. Same kind of thing happened this morning when I went long initially. Could not get into 250, lots of bid reserves, and that 250.50 was holding, so that's when I was able to get long just above. I don't know, at this point it looks like a short. I was thinking of shorting when it was at 251 here, but it felt a little low for me, so I didn't take that. But it looks like we want to get through 250. If we consolidate for a while, fail break 250, get right back above, I would try the long one more time as long as the NQ is still above VWAP at this 15.325, let's call it. So that's what I'm looking at right now.
Yeah.
NVIDIA, what happened with that? Did it hold? Where is my NVIDIA? There it is. NVIDIA is still holding. NVIDIA is looking quite strong actually for the continuation move back to potentially yesterday's close. I think NVIDIA gets flat today unless this market really tanks, which we're still holding trend. We're still holding this compression, and it's only 12:30. Holding above VWAP.
Holy wow.
I mean, I would say 15,320 would be something that you could probably take a breakdown off of on the market. I will pull it up here. You know, that's where we break out from here. So we get below 15,320, below VWAP. I feel like you could potentially take a short to try to get down to like, I don't know, low of the pre-market maybe. But yeah, for now, still looking strong.
Look at Meta, bro.
Starting to take it out though. Here goes Tesla as well, down to that 250. I feel like Tesla 250, just taking the break of that could actually be something. I don't think I want to take that though.
The future's tanking.
I'm gonna look for a reversion move if we fail break it, but maybe just taking that breakdown makes more sense. Although still can't print the level, so we still cannot print that 250 level, which is kind of making me want to punch long, but I got to see it touch. I got to see it break, given that we're super weak on the day on this one. Now down after being up. What were we up? Like 1.8 almost, maybe almost 2% on Tesla this morning. Here we go into that 250. Still can't print it. Do we get long here? No. There we go. Now it's through. Maybe take the reversion move here. What's the market saying? Market's saying go. I'm long. So looking for this to hold. We make a new low. I am going to be out of this one for sure. This is, a dangerous play, but if we want to hold 250, then I want to be involved. So now like 7 cents in the money. Looking for this to kind of blast off through 250.50 and then to 251.5. Not taking any profit yet. Want to see this through basically 251, honestly, before I take any profit on Tesla along 250.11 currently. Let's go. All right.
VWAP touch on the
30
NQ
cents now.
Nice.
NQ's bouncing.
Yep.
This is looking all right. We got to get through that 250.50 though. That's that key price for me. So let's see if we can make a new 1 minute candle high here and continue this. Looks like I may have to stop out of this one though. It's not quite going yet, but I'll let it touch 250 again. I just don't want to see a 249.84 print, which was the low, 249.85. It looks like on my other platform. So let's see. Looking like we're getting buying above the level, but not too convincing yet. And this is a weak name today, obviously.
Yeah, good look. All right, we'll give it a try. I did add on that dip on the touch of the trend line here on the NQs, MNQ. Oops, I'm just trying to adjust my trend line here so I can make sure that I see it. Now, with respect to the DOQ trade, if this one breaks the $0.25, that's the end of the trade for me. VWAP shows up here on PPRO 8 at 34, but on my chart, 34, 36 area. So I'm going to give this to the break of the trough over here. If it breaks that area, then the trade is invalid for me. It's not a cup and handle, and I'll be out of it. So we're going to keep our eye on that, but this is the trade that I'm the most concerned about because I don't want to allow a positive trade to turn negative. But it is with a reason, right? We talked about the compression pattern holding and the fact that, if I was convicted in the trade, then I should be taking the dips off the descent or the lower end channel, the support line. Sorry, I'm just trying to concentrate on some prices here. So we're going to wait and see what we get, but there's definitely a lot of volatility at this level as the volume picks up, and you can always see that reflected on the book and the tape and the speed at which it moves. But right now, it looks like it's headed down. Let me look at what the other names are doing. We're getting a VWAP test on Apple. We have a 300 possible flat bottom break here on Meta. This looks quite bearish. I mean, this is probably a bearish move here down the market. I gotta tell you the truth here, as Tesla's flushing as well. And now Apple below VWAP, Meta holding still above 300. The reason I'm looking at big tech names is because, the tail wags the dog, so to speak. And we definitely don't want to be on a long trade on the future when all the big tech names are tanking, right?
Yeah.
7% of the S&P is Apple. I think like 12% of the NQ is Apple. So, yeah, that should kind of give you a little bit of an indication there. Here
For
we go.
sure.
Docu's tanking. This is going to be a loser for me.
Oh,
I'm probably going to
Docu's
get.
tanking.
Yeah, I'm going to get stopped out likely here if this goes through the $0.25, and we are only 6 pennies away from that. So it looks like it is going to be a loser for me on Docu unless something really happens here and we start moving back up. But that cup and handle pattern and no go. I should have listened to what Obi said. The trend is my friend, and sadly, Docu, the trend is down today. I tried to get cute with it, and that looks like I'm gonna have to pay the piper there, Max.
Yep, I had to pay on that Tesla trade. Got stopped out below the low. Is what it is on that one. It was a decent shot, I think, but yeah, now we get a bit of buying going on. I'm not sold on that though. Realistically, should just be short off 252 instead of trying this bounce play off 250. Given that I figured that's what was coming. But obviously hindsight 2020 on this one. I'm not going to try the long again off 250. I think it's gone far enough that you'd have to risk it all the way to low of day, which doesn't make sense. To risk all the way down to 249.45 for like a $1.50 kind of bounce idea. So Tesla dead for me today. Looks like we want to trend down. Market still not really giving up VWAP yet. So there is hope for the NASDAQ names at the moment, but looking kind of weak. I would say that uptrend is starting to look a little more broken at the moment. If we can draw a trend here, but looking like we might have kind of broken that trend on this 5-minute chart at least. Giving up the 50. If we make a new low below this like 15,320 that we were talking about before, I feel like there's some downside left. The compression breaking to the downside when we were kind of thinking that it was going to go up today. Nvidia also giving it up, but still holding that key 458 level that we were talking about. So Nvidia still not looking super bad, still holding that 50 period, but obviously lots of downside potential on this one if the market wants to go down. So, I'm not necessarily looking for a long to hold the same level if the market wants to give up VWAP at the moment. That DocuSign is still holding above 50 though. I wonder if it goes down to 50 and then you get like a hold there on that 50.
Well, that's what I did. I added essentially at VWAP, right? And my out will be the break of the quarter. I gave it a little bit below the $0.25. So it just to give it a little bit more room. If we get support here, great. If not, then that's the end of the trade for me on that one. But this is the one I don't want this one to go red. So with my new cost basis, because I added on the descent down here, it makes my cost basis 16 rather than 03s. So this one I will be out if it makes a newer low at 16. So I will put my stop into that one. But I'm looking for hold of this trend line on the NQ. If we can hold this area, we've made a newer low though. Let's be real about it. But we are at VWAP, we're above VWAP, and it's holding VWAP at the moment. So if this one can get going to the high side, that would just be aces. Made me look like a dang genius adding on the dip down into the trend line. But if it breaks, I'm going to look like a fool. So we'll see how that one resolves. That's the look there. Not much else to say. Nice bounce here on a Docu on VWAP, but still definitely not out of the woods. New cost basis there is 62. So for the cup and handle to be valid, we got to definitely hold above the breakout area, and I would suggest to you the breakout area is that VWAP area. So keeping an eye on both these positions. Nice for the moment bounce right now on the NQ, but we are at a very slow time of day, so there's a good chance we sell off here, but who knows? The algos don't go to lunch. So I don't know whether you shut them off when you go to lunch or not. That's a different story. We have an algo room back there, right? And it's just much like the trading computers you see back there, but it's just a couple dudes who have algos set up. They write script. Is it in what language do they use? Do you know? No, neither do I.
Python, I think.
Python probably, right? Anyway, so they write scripts, and then they monitor it. They don't just leave, right? So, and I don't know what they do, if they shut her down when they leave or not. I'm not sure. I got to talk to Chow, figure out how he does that.
You don't want to just leave the algo doing whatever it wants to do, but I'm sure they have loss limits, just like
for sure
and stuff, and it just gets shut down. But
Shut her
I
down.
don't know. People in the chat talking about CGC again. It hasn't made a new high yet, and the volume's still like real light for a sub-dollar name. But I mean, you know, up 9%, $1, obvious level on this one. Where's one? Oh, nice consolidation above $1 last time in May of this year. So yeah, people could be swinging short. If this gets to $1, that would be pretty.
Okay, I'm looking like a damn genius
Pretty
over here
bullish,
right now.
are you?
Yeah, it's a bouncing off the trend line. Woo! No, we're kidding, of course. We need this one to break through, but the trend line holding for now, baby, as we bounce off that 325, now back into 40. So we'll see what this one does. Ramin's sneezing up a storm back there, man. Yeah, I know. I know, right? We have a buddy back there. His name is Aaron. I call him the machine gun because once he starts sneezing, it's like pa, 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 pa. It's one after another after another. Docu holding here, Max. I know I'm digressing, but Docu holding VWAP. Looking, I'm about to go break even on this bad boy. We're long 62s. If we get continuation here to break through the 50 period. Which also happens to be that 51 area on Docu. Look, it's a counter trend trade. I'll be lucky just to get break even on this one. Let's tell the truth. Probably, you know, I saw what I wanted to see, I think, on this one, right? Cup and handle, the smiley face, this, that, and the other. We'll see if we get, this is what I'm talking about over here, right? So you get that kind of curl and then the handle. And then the VWAP hold. This will make me look good if it works, but if it doesn't, I'm gonna look like a fool. So, yeah. So we'll see. Yeah, that's all I got for now. What's the chat up to? Let's talk a little bit here. Sharif, may the uptrend force be with you on Docu. Shout out to you, Leon. You're my new favorite person in the chat there. Yes, Leon. Thank you for that. What else we got? Darwin says, "Bless you, Ramin." So and so does Renata. So those are people on your side there. T Daddy, I think you are solid. Thank you, appreciate that. Let's see if the market thinks I'm solid though. I don't know. The market often doesn't feel that way about me. What else here we got? Let's see. Boom Gang, buying coming in on the NQ. That would just be aces here if we could break out, Boonk. Through the trend line and make that 15,370 break that I've been so desiring at the moment. I yearn for a 15,370 break. Yo, it's 12:30. The market's slow. I gotta keep this funny, man. We're doing what we can.
Oh wow, Nvidia really crashing right now.
Say that again. Stay on the weed.
Speaking of the weed, I just put in my order to go long. High day on CGC through 85 cents here, so a little bit of size there. I'm going to test this one out. I am the exit liquidity indeed, so we'll see. It's going to $1. That's what I'm saying. It's going to $1. You look at the daily chart. You know, we put in a high of like 82 cents a couple days ago. I guess that was Thursday, 83.5 cents. 85 looking like a decent level, so let's see if we can get to $1. We break $1. I'm adding a lot probably
Market
to see if we can really get this one moving. Obviously, the risk will be almost nothing on this. If the breakout doesn't work, it doesn't work, and I'm done. But yeah, I think you could probably get like 3 to 5 cents off this CGC. How many times do we take these sub-dollar names in the midday show, and they just kind of keep running for a few hours into the end of the day? So I don't know. If we're breaking $1 today, maybe I'm getting short on a fail break of $1 as well. That could be a decent setup there. But yeah, CGC remains strong. Bit of a volume spike here. Need a little more volume, I think, for this to work out. But I feel like above high of day, people are going to get a little more aggressive with this one. So
all right, so I'm about to stop out on the MNQ. If it comes into my break-even point at 316, that's it. I'm not going to let any part of this trade go against me. I will stop out break-even on the rest. It just made a newer low, so I think it's just a matter of time unless we get some random buying here. Lots of bamboozlement on this one. It looked like it was going to hold the trend line, and then it didn't, right? So I got to keep my eye on this one because putting in a stop takes time for whatever reason on the system. So I'm just going to use my flatten key if it comes into 316. Here we go. We're at 318, 318.5, 317. So if it continues to go here, that will be the end of the trade for me, and that is the end of the trade for me there on the MNQ, and then it bounces right back up. So now I have to focus here on DOCU. It's a good trade so far on DOCU. We got 6 zeros. Now we're back up at 7, so we're 10 pennies in the money. I'm happy that I added at that point, but it's really got to go here. The cup and handle's got to make me look a little bit better. So not taking any profit here doesn't make sense to, right? Because we're 10 pennies above break even, but maybe I'll put some, I'll set some outs on there for the $0.75 max.
Yeah, nice trade there. Holding VWAP pretty nicely on that DocuSign. CGC kind of not, it's thinner than I thought it was. So I don't know about this one anymore. I think I'm going to actually halve the size right now because I'm not really liking what I'm seeing. I still like the trade. I just don't like the liquidity that I'm seeing. So I'm not really willing to risk as much as I was before. Or I'm willing to risk the same amount, but you know, I think the risk per share is higher right now. I think I could lose about a penny on this one when I thought it was going to be a half penny. So I will, you know, make the size a little smaller. Still going to take that breakout of 85 cents. So we'll see on that one. Tesla making a double bottom right now, I guess you could say. Where's Tesla? Yeah, making a double bottom, but I mean, we've given up the level, right? Low of day in the pre-market was 249.75 or 249.70.
Meta flat bottom break 300. The one that
happen?
we kept talking about, 50 pennies. I don't know why I didn't have a resting order on that. That was perfect. Lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high, flat bottom. This is yelling. Short me. I'm such a moron. There it goes. Look at Meta flushing, bro. Oh. This is what you call stupid, right? That's 60 pennies of money right there. Right there, I could have taken it. Anyway, Meta super weak, and it's secular. I mean, you're not getting the flush on Amazon. You're not getting the flush on Apple or Microsoft. You're getting a bit of a move down. Definitely not getting it on Google. A little bit on Tesla. Let's be real. That 250 break is only 30 pennies removed, but Meta gave you nice move. It gave you at least 60 pennies. Quite quickly, so good luck there for whoever took that. Just involved in Docu at the moment, but really lamenting not having gotten into that Meta flat bottom break. That was obvious as hell. Look at it, it's at the $0.25 now. Oh my God. Anyway, whatever. GlaxoSmithKline continues to go up and to the right, and I still have no idea why this is moving. This is not usually something you see with this type of name. Now, GSK. How many shares has it done on the day? Oh, that rhymes. 2.4 million shares, not much. And I'm still seeing nothing on my news blotter. Guys, tag me in the chat if you have an explanation for why we're up 5 2/3 right now on GSK. I don't know. Wow, Meta, look at this.
Oh, it's through 299, eh?
That was a mistake. I should have had something ready.
And we had that
there.
futures
It was so
breakdown
obvious.
kind of dialed through that 15,320.
So obvious.
Apple also flat bottom break, which I was just looking at, but I was distracted by CGC. Apple just broke 179.30. Was forming a flat bottom here. Futures breaking down. This is kind of a simple trade to take. You're risking, I don't know, maybe 10 cents. You're trying to get down through 179. I kind of wish I had this one, but looking like this one actually might not be the good one here. Apple seems to be bidding back up a bit. Maybe this saves the future, but I don't think so. I think, you know, you could potentially get short right now, risking 45 or 42, and looking for 178.80. No, I'm not going to do that. CGC also not really doing anything. Waiting on that one. We'll see if that one has to go like touch the teal, and then where's CGC? Why is it not loading? Come on, load. All right, something's going on with my with my level 2 there. But yeah, CGC not really doing the move. I think I got to cancel that order for some reason. Did I filter this? What's going on here? All right, I don't know what happened, but seems like my level 2 is kind of not working. Apple, my other one's working though. I don't know what's going on here, but Apple does the breakdown. Looks like it is holding. We'll see if we can get through that 179. I'm gonna have to log out and back in once Sharif gets back here because there's something weird happening with my level 2s here. NVIDIA also giving it up. That 458 area kind of looks like it is done for now. I don't think we see low of day again. Oh, there we go. All right, the level 2 is back. I don't know what happened there, but thankfully we're back on that one. Maybe got to be careful submitting orders on this specific level 2. So, but like my other ones were working, but that's cool. Apple looks like rebidding as well. Tesla new low, got to 249. I don't remember what my next level is on Tesla. Yeah, my level 2 stayed on vacation. I think it just went on vacation there for a second. Back now though, so we're back. We're back in action. That Apple would have stopped out now. I guess you could give it to VWAP 179.50. Maybe you give it to $0.50, something like that. Market looking like it wants to put in a bounce, but we got to get back to this trend line. Really, it seems pretty bearish right now. Getting back to flat basically. I think unless we're trading up here again, we're looking like potential short here on NQ names. I don't really have one to short though. Meta kind of rebidding a bit, but I think any retracement to 300 makes sense for a short on Meta. I feel like it doesn't get there. You look at this 30-minute chart, doesn't look so bad. It looks like maybe we could find support around 298, but you look at the move yesterday, the move that we put in off of 307 all the way down to 292. I think that's probably where we're headed, back down into like this 296, 295 level off that 300. Meta very easily puts in those moves, it seems like these days, as liquidity at a premium on this name always. And CGC, still boring, not doing it, volume not there. We got the spike into the high of day, still haven't gotten that high of day break yet. I mean, you can call that a high of day break. I think you got to go at least through the penny of that 85 for that to be classified as an actual break. I think I'll still take this one. I'm going to put the trade back on there now that my level 2 is back. I can do this. All right, so back in there on CGC. I don't know on the market right now. What else are you guys trading? AMD stair step. Yeah, I mean AMD's been like quite relatively weak recently. So okay, that's a nice little consolidation breakdown. It seems like all of these NASDAQ names have given a decent little consolidation breakdown where you're basically risking nothing and making a decent profit off it. I mean, you get like almost 40 cents, 30 cents off that little AMD breakdown. 109.75 the high today, couldn't get to 110. There are people who structure trades this way where 109.50 you're just averaging into 110 and then you get out if 110 breaks. That would have been a real nice trade today. I don't AMD is not really putting in the volume again? Now.
Did you see that 15.3
holding. So maybe we have the number wrong then. Maybe 15.3. I mean, that's the number that I had written down this morning was 15.3. If we break that, go long.
Well, that's what I took initially. So maybe you should have just forgotten about this compression pattern and just looked at the actual level.
Exactly.
Right?
All about the levels. Forget the patterns.
On the future, I would agree 100% on that. I mean, it seems to be the case that the future just cares about the levels, not the patterns, and that's just the nature of the beast. So be it. Very sideways right now on DOCU, but the trend has not the trend has not been breached. Look at that dip off VWAP. So cup and handle still in effect. I've got profit takers here leveled out because old man hands can't hang. And if I can wet my beak on some outs here, that would just be Ace's DocuSign. Come on, I made a video
You just
with it.
threw out like three of your key like terms there.
What? Oh yeah, old man hands can't hang.
Old man hands. Aces. I don't remember what the third one was.
Yeah,
but
Aces is not mine though, is it? I mean,
I
it's
feel like
kind
you
of
say that all the time.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
That was a Sharif sentence.
Oh yeah.
For
Okay.
sure.
All right. You know what I watched yesterday? It was on randomly a channel that I have there on my TV. Casino.
Good movie.
What a movie, bro.
Good movie. That one's like
No,
one of those
was
like.
I
On
can't say it
AMC
live on
channel?
the air because, well, we may get in trouble. But let's just say that, yeah, anyway. Fantastic movie, man.
Great
Sam Ace Rothstein. And then oh my God, what a movie, man. And it's actually on, based on a true story. I think they changed some of the, did they change some of the names? I don't know. I forget. Sharon Stone, what an actress, man. That woman can play anything. Anything that woman can play. Did you ever see the movie Alpha Dogs?
Alpha Dogs? No.
It's about that kid who gets killed because his brother owes these drug dealers money, so they kidnap the brother and then they end up killing the brother. Sharon Stone plays the mom of the kid in that movie. Man, that woman can play any dang role, man. She's a hell of an actress, man. 90s star, definitely not.
Casino's one of those movies that like
Yeah.
it's amazing, but it makes you feel kind of sick watching it.
Know?
Yeah.
I loved it though.
I
It's
know,
sad
I know.
story though.
Yeah.
Because then she ends up becoming like a drug addict and
Yeah,
hanging out
yeah,
with
yeah,
bikers. Nicky gets his ass whooped at the end. I slipped there. Butt whooped at the end, and that's not a way to die.
You were just talking about a donkey there, right?
Max, this is why you're here, bro, to save my rear end. Yeah, Ryan, Alpha Dog, great movie. Casino is my favorite of all time, says Navi. Yeah, man. John Del Sango, one of Sean's boys over there. Very important question. What single body part can a podiatrist fix? A foot. I know what podiatrists are because I watch Seinfeld. That's the only reason I know. No, let's be real. I see podiatrists all the time. They're always dogged there for being doctors, much like chiropractors are. I'm not disrespecting anybody, obviously, but yeah, that's the running gag.
All right.
Casino's great, but nothing beats Scarface, says Boom Gang. Another favorite of mine. I think they're completely different style movies. I think Scarface is kind of like, you know, like that street hustler type thing where, you know, they're going to work their way from, you know, he was a dishwasher. That's what he was when he came from Cuba. And then, you know, Casino's more like, you know, the intricate, high-end, I'm a gambler, this and that. Anyway, I think it's a different taste. I think, personally, my favorite of all time, The Godfather. All three. The third, the least, but 1 and 2, definitely tops in my book. And every single time I watch that movie or any of those movies, I learn something new. I see a detail and put another piece of the puzzle together that I didn't realize the time before that. And I always watch it with my dad. It's always me and my dad and I watching.
Nice.
The red, that's funny. Sharif, are you the ass man? Because Seinfeld, obviously, Kramer gets the wrong plates. It says ass man on them. And he's like, he goes back to the DMV. He's like, I'm not the ass man. And then the woman there, she's like, well, according to the state of New York, you are. Right? And then he loves it. And then he parks in doctors' parking spots because then he's like, what are those? Oncologists? Proctologist.
Oh,
Yeah.
proctologist.
And he's like, yeah, ass man. Dr. Cosmo Kramer, proctologist. So anyway, Goodfellas, another good one, guys. Meta over 300. Okay, let's have a look at our friend Meta. What's it up to? Nice bounce back. Now the question is, does former area of support, in this case clearly because you had a triple bottom on Meta, act now as an area of resistance? Is this a new area in which to reload? This is a good question. I mean, I'm probably not going to get involved in it. I need to wet my beak on some profits on Docu before I get involved in another losing trade here. But for the moment, it looks like it is, Max, because it just dipped 40 pennies off the rejection of the 300. But to confirm, we need to have a print below 299 here. That'll be the newer low. But it's been an interesting day on the market. No question about it, man.
Yeah, Tesla also just broke the low as well, 249. That's Oh no, not a fail break anymore. Looking like, looking pretty weak on Tesla. I got my eyes on CGC though. It keeps touching. It hasn't touched 85 cents yet, I don't think, on the penny, but it's like 8495 or something. Still just kind of hanging out, waiting to break out here. Hasn't made a new or a lower low yet. Continues with the higher lows, so still looking strong. Here we go. Oh, there's 85 cents. Do we do the breakout now? Waiting for that fill through that 85-cent level. Only 600 lots left. Kind of boring tape here, though. I feel like I may just lose on this one. I'm looking for this to like blast up 3 cents in 5 seconds and then see where to go from there. But I don't know. I think a lot of people potentially get stopped out through 85. We'll have to see. This one is SSR as well, so easier to structure the breakouts when people can't hit the bid on the short. They have to hit the offer.
Yeah.
But we'll see. I mean, I kind of figured we'd be through this 85 by now and printing much higher. So I don't know. Again, I'm going to punch out of this one if I get filled and we print anything below 85, basically. Not looking to lose more than like half a penny on this. Maybe lose a full penny if things go poorly. Here we go, 85, bit of a reserve on the offer here at 85. So maybe this is good after all. Volume spike there. All right, we're in it. Here we go, 85 and a half. Do we keep going? Come on, let's get through 86.
Squeeze, baby.
Kind of slow, but
there it is.
Punching in. We're half a penny in the money now. I'm in at 851. Come on, let's see if we can touch 86 here.
The way you said that is just funny. So I don't mean to laugh. It was funny. I'm half a penny in the money.
Half a penny in the money. Come on. That's still 0.5% though.
Yeah, it is.
How often do you get 0.5% in the money on those large cap techs?
Yeah.
Never.
No, definitely not. I'm still involved in this docu trade. I'm looking to wet my beak here at the 75 penny area. We just printed a few 73s here. I'm looking at the tape. Yeah, we got a couple of 73s and some 72s, but nothing to write home about. I need more continuity through that top. We've been rejecting off that 70-ish area going on a while. But, I think this resolves in the direction of the uptrend here, and I think we touch 51s. I've got my profit takers stacked here. We're break even on it now. I'm seeing 74s here on the book, 73 here on the bid. Okay, 75s coming in on the ask now. Can we get a break? We got to cross, though, guys. It's not enough for 75 to show up on the ask. That's not how it works. So we'll see what kind of print we get here on docu. Still down 2 3/4% on the day, but I saw a nice smiley face. Shout out to the NOS boss. Is he on today? Okay, so by the way, the NOS boss will be on with the Katina man on the what do you call it now? The closing show, the after party show, the recap. All right, the recap show at 4 o'clock. I'll be at the big desk with the Katina man today at the end because Brendo. He be gone. He on his way to Paris.
Nice.
Paris. He's on his way.
There.
Yeah, I know you were. And thanks for posting all those food pictures, by the way. Yeah. I'm like, every day, we're like, when's Max coming back? Well, I'm like, not today. He's posting more food pictures. It was great. We didn't really know when you were coming back. Anyway, it was a running gag.
Oh, here we go. 2 cents in the money. All right, CGC. Let's go. 87 just blasted up a penny there. Okay, maybe we're looking real good on this one. I'm not taking anything out. I'm waiting on this.
Like it.
There's 87. Did it get through? I think it might have just printed above 87, but
what are you looking at right
yeah, let's see if we can get through this. I'm looking for, I'm looking for $1 on this one. So let's see. Maybe I'll get 20% out in a second here through 87. I think that makes some sense. But yeah, looking for like 3, 4, 5 cents at least on the CGC long. Are we going to hit 90 on CGC? Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. This is going to be a banger. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. This is looking good. 5-day break, SSR. Is it shorted? I don't even know the short float on this one. Probably not crazy short, but it's probably not bad. CGC.
Probably not great either, though.
7.28. That's not so bad on a 600 mil float almost.
No,
so,
not bad at all.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay. A little bit of a dip there. Spread is now a full penny. So keep my eyes on this one. Again, you know, we print below 85. I'm probably punching out of this. I don't want to get like, I don't want to lose 2 cents on an 85-cent name, but
Bad look there, bro.
The spread is almost a full penny on this one.
It's been holding
nuts.
the 50 real nice there on the red.
Yeah, it has.
You guys did me dirty there. I'm like trying to look at this screen. Ramin. Yeah, look, fantastic hold off, more or less, right? Off the red line, which is the 50. It's been a good hold in and around there. So, yeah, good call for that on that. What else here? We got CGC Retail Skim Scam, says Gabby Botson, sorry. All right,
I
sure.
don't even know what that means.
Neither do I. T Daddy, thanks. Feel like it fits, and I like. Okay, obviously not talking to us there. Ryan Nola, chance to reload meta. Let's have a look, Ryan. Yeah, here we go. Right back at 300. Good call on that, Ryan. But I'm trying to keep my eye on the future at the same time, and it looks like that 15.3 is holding right now on meta. I mean, on the NQ. So I don't necessarily want to take meta short when the NQ is pumping back up. Now, it's not pumping back up, but it's holding 15.3. But you got a point here. I just don't think I'm brave enough to jump into this, especially on the second attempt. And it made a higher low. This actually might be a breakout trade. Here's the trough into, I think we broke 99s. We got into 98.89, and then there's a second trough right there at 99s and a third. And we are back at 300. It's a good look by you, no question about it. I'm not going to participate in this trade. My trade on this would have been the 300 breakdown. I missed it because I didn't have stuff set up. That's on me. That's a mistake on me. Yeah, but here we go again. It's rejecting 300. Yeah. There you go. Dips 25 pennies. Good look. Good look.
Tesla's crashing too. So is. I mean, Nvidia's not looking the best, but yeah, Tesla are really starting to crash. So I guess that situation that I outlined a long time ago, you know, 2 longs ago, I guess, where the longs are getting burned on this one. You know, I was talking about it when we were trading in here that potentially, or in here that, you know, if people are getting long in this area and then we give it up, that Tesla probably has some downside in it today and we see a new low. Should have taken my own advice there and just gotten short on this one. That's a pretty nice down move. Gave you the opportunity in here at 252, gave you the 252 breakdown. 250 would not have been clean. I think you would have got stopped out on that one unless you're saying that I'm going to risk $1 to try to make a few dollars, but I don't think that risk to reward makes a whole lot of sense. But again, right here, kind of double top, triple top on 250 when it retraces into the teal. And now we're through 248. I haven't done enough to have levels on Tesla. Oh no, I do have levels. Where are they though? I don't know. I think it's like 247.30 that I've got. So maybe some more downside, and then we get a bounce around there. The CGC, I'm just waiting on it. I have a stop in now, so if I get stopped out, I get out. I get stopped out. But looking for this one to take out the high again through that 87 cents. I mean, there's not a tremendous amount of volume, but we keep getting the same thing, these volume spikes, and then, you know, it blasts up. Volume spike here, kind of blasts up. This one, you know, we do end up getting continuation on all of them eventually, so I'm hoping for that to happen, and looking for much higher as we start to go higher. We need to get through that high real quick, though. I want to see like that big volume spike in. Whoever was saying the skimming is saying that algos are pushing it up to attract retail traders and then skim off of them.
Yeah, I mean, that's always a scam, right? To take retail's money, right? I mean, that's just.
I don't know if that's a scam.
It's not a scam, but it's their tactic.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a scam. Well, look, bro, I mean, everybody has their thoughts about how the market should operate and what's fair and what's not. And yeah, you're entitled to your opinion. D-Loaf. D-Loaf was asking about shop and whether or not I saw a cup and handle. Look, brother, sure, is it rounding out a bit? Yeah, it is. It's kind of distorted. I did have to remove a bar here for the 10-to-1 split on shop back in July 2022. But this isn't enough of a cup and handle for me. I got to tell you the truth. This just ain't cutting it. Yeah, look, I see what you're saying. This could be the kind of the handle part over here. I see what you mean. This part over here being the handle, and then this kind of rounding out. What I would look for here is a series of higher lows. I would look to see if the trend stays intact. But I got to tell you, the Wall Street Journal has a podcast now. I don't know if it's available on YouTube. I know it's available on Spotify. And were you talking about Shop or Spot? Let me just double check. Shop. Yeah. Okay, I got it. Just wanted to make sure. And yeah, they were talking a little bit about Shopify and how, there was the over exuberance to kind of expand their workforce during COVID. They kind of overestimated how much e-commerce would play a role after COVID, and then they were forced into cuts, this, that, and the other. The good headline for them has been the fact that they associated with Amazon. I think you can actually use, I think Prime members can get, what was the headline with Shopify and Amazon, that they can use the Amazon Prime for same-day shipping? Remember that came out a while ago? $35? Yeah, it was something like that. Remind me in the chat, guys. More of the latest price action since July 31st, he says. Okay, so let's look at July. I see what you're saying here. So you're talking about this. You're really looking at it from a narrower perspective. You're looking at this kind of U-shaped retracement. I'm assuming that's what you're talking about. Yeah, that's a good question. Now, in this situation, what I would use is anchored VWAP. Anchor, if you have, and reach out to Michael Noss and Trade Ideas. Michael Noss will help you out with this one. If you don't have his email, you can just message him on X and he'll respond. He's really good with that. And use possibly here the anchored VWAP. Anchor it from here, from the bottom at 51 or whatever. If your closing print is going to be 53, or if you're going to use the wick, and then basically look to see where anchored VWAP is, and if it breaches it on a closing basis, get out. But I think you're being quite selective in only looking at this particular period on its own, rather than looking at the bigger picture on the daily. What I would suggest to you on this chart is to look here at the higher low, and there's basically another trend line that you could draw here with higher highs. Now, it's not as eloquent. I'll have to adjust that just a smidge over here. Yeah, I think that this is probably the better look, rather than to look at for an isolated cup and handle pattern. I think it's an upward channel. It is recovering, but look where it's coming from, right? And this is what we were talking about, the over-exuberance of the company to spend and expand during COVID, and they were made to pay. They were made to pay, and I don't like to say that because they're a Canadian company and we're quite proud of them, but I got to disagree with you in just looking at that pattern in isolation. If you're going to look at the daily, I would say look at the higher lows and higher highs, but that's just my take. What do I know? Anyway, DocuSign, I wet my beak a couple of times over here. We broke through 75. I got that print. I got a partial print at 85. It's now at 77s on the ask and 75s on the bid. Our average, for whatever reason, the position board is gone again. But once I take another out, it'll probably update. This was a dip into VWAP at 30. Where do we get that? 36s. So adjusted our.
That one.
Well, not even. More, a couple of 20 pennies are in the money or so. Nothing to write home about there, but
relative to the market, at least.
Yeah,
you found the only one that's going.
I'm just hoping this one actually does resolve a little bit in the direction of the trend and break 51. I'll be taking more out there, Max, if we do get through that. Let's have a look here at the future and see what it's up to. 15.3 is holding, guys, but look at all these lower highs. This is Uglyville over here. Look at this crest, lower crest, lower crest, lower crest. How many times are we going to say that? Right? But the fact of the matter is 15.3 is holding. It just feels much the same way that it did on Meta, where we had lower high, lower high, lower high, and then a flat bottom, and then we saw what happened. We got the flat bottom break through Meta. What is Meta doing, by the way? Yeah, it's below 300. Below 300 again. So I don't know about this future trade. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, that's my look on that, and we'll see if we get the 300 hold.
I don't know if there's necessarily a trade out there on these larger caps right now. Like, Tesla trending down, Nvidia trending down. Market seems to be bouncing again. So, the weak one's staying weak. Where's Apple at?
Did you know that
Nothing on
BMW
Apple.
wanted to charge you monthly
Yeah.
for heated seats.
Yeah, that was
What
wild.
the?
Right?
Are they out of their mind?
Yeah, because they want to just install it on all the cars, right? And then you can activate
Talk
it.
about wanting to make SaaS, right? Like, or like just the recurring revenue thing.
Yeah.
Bro, you can't do that for everything. What are they thinking, these people? They're desperate for money. Sorry, I just got it right now, and I know I interrupted you, but I had
got
to.
it right
BMW eliminates monthly fees for heated seats.
Yeah. It was like 2 years ago, I think, and people were freaking out about that. That was
Stupid.
ridiculous. That was
That's so
absolutely
stupid.
ridiculous. They wanted to. Yeah, because then you get this revenue after the car is sold. The next person, you don't get any revenue off of the pre-owned car getting sold.
But they do that with like the, what's it called? You know, all that extra stuff that you get, like your app.
Yeah.
Right? You get that for the life of the warranty, and then once the warranty's off, you got to
The
pay
app?
monthly. Yeah, like my car, I can turn on turn on the ignition. I can turn on the climate control.
You have to pay afterwards for that?
It ends after the warranty.
That's a
right?
scam,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah, well.
That's a scam. We're talking
And
about
it
scams.
has its own data connection. It has a 4G connection, not LTE. It's actually
Oh,
4G,
okay,
right?
okay.
So
Then that's-
yeah, it has its own internet connection aside from my phone.
Okay, that's different then. That's different. If you have to pay monthly for that, that makes sense to me.
Yeah, right.
My,
Anyway.
my brother just bought a car.
Yeah. What do you get? Is
You're a
is he
car
in
guy,
Europe?
right?
Your brother's in Europe, right?
No.
No, he's a chef. He's here.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I thought he was a chef in Europe. Oh.
No.
Yeah,
So
okay.
he bought 1988 Mercedes S560, I think
Wow, that's a classic, bro. Classic. That's a long-bodied one,
it
right?
is. Long coupe,
Oh yeah, I
two-door,
know exactly what that is, bro.
silver, blue velvet interior.
That is a pure drug dealer car.
Oh,
That
yeah.
is absolute cocaine, Colombia
No,
money
no,
right there.
all right. If it was,
Kidding, bro.
black,
Miami money
If it was black, yes.
with white seats, yeah.
Yeah, with the white seats. That'd be sick.
That's really nice, bro.
Yeah, it's
Damn.
cool. With like, and the old owner put those like vintage BBS wheels on it with like all the spokes.
Oh, that's beautiful.
It's pretty cool. It is pretty.
Very
cool.
nice. How does it drive? Is it
I haven't,
okay?
I haven't ridden in it yet,
Okay,
but
okay.
He's loving it. He wants
Love
to,
it.
you know, he wants to change a couple things. Like,
That's a classic. You
Yeah.
make money off a car like that.
yeah, I think so. And he didn't pay a lot for it. It was like
Yeah,
30,
if he fixes
30
it, does it
grand or
need
something?
fixing up? Or is it like good to
The,
go?
the last owner was like part of the Mercedes Club of Canada or something.
Ooh,
So,
so
he
he's
like
all about
loved his
that.
car.
Love it.
Yeah, it's pretty sick. I think
Love
you got a bit of a steal on it, really.
Well, yeah. Well, I don't know if you want to talk about the price or anything like
I think it was like 30 grand. I don't know the exact price.
Yeah, but look, man, that's a classic car. And I talked about this when you weren't on the show. There was a Mercedes 190, 1990, going for $500,000 on one of these. I'm pulling it up, man. I know exactly where it is. I need to show you this. Yeah, man, it was nuts. Okay, Venus Fine Cars. I'm going to show you right now. Toronto Luxury. There we go. Show me your inventory.
Did it actually get sold?
We'll find out. I don't think anybody in their right mind would want to buy this car, but here we go. I'm about to show you. Where is it? Is
That's
it Venus Fine
crazy.
Cars? Maybe it wasn't Venus. Maybe it was somebody else. I got to keep it on the side chart here until I find it. But okay, so
But because
sort
like that's not
by-
even that. That's not really a classic. I mean, it's a bit of a classic.
It
but,
is,
like,
but not. Like, it's a Mercedes 190,
Yeah,
not
it's-
a 5 and S class. You know, it was different.
But the 190s were. I feel like they had like a really nice version of the
No, it
190
wasn't
that was
this
kind of fast. No.
Okay, so this was an upgraded version, by the way. It
Yeah,
was.
like
It
an
wasn't just a
AMG.
regular version. It was some special version, Max, but still it didn't. Okay, so I can't find it, so I'm gonna have to go on Auto Trader. But we have a new segment, Max.
Do we?
Yeah, we do. We're not gonna do it every day because there's only a finite amount of cars, but we have a build the car segment.
Build a car.
Where we build a car and complain about the price, right? That's part of the whole segment. Shout out to the Katina man for coming up with that. But yeah, we're definitely gonna be doing that.
I like that.
Yeah. Why not, right? 190 series. Show me the most expensive 190 you
Yeah.
have in your inventory. Take it over while I figure this out.
All right,
Here
I'm,
it is. I got it.
He found it. He found it.
Look at this. This is a Mercedes 190. 499,800. I don't care what model this is. Platinum fine cars. I thought it was Venus. A 190e Evolution 2. It's not a bad looking car, but why is it $500,000? You're not going to catch me driving it. Hey, look, it's tacky. Look at the size of that spoiler, bro.
Oh, those are cool though.
Those are cool. Let me get in the interior
I
here.
don't love the wheels on that one.
Yeah, well, I think he kept everything original.
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
probably why
Well,
it's so
be
expensive.
For $500,000.
Look, here it is. We're gonna get to the interior real quick here, but it is. I think it's nice. Evolution, this and that. Yeah, whatever. $500,000. Come on, there's the interior.
Oh, that's nice.
Look at that.
Nice. I like that.
People are ugly. That's insane. Jorge is like, it's all about the experience. You better have a, ton of money to experience this, man. This reminds me of Egypt, bro, because everybody in Egypt, if you want the ball, you got a Mercedes 190. So anytime I would go to Egypt, everybody had a Mercedes 190. So this steering wheel and the fact that everybody drives stick in Egypt, nobody drives automatic. Well, back then, now everybody does. But yeah, this reminds me of my childhood visiting summers in Egypt. No question about that. Mercedes 190, a cheap, a thrifty, $500,000. All right, so we're done ranting about that. All right, Max, we just wet our beak again through the break at 85 on docu, so taking a bit of profit here, but it doesn't really look like it's going to break out. So I don't know about this trade. We're going to have to wait. We're going to have to wait and see. How's your trade looking?
Yeah, the CGC is kind of setting up at 87, the same way it was setting up at 85. So I'm going to add at 87 cents here, and if it fails, then I bail out of everything. And if it doesn't, I think we're seeing above 90 cents. So we'll see on this. Triple top right now at 87 cents. We take out 85, I'm going to punch out of this. But adding on 87, looking to get to 90, maybe 95 cents. Maybe we touch $1 today. I think that's kind of the idea. That's that level that I think has a magnet on it potentially. Maybe not today, but in the near future, I figure that this stock hits $1. When they get back up here, they typically get to $1. So, there's not really I don't know. It's a simple idea on this trade. We hit 40 cents. We made this very clean bottom. Now we got some news in the sector. Let's see. But could get stopped out pretty soon here. Currently holding the teal and holding the 50. So yeah, if we get below 85, maybe I give it another half penny into that 84.5 where the 50 period is, which we've been kind of holding all day. I think this looks decent for a breakout. And it's getting later on in the session, which means that the volume should be starting to pick up now after lunch.
Yeah, almost 130 now.
I think we're looking good on this.
Yeah, I like it. It's a good trade.
Market also holding 15.3.
15.3 has been an absolute level. You took the words right out of my mouth. And as 15.3 holds, let's have a look at the big tech names, Mag 7 or the Mag 8, whatever you want to call them. Amazon, near days highs. It's like 20 pennies off days highs. Apple, right back above VWAP and knocking on the door again of that 180. We're at 179 3/4 again. I feel like this one probably ends up breaking and holding above 180. We do have a 180 1/4 HOD. It's been Tesla who's been showing the most weakness here, below 250. Even Meta is now above that 300. A bit of a double bottom micro look here on Meta. It tested that 299 1/4 twice. It definitely broke 299, but they were all wicks. The closing print's much closer to that 299 1/4. Could we see, retracement here on Meta and a move above 3? We'll have to wait and see. Right now, we're dancing with 3. We'll see how that goes. Microsoft also above VWAP and trending upward, looking to take 355. Google, shout out to the old one Knob, 136 1/4. We have a 136.44 high. The chip names, though, they've been weak. AMD, NVIDIA. I'm going to kind of exclude them from the participants in whatever move we have up. I think it'll have to be Microsoft, Google, Amazon, and Apple related. Meta and Tesla, not so much, at least for now. By the way, maybe I'll have to change my opinion a little bit on NVIDIA. Higher low here coming in on NVDA. Could we get a 459 break again, which is where VWAP is? We definitely need to get above 460 to make a higher high. But when you compare this chart pattern with AMD, look at the fact that we have lower highs and lower lows on AMD, not so on NVIDIA, where we have higher lows. We don't have the higher high just quite yet. So we'll see. Wow, Tesla continuing to head down. The selling coming in fast and furious here on Tesla. We just broke 247 with a 246.88 low a day now. Tesla has been very, very weak, and that 251 or whatever you want to take, 251 really was 251 and a half was an interesting break here on Stresla, which was a level in the pre, again, on the opening range, and then look at that dip right off 251 and a half, and this is not a random level. This dotted line here, that's yesterday's close, and that's why I always chart yesterday's close. It always seems to have an important effect on the day's trading, but look at this. Breaking through that. Whoever took Tesla short, good on you through that 251 and a half. That was an absolute money trade on Tesla. But we'll have to wait and see here. Yeah.
I tried to take a little long there on the hold of 247 because that was my next level, but did not work on that one. I don't know what the next stop I had was on this. Probably like 243 and a half. I don't think that we get all the way down there, but potentially. But yeah, I was looking for like that double bottom kind of hold. Did not work. CGC still chilling out. Market still hanging out in a very tight range now. So setting up to break either way on the market probably right now. You know, below 15.3, pretty obvious breakdown, I would say. Above 15.350, pretty obvious. Well, not so obvious, but more of kind of a breakout zone. I think, I think we get back above there. We probably test 15.4, but you know, we've been saying that for the better part of 2.5 hours now. So, maybe nothing in store. You know, chop around and then finish basically flat would be how the options writers would love for this to happen today. So,
does your brother park his car in a safe place? Because the auto theft, at least in my area, and I'm in Midtown, is rampant. So my cousin and I live in essentially the same area. Punk has a house, but I'm in the condo there. And he's married. It's dual income. But anyway, he's like, they had to create a Facebook group to report that that's one dude had he has a range. It's got stolen 3 times. He put a pillar behind, one of those pillars that comes out of the ground.
I've seen that.
Pay like $3,000 to get that installed. Anyway, and then people are waiting. They're breaking into your garage and they're waiting for you to get in. They're like, "Yo, give me the keys." Essentially, and so it's out of control in my area, and I'm in Midtown, like a nice area. So I hope your brother give him the keys, bro. You don't know what he's packing, right?
Yeah.
Like you have no idea.
Yeah.
So tell your brother to be careful with that car.
I will. I'll let him know. I think he does park it in a safe place. I'm not sure. He doesn't have a driveway, but he was talking about like a friend or something has. I don't know. He'll be fine. I'm sure it's insured for a decent sum, but you couldn't get another one for the same price. That's the problem.
Here's the thing. Careful with that.
Yeah.
So the insurance, it depends on his insurance though. So what I've been hearing is that if so there's financing costs. Mine is financed. I don't know if he paid his cash, but my car is financed. So if my car were to get stolen, right, the insurance would only pay out a certain amount, and certain finance costs I would have to actually pay out on my own. I don't think that's with my insurance. I have to find out. But yeah, that's been, I saw it, you know where I saw it? On that On Your Side CTV News thing. You know that guy? What's his name? He would always say his name there. Anyway. So that's something that you need to keep your mind on, right? Anyway.
Yeah, I didn't think of that because if you like, they're insuring the car, they're not insuring your payment on the car.
Exactly.
And at 6, 7, 8% right now, that's a lot of financing payments that have been rolled into that.
I don't have
into
6%.
that monthly.
5%.
But a lot of people do, like 8% plus on car financing right now.
For sure. Don't get me started about that, man. When I bought the new place, I started looking at, because I had to take a new mortgage, obviously, for that. Oh, baby, we're pumping up here on the DocuSide. There we go.
Let's go.
Man. I want to get that 51 break, but we got to cross. 4-penny spread at the moment. Yeah, anyway, just to go back to what I was saying. Yeah, man, those rates were interesting, Max. A 5-year fix right now, high 6s. Yeah. I know it's even higher in the States, like mid 7s right now in the States. But
That's nasty. I don't know how you can. I mean, people in the 90s had like what, 18% or something crazy for a while there.
Yeah, but they were, I think well, anyway, we're not going to get into that whole thing, but no, it wasn't the 90s, it was the 80s, and it was for like 10 minutes.
For 10 minutes?
Yeah, no, those double-digit interest rates didn't last too long, but they were there. They were there
for like
Shout out to Paul
like a year,
Volcker.
I swear.
The Volksty, the Volk. All right, are we going to get across here or what, Docu, man? Well, I've been waiting. I've been patient. All right, here we go. 93s. There it is, max. Now we're getting that pump up. Here comes 51. So this one's doing all right. We need to get continuity, though, in this bad boy. I'm seeing 97s. On there it is. We're spinning the money on this one. We get the move up finally. Cup and handle pattern proves well, baby. How much size? We've still got a lot of size on this one, so we gotta wet our beak here multiple times. So we're gonna go ahead and take some out. I'm gonna send it to you.
Yeah, I'm just waiting on this CGC breakout. Where's my stop's in below 85. It's really doing nothing, but we are consolidating above that key price that was the high of day. We had this, whatever that is, quadruple top, quintuple top there on that 85. Still consolidating above that, still hasn't gotten below. So I think still looking decently strong for a potential move into $1 today. That's all I got. I tried 247 on Tesla. Maybe should have tried it just now the second time because we're really bouncing now on that Tesla 247, but still holding the teal to the downside. I mean, this is a pretty decent move on Tesla. Down through that 250. I do wish I was short back up here at 251 when I wanted to get short, but is what it is. Hindsight 2020. Apple heading towards that 180 area again. Not quite there. Apple kind of muted today after that nice opening drive, but holding levels. That consolidation breakdown that I thought was going to come in when the market looked like it wanted to crash did not, and you could take the long off of that failed breakdown there. You could be long right now 179.30 with a risk on this wick of 20, and what is that? You're like 45 pennies in the money. So Apple looking strong still. Where is Google really doing nothing at high of day, which leads me to believe that it's potentially a short up here somewhere. Not something that I would usually try to take though. But I mean, doesn't want to continue through the high. It's tried right here. It gets, from 18s up to 27. So it gets 10 cents through the high. This one, it gets, not even 20 cents through the high. So I don't know, no follow through right now on Google. Obviously up 0.74, not 1.74. Wondering if this tries to, get back into 136.40. Could you take a short? Volume still quite light, only 10 million shares though, so maybe look for something else instead. I don't have anything on the breakout scanner either. What about, nope, that one's not doing anything. What happened to AMC? I know that was like
the Katina Man, I think, is still short on that bad boy. Katina Man, are you still short? Where'd he go?
Oh, he's gone.
He is, I think. Neil, is he still short?
Wow.
Yeah, he is. He's still short on that.
We were looking at this at 750 when it broke down while Neil was up there. And should have just punched short, I guess, risking this consolidation 762. You get like 40 cents out of that. So AMC continuing the move down. I did not see this reverse split since I wasn't here, but really, really crazy move down a couple days ago. Or was that yesterday? No, 2 days ago off of that 13, kind of 14 area. I didn't even know that, what is that? $4 move on a $13 name, that's like 30% almost. That's wild. On a name that's very easy to short, very thick.
Nuts.
That would have been a banger short that
This is an interesting area to reshort right there. Look at that 50 period.
Yeah, right off the 50.
Right? Yeah, very interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, I
already
would
down
just
10 though.
Random level, obviously, but it is a 50 period. We'll have to wait and see.
For sure. CGC testing that 85 cents as well. But my stop is below 85. I want to give it a little bit of a chance here to blast off. I think it can. I think the risk to reward is kind of set up on this one. so that I can give it a little bit more space. But I mean, as long as it's holding 85, I'm going to be involved in this one. I don't know, like what else is happening? Nothing exciting is happening. Is anybody in the chat trading anything exciting? AMD tanking? AMD better be tanking when I pull this one up.
It's not tanking, but it's definitely weaker on the game. Yeah, definitely, no question about that.
Through the kind of pre-market consolidation there at 106.75, I don't know, 106.25.
Why don't you tell us a little bit about your trip, bro? We haven't heard anything about your trip. I know you ate really well. That was no question about that.
Yeah, lots of shrimp.
So you went. I know you were at Lyon, right?
Oh,
Where
yeah.
else did you go? You went into south of Spain as well.
Mallorca.
Mallorca.
Yeah.
Okay, how was that?
And Barcelona.
Barca.
Mallorca's cool.
Mallorca's cool. All right.
Mallorca's kind of nuts. Like we rented cars there. Oh, there goes CGC. Still in. I'm about to get stopped out. Yeah, we rented a couple of Alfa Romeos.
Ooh.
They weren't even expensive.
Okay.
But yeah, drove around. Sadly, my driver's license expired 2 days before we went. I figured I could do it online, but I need a picture.
Your international driver's license?
My actual driver's license. I never got the letter for it.
What?
I never got the letter, then I realized that it's expired. And so I'm like on the way to the airport trying to renew online.
Yeah.
And then it's like, no. Every 10 years you need a new picture.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So I couldn't drive.
That's okay.
On these
So
sick
you
mountain
didn't
roads.
drive? We know
No,
you drove,
man,
Max.
I mean,
Get out of
I did not.
Even Neil knows what's up.
I did not drive.
Go on, yeah.
It was nuts, man. These roads are tiny, and like
Windy
these little
and stuff.
switchbacks, and you're like 1,000 meters up or something crazy.
Wow.
And you got to get down to the beach.
And
So, like,
super
the-
picturesque, I'm assuming.
Oh yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Very nice.
Yeah, so that was kind of nuts. The driving was kind of scary. I don't really love heights.
Oh yeah, neither
And
do I.
when somebody else is driving, that's a lot worse. 'Cause
Yeah, I know you. I hate that too. It's like
you're
I
like,
can't control
there's like these
it.
switchbacks on a road that's one car wide and two-way,
Okay.
and there's no barrier, and there's just a cliff there.
So how does it work? You have to give way?
Yeah, I mean you can find spots.
Oh, okay.
But
Wow.
like it's pretty sketchy. It was.
Oof.
It was.
That's
that
not a
was
good
fun.
look, though.
But yeah, it was pretty cool.
How are the beaches in Barca? Did you go to the beach?
Didn't go to the beach in
Okay.
Barcelona. I actually walked by the beach in Barcelona, but I've
Okay.
been there before. Never really thought that the beach was a real selling point in Barcelona.
It's pebble beaches, right?
Yeah,
like,
it's-
yeah, I know, it's weird.
It's all right if you were there for like a week and wanted to do a beach day.
Right.
Sure, but I knew I was about to go to Mallorca, so
Yeah.
what's the
Yeah,
point
that's
there?
the real beach.
Yeah.
How was
Barcelona,
France?
Just ate. France was fun. Went to a crazy restaurant there that my brother wanted to go to.
Okay. Yeah, your
Boku's.
brother's a chef, by the way. Yeah.
Yes. That was wild. Got a chicken cooked in a pig's bladder,
What?
stuffed with black truffles.
What?
Oh my
That was
God.
nuts.
Really? How
Yeah.
was that?
It was good. It was good. You could taste the pea a little bit,
You could taste
but
the,
like in a good way.
Oh, okay.
It was a little perfumed with pea and truffles.
I don't know what to say, guys. Help me out. You could taste the pea. I'm supposed to respond to that. Look, I'm sure it tasted fantastic.
This is like a famous dish, man.
Really?
It's
Bro, I'm
crazy.
not a foodie. Like, I don't know this kind of stuff. I need to be educated.
It's,
But
it's good.
that
It's
sounds
good.
great, man.
No, it was really fun. Did that. Lyon is crazy. Like
I've never
you
been to
just
Lyon.
eat a bunch of cream and butter and stuff there,
Very
and
nice.
like veal head and that kind of stuff.
And where else? You went to,
Went to
South
Paris,
Italy
too.
as well, right?
No,
No,
Italy.
okay, no
So
Italy,
just
okay.
Barcelona, Mallorca,
And South France.
Lyon, and Paris to come home.
Love
Paris
it.
was great. Love Paris.
Yeah. Well, I don't like Paris.
No?
No.
You don't go to the right areas, man.
Bro, I went with friends. I went with my parents. I've been there a bunch of times. It's not for me.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
You got to know like the hipster places to eat.
Well, see,
Yeah.
that's the thing. I'm not a foodie, right? So,
Yeah,
but
if you're
I
not there
do
to eat,
appreciate it.
then
I do
no.
appreciate
Then
that.
no. I mean, like the sites are the sites. I don't really care that much for the sites. I go to
neither
like
did I.
luxuriate.
Yeah. Oh, it's great. Champs-Élysées. Okay.
Yeah, like Eiffel Tower, whatever.
You know what I want to do, and this probably will be my vacation in April when I go. Safari.
You want to do
I'm
the safari?
gonna do
eh?
a safari. That's what I want to see. I want to see wildlife. I want to see the gorillas. I want to see them up front. I want to be there. I want to appreciate them for the monsters and the beautiful creatures that they are. I want to see lions. That's kind of my jam there, man. I cannot wait to do that. Pardon me? No? Yeah. Neil ain't down. Neil is not down. Neil, I gotta tell you, I've been waiting my whole life to do this. And Neil was like, I ain't doing it. If I go out like that, that's how it was written for me, baby. And you know, but let me tell you what else is written. This little out that I had here on DocuSign, we just wet our beak through the break of 10, and it's stair-stepping up, Max. So let me tell you, this cup and handle is absolutely printing here on DocuSign. We get that break through 51.10, and here we go. We're going to get the 20 break, 17s incoming. We're 3 pennies away. The spread is tightening up. It's 2 pennies, 17 on the ask, 15 on the bid. I don't see any size here to block this on the ask. Here we go, 18s, 19s, possibly 20s, 19s there. Let's squeeze, baby. The buying's coming in, and there it is.
Let's go, Sharif.
Yeah, so nice move up as we really pump here on DocuSign. Long 37s. We're at 23s now. We're almost $1 in the money on this bad boy. I'm very happy with this trade, cup and handle. Let's see what we get. Let's see what we're gonna get on this bad boy. I've only got a partial fill at 20 though, because we haven't fully crossed, guys. So waiting for that one to fully cross. There's some decent size here at 24. It's nothing to write home about. I don't think it really blocks this move up, but we've now reclaimed the 50 period and 51, the whole dollar level. So what I'm looking at right now as a possible area of resistance is at 52 level. Yesterday's close, by the way, 52.15 in that vicinity, but you gotta assume the whole dollar level next will be the major area of resistance on a DocuSign. Let's see if we can run our way through that.
Banger there, Sharif.
Thanks, bro.
Good sticking with it.
Yeah, just hang tight, baby. Hang tight. There, we got the full fill on this one.
You know, you don't go full size right away.
No.
You can average in, and then things work out.
Hopefully.
Sometimes, more often than not, I would say. For
Yes,
you.
sir.
What was I looking? Oh yeah, Roblox. People in the chat talking about Roblox. Looks like there was news. I'm not seeing anything at the moment. Gonna type it into trade ideas. Maybe they have the news. No. But Roblox volume spike now at high of day, but not really continuing. I think if you take out like 29.25, maybe this has some run in it. I would like to know the news before I would do such a thing. Clearly, the earnings report last week. What's that last week? August 9th. I was here for that. Interesting. Okay. Earnings report not good. High post earnings or post like secondary move down seems to be like 29.30 area. So that's kind of the high right now. You look on the 30-minute. We're definitely in a bit of a channel. So yeah, I feel like 29.25 could actually be a decent breakout if there is real news on Roblox and this volume kind of picks up a bit. Looking for now, like.
You'll never read a story about me being eaten by a lion. Neil's undefeated, bro. He's so funny. Eh? That's not the same thing. I don't know, man. I've always dreamt on going on a safari, and I don't know why I haven't done it. I end up, you know, I always wanted to go with somebody, and nobody ever wanted to go. Ramin's in my ear. She's like 10 out of 10 experience. She said, do it. Don't listen to anybody. I gotta agree with you, Ramin.
Where would you go for that?
It depends. You can
like Namibia.
There's so many different places. It really depends on what you want to see. There's a whole bunch of that you can actually like. I think where did my cousin go? Not Rwanda. I'm gonna have to look on a map. Give me 1 second here, cause.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's Kenya. Thank you. Kenya is like the spot. You can also go to South Africa, but I've heard like a lot of the experience is kind of man-made. They're not actually all natural to that habitat. If you want to go It depends too, and if you want to see the highland gorillas, you got to go certain areas. They're not available and they're not present in all areas. But let me just get back to DocuSign here because we just huadunked off that 51.25, and now we're back down below 51. Is that as good as it's going to get, right? On this name, I'm not going to cut this trade. My in is at 37s, and I'm going to literally let this come back down probably into the 50s. And I'm leaving a lot of money on the table if I do that, which makes me think here a little bit about that. So I'm going to have to think this one through. Stonkonia, big game hunting. You get dropped off in the bush with nothing but a bottle of water and a giant stick to defend yourself. You will feel alive, assuming you make it. I'm going to have to say no thank you on that one. Number one, I don't want to hunt big game either. To be honest with you, I'm not much of a hunter. I just want to appreciate them. I'm not saying that I have a problem with hunting. I don't think you should be hunting lions or anything like that. But if you're going to hunt like...
yeah, if you're going to hunt for food.
Yeah, it's completely different. But you shouldn't be hunting... I mean, I don't
know about that hunting for sport personally.
No, I'm not a big fan of that.
Whatever.
I'm not. So it is what it is.
Especially like rare or endangered species.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
kind of nuts. A lot of people have been canceled for that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not part of cancel culture, and I don't like that whole movement either. But just my personal opinion is I love these animals, right? And I'm so appreciative of them. I'd rather not hunt them. That's just my look, and it's my opinion. That's all that comes down to.
Roblox has a PlayStation deal, apparently. So that could actually be something. Topped out right at that 29, 22, 23 high of day there.
Good luck.
So we get above there, potentially get involved with that, but the volume, as you can see, is trending down off of this news. You want it to be trending up if it's really going to be something. So possibly just a fade at this point, but I'm not going to do that. I'll be interested if we get through that 25 area. Maybe take the breakout, maybe just punch it. I am not sure yet, but definitely Roblox going on a chart right now. That CGC did come out quite a while ago, so got out like 84 something. Sadly, didn't work on that one. Should have just taken the 2 cents, 2% move on a 87-cent stock. Could have taken that one, did not. People talking Tesla. Tesla feeling like anything below 249 is a short right now. I mean, it's really given it up. So I would say like this 249, it was showing up on the 30 on my other platform there. Let's see. Yeah, it kind of shows up here. The 249 level, looking like a bit of the decision point here. I think you get back up to there, probably take the short, back into low of day. Looking like a failed kind of breakout on the on Tesla on the daily chart, which you can't even see because I have so many fills on this today, but high of day yesterday was 252. We get up to 250, what did we get to? 256.5, and then just failed down. So, taking out the low of day today, pretty bearish looking candle on the daily on Tesla. We take out 243. Maybe this uptrend is kind of dead for now. I don't know. We did have good news today on this, and it has sold off on more charging infrastructure news, which has provided very good catalysts for Tesla.
There was another hit piece on Elon. Did you see the new hit piece?
I haven't.
Like every day now, there's a new hit piece on Elon. Apparently, he shut down the what's it called? His Starlink. Thank you, Neil. He shut down the Starlink network in Ukraine because the Ukrainians wanted to use it to, this is in the early days of the war, to attack Russian ships in the Black Sea, and he didn't want his internet connection to be used for war purposes. This is the allegation. I'm not saying this is even factual. So yeah, they're attacking him for that now.
Even if that's the allegation, I mean, if you don't want it to be used for war, you don't want it to be used for war.
I mean, I don't either, right?
And do you want to be providing technology to a country that's at war with Russia?
I don't want to be involved in that war at all.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't want to be involved in that war at all. And there's a lot of money that's flowing out of this country and of country south of the border into that war, and that needs to be used here.
Someone in the chat saying he clarified that he did not shut it down since it was never active.
Okay, well, there you go. Well, I know it was active. No, he was providing them with internet.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, Fabian just told me something very interesting because we brought up Roblox. So there is a new controversy afoot with Roblox here. Here is the article. Come to the screen if you're able to, guys. The trouble with Roblox, the video game empire built on child labor. We're not vouching for the accuracy of this article, but it is eye-opening. Fabian was just basically recapping it to me in my ear. Essentially, adults are having kids make games and then monetizing it without profit going back to those kids. We know that Roblox is a platform where you can make your own games, and it seems as if they're being monetized here. So that's the look there on Roblox. So more controversy afoot.
That's interesting.
Yeah, for Roblox. But this is what I want to show you guys. Let me show you this. All right, here we go. The mountain gorilla. Look at these. They're just monstrous animals. But they're not docile. They'll kill you if you come near their what is it? They call them their clan, their pack. I don't even know what a group of gorillas is called. That's a good question to ask there. But in any event, they are in Uganda, Rwanda, and the DRC, the Democratic Republic of Congo. You can get them, you can see them there. And so it depends on really where you want to go. But yeah, this is what I want to see. And you know what they do? To acclimate these animals to humans, they go over and over for years and just stand around them and have them basically get used to the presence of humans around so that they don't attack. And the reason they do this, and people are like, well, why are you intruding on their territory? Because it's supposed to be ecotourism rather than cutting down the forest or farming it or selling the wood. They preserve it in its natural state, but this is how they're able to generate revenue, right? And so, you know, this is kind of a controversial thing as well, but they are so sensitive to these animals that when you go there, you got to get masked up so that you don't pass off any of human diseases to these animals because you could decimate the population there. So anyway, this is the kind of stuff that I want to see. I want to see these animals live in living color. I have such respect for them, such appreciation for them, but in any event, I digress. All right, we are back above 51 on DocuSign, and you know, we got up to 51 and a quarter, moved back down into 50.90, held the 50 period, but now we're dancing with 51 again. So I think the trade is still valid, and I'm not going to cut this trade. I'm looking for more. I don't have any profit taker set up here, but I think I will set some up at the third of a dollar, maybe wet our beak again at the $0.25 here, since that was a big retracement. So we shall see. We shall see. Let's see what the chat is up to here. Crypto blogger Docu making a run at 51. Yes, sir. Just mentioned that. D-Loaf, a troop of gorillas. Thank you for that, D-Loaf. Yes, I need to apprise myself of these animals if I'm going to see it. Lone telling me the same thing. A troop or a band. Thank you for that, Lone. Agree with you on that. What do we here? Yeah, okay. Sharif, let's aim for 51.50 or 52 for Docu. Now, I don't disagree with you at all. In fact, that's exactly what I was saying. Ideally, the look on Docu would be that 52.15. And the reason I say that, that's the closing print from yesterday on Docu. But, you know, ideally, I mean, realistically, you probably end up getting resistance at the whole dollar area at 52. That's if we make it up there. Because really, there's no support level, or sorry, resistance level south of that. Now, as I say that, I see this trough over here from this yesterday's red to green move. Look at this. There's a 51 and a quarter resistance, and that's exactly where we rejected off here. So interesting look to see if we can print and close above 51 and a quarter. Let's zoom out even more and see if there's anything else that we need to concern ourselves with. Not recent, not in the last few days, but that 51 and a quarter, I think will be the first area that we gotta get through. We're headed up there now. We're creating higher lows on this. We're above the whole dollar level, so it's looking okay. But ultimately, if we do break this 51 and a quarter max, I think that 52 would be a reasonable area to say, you know, we can get back up there. We'll see.
Makes sense. I mean, I feel like how slow that one's been.
So slow, we might not make it.
But it does keep holding the bid. Now we're holding above 51, so looking pretty solid there on that docu. Yeah, I think you could. I think we can make it on that one. I got my eyes on Roblox actually, because usually off of news like this, if it doesn't continue right away, it just kind of fades and goes right back to where it was. It's holding up and kind of curling up towards that 29.25, looking pretty good actually for a potential long here above that 29.25. So I have my eyes on this one, waiting for that. Futures forming I mean ES particularly, forming quite a bottom shelf at 44.60-ish, 44.61 I guess. Looking like it wants to break down, but continuously just bouncing off there. But as you can see, we are in a pretty steep down, or steady, I guess, downtrend on this 5-minute chart here. Not making any higher highs. So, oh, there goes Roblox. I think I will be punching into that one. We'll see what happens above 29.25. You know, I don't want to just take a breakout because it's not doing a ton of volume, but if it holds a decent bit above that 29.25, I think that this could make a move potentially into like, I don't know, 70s, 80s, maybe 30. So let's see, you know, kind of mixed right now. Not really looking all that good yet. It only went to 27s there, some size on 29. So maybe 30 is the breakout on this one as it retraces a bit. That wasn't what I wanted to see at that level. So we'll see if it wants to continue. 29.22 was the prior high, trading below that now. So I guess, yeah, right off that idea. For now, as you know, just as I say, the ES has a flat bottom breakdown brewing. It does bid back up. Still needs to make a high above like 69, I think, to be back on a potential uptrend. I would say this is still looking like it wants to break down. Same look basically on NASDAQ. So not looking for any longs right now unless it's Roblox. I don't know what else. Google did make another high, but again, it's only like 10 cents. So Google just on this steady, boring trend today. I'm not sure that there was really much of a trade here unless you're kind of getting long in here off of this 135 level off of the open. Or maybe, actually, this would be a decent little like fail breakdown there. But like any breakout that you tried to take on Google today didn't work. You try like pre-market high, that fails. You know, even this consolidation level eventually fails. I don't know that you're taking like 30 cents on a Google trade necessarily. So any high of day break didn't work. Maybe these consolidations, you could have structured something, but it's really like not doing a whole lot, but still making highs.
When they asked Elon why he shut down Starlink, he's like, well, you know, I wanted it to be used for Netflix and chill and stuff. Like literally, those were his words. Elon is an OG, bro. Elon. All right, we got 1 minute left on the show with Max and I, and then the big kahunas will be taking over. I will move up to the big desk because Brendo is gonzino. He is on his way to the airport to Paris. And look out, Brendo and Rahim Alani, they will be doing a special. Is it going to be live or is it going to be recorded? We're not sure yet, but they will be broadcasting from Paris at a conference. Check that out next week. Brendo, Rahim Alani, live from Paris. Wow. Quickly here before we end it, Max, Laura Rogers, $1.99 super chat. Thank you very much, Laura. Fubo, to be profitable by year end. Football's back. Look, man, I love me some footy. I hate Fubo because they take too much money. They took too much money from me last year, but they had a fantastic day yesterday. We'll look at it real quick here before we send it over to the big kahunas. We're going to look at the daily for you because intraday is not going to be my look. Oh, you can tell where we're coming from here on Fubo, right? It's not a good look. There was a lot of exuberance about this name in the pandemic era, and you know, as there was for many other things. So let's zoom out a little bit here. From the year, or what are we? Are we down or up on the year? Let me just check here. FUBO, and we're up 70.8% year to date. How does that make sense? $1. Okay, so January 1st. What was the print? 182, we're at 306. So sure, that does make sense. Okay, so we've been making higher lows, no question about that, and we did break higher highs, but it's a very volatile stock. Look, last time around, we rejected that $4 by like 10 pennies. We almost got to $4. We'll have to wait and see if there's profitability. Sure. What I don't like about their business model is it's very bloatware-ish, where they pack on a lot of channels that I don't necessarily want. Maybe I don't want them, maybe others want them. They kind of feel like a cable substitute in an era where cable and packaging isn't the look. It's like, no, I just want a specific type of thing rather than all these bloatware channels. Anyway, good. It's a good year so far for Fubo. It's obviously coming off much higher prices. 62.50 or $63 max was the high there. But Max and I will be on Monday.
Oh yeah.
Same bat time, same bat channel. The Bakunas over there.
Oh, you could have
Big
still said it.
Kahunas?
No, you could have still said Brennan's, or like Brennan's not at the big desk, something like that. Like you just some way to make sure it stays with that flow, because